Good morning, Chatty House.
What's Chatty House? Tough one last night.
We're here for you. We're here for you like Aaron Rodgers is here for Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, boy.
We're here for you. Eee. Ooh. Somebody's getting sued.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he can... he would have the defense of... I was saying that you're going to be mad that your friends are going to be on that list. So you're friends with people, but...
I don't know.
I don't either.
That sounded like slander to me. This sounded like a couple of $1 million. Maybe more than that.
All right. No, minute 5.
Minute 5. Who got the belt?
Ramsey.
Starting
off 2024 red hot.
I saw Ramsey at the game last night.
Oh, nice.
He came over and said hello.
That's cool.
Yep. What is this commercial?
This is an ending hunger PSA.
Oh. I can just hear it like way off in the distance, but it sounds dramatic.
Because that might sound up. My bad.
That's okay.
What's up, y'all? What's up, David?
Oh, I should probably tweet.
What's up, bro?
Join us. Let me see.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
What's up, Michigan? Oh, I hate this. All right, here we go. Yikes, man.
Egads.
I did not think that we would be getting on the radio at 10 a.m. on Wednesday discussing not only a bad Sacramento Kings performance against the Hornets, but a loss for the Sacramento Kings to the Charlotte Hornets. Charlotte notches just their 8th win of the season, 111-104 over Sacramento. Charlotte coming off, or they were in the second night of a back-to-back. They were missing a couple of players. It was just, everything was lined up for the Kings. And you and I talked about it on Tuesday's show, James. We talked about, like, hey, this is a good opportunity to blow this team out of the water, get your starters 25 minutes, and then get them out and get set up to play the Magic on Wednesday. And instead, they not only lost, they smoked a late lead. They, I think from a pure basketball standpoint, might have played their worst game of the year.
Yeah.
Although the couple in Houston were really
I don't know if I'm going to put it that way.
This is their worst loss of the year for me. When we're chalking up bad losses, this is the worst one for me.
This is the one that says you're not serious. That says it, like, you're not ready yet. And until you are ready, like, I don't know, like, stop talking about like who you think you're going to be, because until you fix things like what happened last night, then like you can't take the next step. The next step is for you to be a grown-up basketball team. That was not a grown-up basketball team.
Yep.
That was a 13-year-old throwing a tantrum in his room. And I don't know what else to say. I mean, you walk into a game, like, Domantas Sabonis was a beast, but 11 turnovers, man.
That's a bad game.
11 turnovers.
That's a bad game.
And like pulling Malik Monk 5 minutes into his stint and saying you're done. Like, that's a bad game. Like, there were so many things to point to in this where you had a team that was bad. Not only are they bad, I mean, they're epically bad. They lost 11 in a row coming into that game last night.
Well, and you could see it in the first 9 minutes of the first quarter.
Yeah.
They couldn't shoot. They couldn't get an open shot. They couldn't play defense.
And they were still just sitting there tied. or down 2 or up 2, you're like, okay, well, this is one of those games where they're going to figure it out at some point and throttle a team, but they didn't. They never took it serious. And then when they decided to take it serious was when Terry Rozier got red hot and the game was over. You let one guy get hot, and that's what happens in those games. That was not a highly competitive game. That was a really good team sinking to the lowest of low level of a bad opponent who not only was missing their starting point guard, but like their starting small forward. And oh, by the way, their starting shooting guard couldn't go like at 15 minutes before lineups were due. So 60% of their starting lineup is gone. Actually, it's 80 because Mark Williams wasn't able to go either. So you had one guy and you let one guy beat you. Like, all right, if that's who you are.
That's so before I dive into just how abysmal it was, because I think everybody kind of knows that, I will note, small silver lining here. That a sign of the times in Sacramento is that there is genuine anger about this and not apathy.
Yes.
That it's like, oh, hey, that's not what this team is supposed to look like. Instead of, well, like there were, and again, this is a small, very small subsection of Kings fans, but I had people replying to me on the internet last night. Like, I'm not watching tomorrow. This is dumb. This is terrible. It's like, if you want to take a night off, I don't mind, man. After that, if you want to take a night off, I don't mind at all. But just to kind of get back to it, that is the kind of loss that, and look, Boston went to OT at home with Detroit.
Yeah.
Okay. Like weird things happen in the NBA, but for the Kings, they are not Boston. This is not a championship contender who has proven night in and night out that they are one of the best teams in the NBA. Oh, and then they had a bad night. This is a pattern. This is those 2 games in Houston. The first game of the 2 in New Orleans, where they were just non-competitive.
Didn't show up.
It is, and we keep asking, like, okay, well, when are the real Kings going to show up? In fact, in the YouTube chat, in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, Wheezy80. I don't get the Kings, man. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Not sure which one is the real Kings. This is it. You're seeing it. The real Kings are the team that, yeah, hey, they might go beat Denver and Phoenix and Minnesota in Minnesota. Sure, they're capable of all that, but they're also capable of what you saw last night. And that's not to say the season is over. That's not to say that they can't get better than this. This is not to say that this isn't working, blow up the whole thing. No. But it's just very clear to me with this group of players that this is kind of where they cap out. Like they're a very good team that is still capable of losing a game like last night.
Yeah, it's tough because what this game really looked like is a couple of years ago under Alvin Gentry, the Philadelphia 76ers rolled into Sacramento and they lost 5 starters before the game, 5 starters out. And the Kings got rolled by a team missing 5 starters. And so the problem is that team that I'm talking about that lost that game was a bad team, straight up bad team. This team should not be this team. And it's funny because last season, that's what our comparison should be, right? It should be last season.
Yes.
Well, last season, this team was resilient.
Yes.
They didn't have a bad loss early in the season. I don't even remember when they had a bad loss, but it wasn't, maybe they had 1 or 2 the entire season.
I'm sure they had some. Yeah.
This team already has like 5 or 6 just flat out bad losses. The loss last week to Portland, that's just a joke. That's a bad loss.
Yep.
You walk into an arena where a team is not good at all, and you don't take them serious, and you get punked. And then you go to Atlanta, and you do the same exact thing for the first 24 minutes of the game. You just flat out don't show up, and you get punked. You get lucky, and somehow you play defense in the second half, and
hey, bounce back nice.
Show what kind of team you are, right? And you beat them. And then you carry that into Memphis. But the fact that I don't want any excuses about the first game back after a road trip. Like, come on now. This is one of the worst teams in the NBA. And you just let them walk into your home court with a sold-out building, and people had to leave early because you were trash in the final 2 minutes of a game. Because you left them. You let them stick around. If you this was 100% on the Kings. You let a horrific team stick around, and when that happens, all bets are off.
I'll buy the I heard the broadcast saying this last night. It was, love the effort in the first game back after a long road trip. First of all, 3 games is not a long road trip.
No.
I understand they went across the country. Okay. But look, that flies in the first half. Okay. Hey, they're only up 5, but first game back, they'll get it together in the second half. And they didn't. Or if they were playing a better team, if they were playing Oklahoma City and just kind of face planted against Oklahoma City, it's like, well, first game back, they're not they're not worse than Oklahoma City like that. That's the frustrating part of this. It's like the opponent matters here.
Yeah.
And you don't get, I'm sorry, the Kings are, for me, and maybe not for you, James, or you listener or whoever, the Kings for me are beyond the like, hey, good effort.
Oh yeah.
They tried. And it wasn't, frankly.
No.
I did not watch that game and go, man, they are trying their asses off right now. And they just can't. If it was, man, they just couldn't buy a bucket, which was a little bit the case last night. They smoked a couple of layups that I don't think they would typically miss. But it wasn't like, man, they just can't buy one. And boy, the Hornets are just getting really. It just I hate this cliche, but the Hornets just wanted it more last night. That is certainly how it came off to me on the television.
They had every reason to want it more. They'd lost 11 in a row, right? And if you're a professional basketball player, you have pride.
Yeah.
You should want to go in there and do everything you can do to win a game. And it's the strangest thing, man. Like, there are weird barometers for teams. There's things that you can look at that, like, you can circle in a box score and say, okay, when this happens, I know that this is going to be a long night, right? And for a lot of teams, it's like, okay, fast break points or second chance points. Kings dominated second. It was like 22-2 second chance points, right? All of these like things are usually things that you can circle on a box score and say, this is something that I can point to. A lack of focus for the Sacramento Kings. If you want to look at a lack of focus, all you have to look at is one stat. Their missed free throws.
Yep.
Every time they miss free throws like this, when it means they're not focused and they lose.
Yep.
And to me, it doesn't make any sense that you walk into a game that should be, it's important as any other game that you played. You want to beat a good Memphis team or a bad Memphis team, Memphis in Memphis. You can't come back and lose at home to a bad team. Especially on the first night of a back-to-back, when you've proven all year long that you don't have the intestinal fortitude to survive the second night of a back-to-back.
And that is just it. And we'll dive into the whole second night of a back-to-back thing a little bit later on in the show, but we have plenty to dig into with this Kings Hornets game first.
Yeah.
That's the problem here. And that's the problem with the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing. I don't care how good you can be. I don't care hey, on one night, we can beat any team in the league, whoever you think the best, the Celtics. We can beat the Celtics on any given night. Okay, that's great. But are you capable of putting together 7 games of that and win a playoff series and then do that 4 times? And the answer right now is no.
Yeah.
You cannot trust this team right now to bring it at a high level. You can trust certain players.
Yeah.
I trust De'Aaron Fox to win a game with my life on the line individually. But I don't trust this team to go be better than a playoff team 4 nights out of 7.
Yeah.
And again, that's not to say that blow it all up, but it's very clear to me, if it wasn't before, that this iteration of the Kings needs a little bit of a shakeup.
They need something.
Yeah.
And they just got a shakeup in the starting lineup, and that wasn't what it was. That wasn't what you needed.
No.
It's something else. Yeah.
Tons to get into. We'll have sound from De'Aaron Fox post-game last night. We'll have sound from Mike Brown post-game last night. Kings fans, How we feeling? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Tough loss for the Kings last night, 111-104 at home to the Hornets on the back end of a back-to-back for Charlotte. They now have 8 wins. They had lost 11 in a row. It's not great. 6 quick thoughts with James Ham coming up next on The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Hi, friends. Hey, I'm going to pull this while we're here. And I don't, Scout Recycler, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't know what you're talking about. Like, there are no inconsistent rotations. You have your 5 starters. Every single game, De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes come out at the 6-minute mark. Someone else comes in for 3 minutes. If they play well, they get to keep playing. If they don't, they go back to other players. Like, the same people are playing every single night, except for the guy at the 9.5, 10-man spot in the rotation. Sometimes it's Sasha Vezenkov that gets to play. Chris Duarte is now stolen minutes, so he's getting to play. But I don't see any inconsistency at all in what Mike Brown's doing. He gave Keon Ellis like a 20-game sample to go ahead and run and prove that he's a player. And he gave Davion Mitchell plenty of time early in the season. And now he's giving Davion Mitchell another shot. Again, like last night, Malik Monk got pulled after 5 minutes because Malik Monk deserved to get pulled after 5 minutes. We'll get into that later, but at some point you have to make changes in your rotation. You got to make changes in your lineup. Like, Alex Lynn is a better player, in my opinion, right now than JaVale McGee. He's taken the backup center position. I don't know. Like, when a guy is good, he gets to play more. Trey Lyles is good. He gets to play more. Yeah, like, guys played themselves out of the rotation. Like, again, like Carlton, Duarte was getting DMPs. Duarte was getting DMPs because he was averaging 7.2 personal fouls per 36 minutes. Like, you can't have one guy put you in the bonus every single quarter. Like, I get it, but again, I think Mike's been extremely consistent. Look at his rotations. Like, there is a guy or two at the back end of the rotation that either plays or doesn't. And he's honest with those guys. They know going into a game the chance of them playing and what the chance of them not playing. There is no like mystery here. Keon Ellis was playing a very rigorous game of 3-on-3 in pregame yesterday with Jalen Slauson and I think Colby Jones, because he knew he wasn't going to play very much.
Mic on. I will. I have a additional quick thought.
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go. Yuck, man.
Mm-hmm.
I hate games like this. Or last night.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing... Like, I'm not going to be patronizing. I'm not going to... Like, Chris Duarte was good last night. But I'm not going to be like, hey, you know what? This is great. This is actually good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's better that they lost this one. I'm not doing that.
No. Well, that would be intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, that's what... I mean... If you're going to ask me my thoughts on a game, I'm going to be honest.
Yep.
I'm not going to hide from it. And, like, look, I don't have any stake in this race here. Like, it is, I cover a team and sometimes they do this. And when they do this, you gotta call them out.
No doubt. You said you had thoughts on last night's game. How about 6 of them?
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Kind of fire, right?
That's fire, Kyle.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Shout out to the homie Chris Rice for putting that together.
Look at that.
At least I think it was Chris. It might have been Charlie. Whoever put that together for us.
Well, it's
Thank
not
you.
Charlie's voice, so
No, the voice guy. Well, Charlie sends it all to the voice guy, but
good
Yeah.
stuff. All right.
I didn't even run that script by you, so I'm happy you enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was cool.
All right, great.
Oh, I'm in.
Let's get to your first quick thought on last night's Kings loss.
The Kings struggled out of the gate, but Domantas Sabonis kept them afloat early. He crashed the glass, ripped through the Hornets centers for 23 points, 18 rebounds, and 4 assists. On the downside, Kyle, he turned the ball over 11 times. He had a dubious triple-double. He had a triple-double, just not one of the ones that we talk about.
Yeah, no.
11 turnovers. I don't even know what happened. And the problem that I have is that it wasn't even against, it was Nick Richards. And
Right, you weren't doing this against Joel Embiid.
you weren't even doing it against Mark Williams. There was a guy named Mensa. Mensa played. I don't even know who Mensa is. I don't know if he's a member.
Vic Mensa's a rapper.
I don't know. I had to look up what his name was. Nathan Mensa. He's probably a Mensa member. Either way, I don't know how this happens where you walk into a game and the problem that I have is that he had 11 turnovers. The Hornets only had 8 steals as a team, which means that most of his turnovers were unforced. The Kings have 20 as a team, but I don't know what to say. You have games like that. Like to quote Buddy Hield, it be like that sometimes.
It do be. Yeah.
But at the same time, you can't do that. I don't know.
Not it like you said, if it was a better opponent where you're going, hey, they have a really good defensive center.
Yeah.
Even for God's sakes, Clint Capella, if they had done that, if Sabonis had done that against Clint Capella, it's you know what? That's a little bit of a tough matchup. And you give him some grace there. But when it is throwing the ball away and dribbling it off feet and guys not going the right way on passes, it's that's where, and it's just throwing the ball out of bounds. That comes from a lack of focus. And again, not that losing this one game is making or breaking the season. Yeah. But it is the mindset going into a game like this, where you have Domantas Sabonis setting a career high in turnovers. That is so indicative of what last night's game was.
Yeah, when a guy finishes a game with 23 points, 18 rebounds, and we can't give him his flowers, that's tough.
Yeah, 23 and 19, damn, good game. 11 whats?
Yeah. That's brutal.
Not great. Number 2.
Slow start, bad finish. De'Aaron Fox missed his first 5 shots. Eventually settled in, 30 points, 6 assists, 5 rebound performance. The 3-ball was on the fritz early, found a way to score, but he didn't have any late game heroics. And in fact, he had 2 crucial turnovers, one of which was when the game was basically over. But the one before that, the loose ball turnover where he gave up a transition bucket. I think they hit a 3. He talked about it.
They had the backdoor cut where I think somebody fell asleep. I don't know exactly whose assignment it was, but they had a backdoor cut for an easy dunk.
Yep.
And then right after that, De'Aaron just dribbles it off his foot.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
boom, game over.
What was incredible was Mark Jones on the TV broadcast says it's officially crunch time, inside of 5 minutes, 5-point game inside of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
When the clock ticked to 5 minutes, he says it's officially crunch time, and De'Aaron immediately hits a layup.
Yeah.
And then he comes down and draws contact, gets a layup. And then does that little sick-ass hezzy on the perimeter.
Yep.
It goes left, and it's there it is. This is over. We saw it a million times last year.
Yes.
Okay, De'Aaron's going to take over this game late, night. And then it didn't. It was like the car starter didn't turn over. Just a weird.
Well, and I also the problem is when you're in a game like that and you leave a door open, a professional basketball player like Terry Rozier will step through and say, all right, if this is what you're going to do, I will respond. And he starts hitting shots. And next thing you know, you had, a guy draped all over him and somehow he hits a rainbow 3, just a backbreaker.
That was sick.
And you're just
That was such a ridiculous
You
shot.
gave them confidence.
Mhm.
You let them stick around. You gave them confidence, and they beat you.
Yep.
And then, you didn't help the situation. All right.
Yep. Number 3.
Settling in, Chris Duarte started his second straight game at the shooting guard spot and once again showed his value. He hit the glass, made some solid passes, and played defense on his way to 12 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. Solid glue guy performance.
Yep.
That was some Doug Christie performance right there.
I want to put a pin in that for sure, the Doug Christie element of this. But when the Kings signed Chris Duarte, I think, idealized version of that signing was last night. 12 points, 7 boards, 4 assists, playing good defense.
Yep.
Just doing the little things that we talked about so much yesterday.
Kyle, he had 3 putback buckets off of offensive rebounds.
Yep. That's just effort.
They didn't run plays for him. He went and got the ball. And that's where we've been saying, again and again and again about Harrison Barnes.
Mm-hmm.
No one has told him you can't rebound.
Right.
Nobody is it's not like the ball has a cheese touch and you're not supposed to go, you don't want to go get the cheese touching and touch the ball.
Yeah.
He played 24 minutes last night, Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
1 rebound.
I have a 7th quick thought.
Your starting shooting guard had 7 rebounds.
Yeah.
You want points, you want shots, you want that kind of reward. Go get it.
Go create them.
Chris Duarte just went and got it. 6 of his points came off of missed buckets.
Yep. Real quick, Sass in the chat says not sold on Duarte. Yeah, no, one good game does not a star make, but you see the vision. You see if he can do that night in and night out, that helps the Kings immensely. Number 4, let's rip through these last couple.
Yep. Malik Monk played a total of 5 minutes in the first half and was quiet while the Kings were searching for a spark. In the third quarter, Monk hit a pair of threes and appeared to say something to the Kings bench. It spilled over into the timeout. Cooler heads eventually prevailed, but we're going to have more on that.
I have some takes. Number 5.
Hiding in the Kings, I wrote this before they lost. 2-game win streak and with some tough ball games for Keegan Murray. He's averaging 8 points over his previous 3 games and exactly put on the show in this one. It's a long season, but it feels like a mini dip in production for Keegan.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Just struggles.
This is why he had that really nice week stretch, the 47 points.
Yeah.
But he's even good the couple of games before that. And it was this is great, but this is what you need to continue to see. You need to continue to see these steps. That he's struggling right now is not oh my God, he's bad now. But I think this is just kind of the growing pains of, hey, we've seen what Pete Keegan looks like. A step back was I think probably expected on some level.
Yep.
And we're seeing that now. The key is going to be getting out of it post haste.
This is a second-year player.
Yep.
That's exactly what we're seeing. And that's why typically you don't rely on a second-year player to be your third best player.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Number 6.
More Trey Lyles, please. The Kings reserve forward continue to make an impact. He's 10 for 17 from 3 over his last 3 games, including 3 more makes in this one. He's giving the Kings a nice punch off the bench. I continue to, every time I watch Trey Lyles play, I need to see more Trey Lyles.
He's one of their 5 best players right now. And I don't know if that's really in question.
Yeah, maybe.
He's very, very good. We'll talk more about that. Bonus quick thought. You mentioned Harrison Barnes and the rebounding. Ish Smith, who's played for, I think, 26 NBA teams.
Yeah, 43 NBA teams.
He's 35. Oh, 43. Thank you. Yeah. 35 years old. He is 6 feet tall. He played 18 minutes. He had more rebounds than all but 2 Kings.
Oh,
he had 6 boards last night.
That's hustle.
That's it.
Show
he was
me.
locked in and focused and wanted to win a game.
That's right.
That's frustrating. Anyways.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. We have a couple callers on the line. Phone lines are open. If you want to vent, if you have trade thoughts, if I see people in the chatty house going in on Harrison Barnes and Chris Duarte, there's a bunch of stuff going on. Tons to dig into from Kings Hornets. We will continue doing that when we get back from the break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes here on ESPN 1320.
Yep. What's going on, everybody? Is it getting a little crazy in the chatty house?
I wouldn't say crazy. People just have thoughts.
Yeah. All right.
I think that's good and healthy.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Sass, the not sold on Chris Duarte comment. Like, this team needs players like Chris Duarte. And to me, it's a little bit like Trey Lyles. Like, Trey Lyles can get you rebounds. He'll have a game where he goes in the post and scores a bunch of baskets. He'll have a game where he blocks a big shot and you're like, where did that come from? Like, you need players that don't just get you points and that's it. And so, yeah, I like what Chris Duarte is bringing right now. I'm apprehensive because he hasn't been able to stay consistent and prove that this is who he is as a player. But I still do. I think that what they're doing right now is probably the right move, and probably even the right move for Kevin Huerter. It gives him an opportunity to get more shots coming off the bench, which is a big deal. Steve Castaneda, do you ever see a scenario where Barnes comes off the bench? Sure, I do. Yeah, like if you go out and trade for a better forward, but that better forward does not include Harrison Barnes in the trade, then sure. Yeah, I do see a way. So, I mean, in all honesty, there's a way that, like, if the Kings start throwing in first-round picks, that you could look at a player like Kyle Kuzma, like, which has been brought up in the chat. And we might have that discussion later in the show. I feel like this show is going to go really fast. Okay, cool.
Telling secrets, chatty house. See, the King of Mactown gets it.
There it is.
These are my people. The idea of Kessler Edwards is, I think, much greater than the reality.
Yeah. I mean, Kessler's
although I think we've talked about this before. I think we talked about this before, but I would be in favor of Sacramento this offseason, whatever their roster looks like, whatever their pick situation looks like. If they want to just bring in 10 Kessler Edwards types and figure out which one can play in the NBA,
yeah,
I think that's the move.
You should be drafting Kessler Edward types all the time.
All the time. Late first round, second round, undrafted guys.
And I have a text I need to look at.
Ooh. James is one of my... Oh, hang on. All right, we got to get back. Remind me about James getting a text. I have a question.
I'm listening.
Have
Kyle.
the Kings? So here, I want to let Mike Brown explain his thoughts on the game last night.
Okay.
And then I will ask you a question based on what Mike Brown had to say, and then we'll get to these calls. We got a couple of people hanging in there. We really appreciate it. James and Buddha, I see ya, and we will get to you here shortly on ESPN 1320, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Here is what Mike Brown said on last night's loss to Charlotte.
I thought they initially did a good job, and then, once we made subs, I like we were throwing underhand passes, and I mean, it was in my opinion, probably one of the laziest, loosest games that we've had where we decided to play that way.
That audio courtesy, of course, of our very own James Ham. Subscribe to the Kings Beat at thekingsbeat.com today, at James_Ham NBA on Twitter as well, if you want to listen to the full clip from Mike Brown. De'Aaron Fox and Chris Duarte also spoke last night, but that's not important. What's important is Mike Brown called that a lazy, loose game.
Yes.
Have the Kings earned to you the right to have a game like that?
No.
Me neither.
No.
I mean, that's what was worrying about it.
Like, if you're a team that's lost in the Western Conference Finals or something, then yeah.
Sure.
If you're a 55-60 win team and you have a game like that, okay. But I get exactly what he's talking about. And let's not like mince words here. Like, those
Go ahead.
Those were shots fired right there by Mike Brown.
It's worth noting that the question that was a response to was specifically about Malik Monk.
Yeah, there were some issues there.
It was, hey, you and Malik Monk got in a little bit of a heated exchange. What was that about? Here's what he said about that.
Yeah, no, it's the heat of the moment. Malik and I think everybody has seen it, but Malik and I have gotten into exchanges before. This was not the first time, and I got a lot of money. It won't be the last time.
And then immediately after that went, it was sloppy, loose game, underhand passes, this and that. As soon as the subs came in, it was like, oh boy.
Yeah, so they bring in Malik Monk.
Yeah.
One of the first plays he does is he literally throws an underhand pass that surprises Domantas Sabonis, hits him in the chest, pops up in the air, and is a live ball turnover that goes down to the other end for a bucket. And like instantly, it was like, oh boy, is this where we're going? Again, Sabonis, I believe, was hit with that turnover. But yes, that was one of the first plays. And then you saw just like this lethargic, like there was no energy in the building, and you expect that Malik Monk will bring the energy.
Yep. That's his
right.
I said on yesterday's show.
Yeah.
I said he's the most important player for the Kings.
Well, I think you saw it last night.
Yes.
So he gets yanked after 5 minutes. And I think the one thing I'll point out to is that's the team that drafted him. The team that kind of squandered his talent the first 3 years of his career, that held him back, in his opinion. Well, at least I believe in his opinion, that did not let him become the player that he is now. Right? That's a team. He wants to get over on them. But instead of hitting the nitro button and being playoff Malik, there was this unseriousness to what was happening on the court. And it wasn't just him. There was multiple players that, like, you could see the same thing. But he's such a lightning rod for this team. And then he sits, he comes back in the third quarter, and sure enough, he hits a couple of threes, and then he says something. And you know what this reminded me of? Like, longtime Kings fans will remember this moment. There was a moment when Rick Adelman refused to play Derek Martin. Derek Martin was not good enough to play for the Sacramento Kings on a daily basis. He got to play one night and went off in scrub time. 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. And I think he ended up scoring like something crazy, like 18 points or 20 points in like 5 minutes. And then it started getting out of control. Every time he hit a three, he was looking at his own head coach the entire time. And like, you see this, like, it got out of control. Well, that's what Mike Brown viewed was disrespect. And I watch Malik go over, they call a timeout. Malik goes over and sits on the bench. And you see Mike Brown fuming on the court. And then he walks right over and leans over and like, blah, blah, blah. And Malik Monk says something. I think at first he said, all right now, Mike. And then Mike came back and started going again, and Malik said something to him, and they're jawing at each other on the sidelines. You can watch it all on Sean Cunningham. Recorded the whole entire thing from our seats, like was zoomed down.
Yeah.
We were watching it, but I was watching it play out in live in like live action. Like, oh, this is heated.
Yeah, because Malik Monk didn't make those 2 threes and then look at the bench and go, "See, I can shoot."
Yeah.
Like he
No.
I don't think he was probably saying anything super nice.
Yeah. So I think the whole night had that kind of weird feel where something was off.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because you just spent a whole bunch of time together. Maybe you just spent too much time together over the holidays because this team has played nothing but game after game after game. But that's the NBA.
Right.
Like,
If that's going to be a problem, then like,
yeah.
Yikes.
Well, that, and you know, like brothers fight. That's the way it goes. Like when you're a team, it's more like a brotherhood. You're with each other all the time. Sometimes you have these moments. And I just think for like Mike, it's his job to keep Malik like in line and heading the right direction. And for Monk, it's his job to bring the energy. And he didn't.
Here's the deal. If Malik Monk hits those 2 threes and him and Mike Brown are jawing at each other on the sideline and the Kings eventually pull away, like I think everybody thought they would in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Everybody's going, man, look at this. Look at Malik. Look at this team. They're not afraid to get in each other's face and
hold each other accountable in the moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
And instead it turns into like, ooh, that's kind of awkward.
Yeah.
I don't make anything major out of it.
I don't either. And like, instantly we start getting, free Malik. Oh, Malik's not coming back. Oh, he's not coming. Like all this stuff. It's like, calm down, everybody.
Crazy.
This is something that happens. Like it is literally something that happens.
If this starts happening, you want a good example of this happens. Not to compare the 2 players, but go look at some of the stuff that's happened between Draymond Green and Steve Kerr.
Oh yeah.
2016 game in Oklahoma City where they almost fought at halftime. And they had this sideline report that was like, the cops are outside the Warriors locker room. Yeah.
Hey,
it happens.
My first year covering this team in 2010.
Again, not the same thing, but
all of a sudden Luther Head was no longer there. And I'm like, what happened to Luther Head? Like, it was time for Luther to go. And I'm like, what does that mean? And that was Paul Westphal, like, it was time for Luther to go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh,
as far as
we also had a situation that year where a player felt like one of the Kings' assistants disrespected his mom. It was like a very weird situation where the Kings had a player, an assistant coach, Mario Elie, who somebody's mom, a player, his mom was a fan of Mario Elie. Of course,
Sure.
Golden State Warriors, Houston Rockets. Mario Elie was a good player, but his mom was a big fan of Mario Elie. He tried to introduce his mom to Mario Elie. It didn't go the way that he thought. So he waited until everybody was in a team meeting, waited until everybody went in the door, was the last guy to go in the door, and then unloaded on an assistant coach for disrespecting his mom. Yeah, bye. Like
that's wild.
I think he was waived like a week or 2 later. And I'm not gonna and that's not the Luther Head situation. That's someone else on the team. So look, there are situations that happen all the time. There are players who get into it.
Sure.
Famous, behind the scenes, Dante Green and DeMarcus Cousins getting into physical altercations. Jason Thompson, part of that. There are plenty of times where this team has had issues behind the scenes. But this is not that. This was situation on a court where a player got a little chirpy and a coach didn't like it and let him have it.
Yeah. And the game wasn't going great. I'm sure player was frustrated. Coach was frustrated.
Everyone's
frustrated.
Now,
if this happens again tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's dig into it, but I'm not.
No, totally.
Losing my head over.
Totally.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the conversation. James, Nottingham. What's going on? James in Sacramento. What do you got?
What's up, gentlemen?
Whoa.
I feel bad. He hung out on hold for such a long time. James, call back. Your connection was not the best. No, we got. I know what Buddha wants to talk about. And James, I think you might agree with him. Okay. Buddha, what's up?
What's up, baby? Happy New Year's to y'all, man.
Oh boy, go ahead.
I can't say Happy New Year's. It's too many days over now.
Yeah, yesterday was it. Yesterday was it for me, bro.
My
I hope your
apologies,
holidays
my
were good.
apologies.
I hope you had a good holiday season, Buddha. What do you got for us?
Yeah, for sure, man. I just seen a report. Kuz is on the trade block, so man, I think it's time to grab him up. They said 2 firsts, and I say Harrison Barnes because Kuz is so good for. I think we've been sleeping on him because he's a playmaker, he's a rebounder, and he's an aggressive scorer every night. 23 points a game right now. He playing on a bad team, but he ain't got no pieces around him. We would say De'Aaron Fox was playing on a bad team, and he was scoring his numbers. So I feel like Mike Brown will help Kuz play more defense, and that's the piece to take Kings to the next level because you would have De'Aaron Fox, Kuz, and Sabonis every night. They consistent, and then if Malik come, he come. Pause. If Chris Duarte come, he gonna come. Pause. But yeah, I think we got it, man. We get Kuz. What you guys think about that?
I agree. Flag on Buddha.
Flag on Buddha. You got
That's
the flag.
That's a flag. I guess you don't get. Yeah, it's a flag on Buddha. Multiple personal fouls. No, you didn't even mention Keegan Murray. You're in on the Kuzma thing. I don't know if it. Let me rephrase. Hang on. Let me paint the picture. After the show yesterday, we're sitting out here, and I see James and I see TC on the line. Hang in there, guys. We're sitting out there after the show, and you're doing research. You're doing the writer thing, right?
Yeah.
You sit around and you just read, and you dig into stuff, and you have an idea, and you dig in and see if it's an idea worth exploring. And I'm sitting there, and I'm writing, and I hear you go, "Well, Kyle Kuzma's only making whatever amount." And I was like, "Huh?" And then you're silent for a minute, and all of a sudden you just go, "Hey, I kind of like the Kyle Kuzma idea." And then it's like, what?
Okay.
Where did it come from? Please explain.
I have been very much on the anti-Kyle Kuzma
Very
run
much.
for a long time.
Yes.
For a long time,
Yes.
right? Because, first of all, he plays for the most unserious franchise there ever was, right? That what we're seeing right there is not good at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a place where, this is like 1990s, early 90s Sacramento Kings basketball. Like there's a point where Antoine Carr averages 20 points a game, where Rodney McRae averages 20 points a game. So like somebody like Kyle Kuzma, who's very talented, can go to Washington and average 23 points a game. So it's not so much the numbers that grab me. And again, the other problem I have is that the Kings were interested in Kyle Kuzma during the offseason. And Kyle Kuzma chose a path of again not being serious about his craft.
Sure.
When you go back to the Washington Wizards, there is no question that team was not going to be good.
Although I agree with you. However, I don't think that Kyle Kuzma necessarily went, I want to be unserious. Because you're looking at I know other people who thought like, yeah, hey, Jordan Poole getting out from whatever dark cloud is hanging over him in Golden State and going to Washington where he can be a lead guard. We've seen him be that and be successful in a postseason environment. Tyus Jones was the reason the Grizzlies were still good without Ja Morant. They brought him over. And you're going, hey, if you're Kyle Kuzma and you got these two guards, you're gonna be there in the front court. Like, okay, maybe you're building a little something here.
I get that.
I could see yourself someone talking themselves into that.
I think my point would be that like when a player values his own personal points per game over winning, then I don't really, he's not someone that I would go out and chase. Like if you're Kyle Kuzma and you literally play for a franchise that has done nothing for well over a decade, that just traded Bradley Beal, right? Because Bradley Beal like hit their end all be all. Bradley Beal,
right.
He looked at the opportunity to score more points and to
just have a bigger role,
okay, or to like value something that is in the long run is very meaningless. Like your role with the team, that's not meaningless like all the time, but like what you can do for scoring 23 points a game for the Washington Wizards versus scoring 17 for the Sacramento Kings, you should value the wins over the points, at least in my world. Now, that's not Kyle Kuzma's world. I don't wear sweaters that have sleeves that are 4 feet long and they go down to the ground.
What?
And
That's crazy. You totally seem like that kind of
and I
guy.
don't wear like weird headdresses on occasion and stuff. I don't. That's not who I am. I don't
This is
care
stunning.
about that stuff. I'm someone as an athlete when I played sports, I am a nuts and bolts, go in there and play hard. And I don't think that I think Kyle Kuzma does play hard, but I also think that he values the wrong things on occasion. So to wrap this up, to bring it back to the question, the question was,
You're in.
I'm in. First of all, Kyle Kuzma fits what the Kings need. They do need another scorer. They do need a long, athletic, power forward, multi-positional 3-4 guy who can do a lot of things on the court. If you go back to like 2 years ago, if they could get these 17.9 points per game, 8.5 rebounds, almost a block per game, Kyle Kuzma, we're talking about a 28-year-old. And then Kyle, what really started the discussion for me was I had looked at Kyle Kuzma, like his contract, and said, okay, he didn't get overly paid. Like I thought if he was going to go back to Washington, it would have been more for like $30 million a year. But then I look at his contract, and this is when my mind shifted. He makes $25.6 million this year. He makes $23.5 million next year, $21.5 the year after that, and $19.4 the year after that. Somehow they got Kyle Kuzma to sign a declining scale contract at 28 years old that would fit so perfectly into the Kings salary structure that I have to look at it and go, okay, wait a minute. Wait. That's what they did? Because now if Kyle Kuzma doesn't work out in 2 years, you still have 2 years of Kyle Kuzma and can move him because his contract is good for a player who can actually play.
Right.
I'm not saying Kyle Kuzma can't play. I just wonder if he's going to be all in on what you're doing. After watching what's happening in Washington, and like if he doesn't want to get out of there, I don't know, what he is as a basketball player. He's got to want to be out of there and want to be in a better situation for basketball purposes. And Sacramento can provide that. So do I want to give up a pair of first-round picks? I'm not giving up a pair of first-round picks for Kyle Kuzma, but I would give up a lottery-protected first and maybe 1 or 2 seconds to go with a package of salary that offsets his cost. And that's where I think the Kings will, I mean, they'd have to listen. And if you can do it without trading Harrison Barnes, stick with me here for a sec. Let's just say that, for instance, Kyle, that you were able to get Kyle Kuzma matching salary. You could do something like Kevin Huerter and Davion Mitchell with the first round pick and maybe a second for Kyle Kuzma. And all of a sudden Harrison Barnes is your super sub that can play the 2-3-4.
Right.
Behind
Harrison Barnes is the second guy off your bench is dramatically better than Harrison Barnes is your starting 4.
Yeah. So that's where I'm looking at this and going, okay, I would listen, especially if Chris Duarte can be your 2. You got Malik Monk as your backup 2. You've got young players in Keon Ellis and Colby Jones that can eat some minutes at the 1. You're going to have some issue there where you probably need to fill a void, but I'm okay with that. Like that seems like a transaction that I would at least consider, because at the end of the day, I do think that makes you a better team.
I'm totally with you. In our chatty house.
Yep.
I'm Not Ham says they'd only consider Kuzma if the Kings give up no first, no Keegan, and only if Tyus Jones is in the deal. I'm guessing you'd have to give up at least 1 first. I agree with you. I wouldn't do 2, but I'm in on the Tyus Jones thing.
Well, the problem is Tyus Jones makes $14 million.
That's fine. Figure it out.
Well, yeah, but that's a lot to figure out. Because if now you're looking at
Harrison Barnes,
now you're looking at $39 million in contract, and that means you've got to include
I'm fine with it.
Harrison Barnes, or you've got to include Trey Lyles and another piece. Like
keep Trey Lyles.
Yeah.
Add Harrison Barnes to that.
Yeah. Okay.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
So
I love Tyus Jones.
Hey, look, I think
I'm a big Tyus Jones guy.
What we're looking at with Washington right now is a team that understands that this isn't it and that they can't buy a couple of years. What they can do is reset their roster and maybe sell off one or two of these guys for a first-round pick.
I love the idea that just now on January 3rd, Washington was like, maybe this team's not it.
I think they
When
thought
everybody
they could
4
at least,
games in was like, ugh.
I think they could have at least. They thought they could at least have been fun.
Right.
Right? Like, hey, we're not going to win a bunch of games, but at least we have a guy that could average 30 a game and another guy could average 25 a game, and at least we'll be fun.
Yeah.
That's not what's
they're
happening.
fun for the wrong reasons.
Mm.
They're fun for a lot of the wrong reasons.
Like Nelson, like,
yeah,
that kind of fun.
Right.
Yeah.
You're being laughed at, not laughed with.
Yeah.
916-909-1320 is the number. James, what's up?
What's up, guys? Sorry about the connection
That's
earlier.
way better. What do
Way
you got?
better.
Oh, yeah, I iTunes or whatever they're called. All right, here we
Totally.
go. So my whole card is just garbage because I don't want to talk Kuzma. Like I was going to talk about so much, but Kuzma, man, I'm not going to be on here very long, but Kuzma, I think is the guy.
Oh.
You're in on Kyle Kuzma?
I'm in. I'm sold. Just what you guys have been saying, man. I'm sold.
Okay, what else? Real quick, give me a little taste of what else you were going to say.
I was going to say Duarte looked great. Trey Lyles, he's a start over HB. HB's he's not doing anything. I'm watching. He's very inconsistent. He's just standing in the corner. It's like, dude, move around, get rebounds. I'm just not seeing anything from him.
I'm with you.
I just need to see something.
Right.
And then Huerter's still hurting. I'm pulling the card back out now.
Oh no, he
all
took
right.
notes.
Well, all right. Well, we're gonna. I appreciate the call, James. I don't want to have him dig all the way into his
Go back
his
into
note
his,
card.
his
Yeah.
stuff. Well, this is always the
he
problem.
hit on the Harrison Barnes Trey Lyles thing though, which is we were talking about that a little bit last night.
Okay. Yeah. I the one thing I hate is that like I can make an argument for somebody and like sway a certain percentage of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really want to do that when it comes to Kyle Kuzma. Like if Kyle Kuzma comes to the Kings, like I'm not 100%. I look at him as a salary.
Here's what I'm guessing that there are a lot of people who have been kind of in on the Kyle Kuzma idea, but not wanting to publicly say so because of how much of a joke the Wizards are right now.
Oh,
but when you lay it out, people go, "Oh, see, yeah, okay, now I'm in." Because now they can just publicly say it. I don't know how many people you're swaying necessarily.
Okay.
If that helps you.
Okay. It might make me feel better about the situation. I do know, like, look, the Kings were interested this summer. And he had, I think he thought he was going to Houston. And there was actually a couple of deals that Houston was hot on early on. They thought they were getting Brook Lopez, which I'm not even sure why, but they were heavy in on a couple of players. But when they were able to get Van Vliet to commit and then they didn't have enough salary, it became Dylan Brooks as opposed to Kyle Kuzma, and they built out their roster. And so I think he decided not to go to Sacramento. There was an option there.
Man. I'm in.
You're in.
Yeah. I'm in based on you, though. You swung me.
Damn it.
Hey, TC, can you say what you need to say in 1 minute?
Yeah, it's real quick. First and foremost, I want to say what's up to my two guys, Hammer and Kyle. But hey, Hammer, like as far as we got to stop acting like moving Harrison Barnes, like if we can't trade him, moving Harrison to the bench is like the baddest thing ever. Like I swap Harrison Barnes right now for Trey Lyles in the starting lineup. Duarte already got switched out for Huerter. Like that's not the baddest thing. And also, I'm all in on Kuz. I was one of the big names on Kuz, and I'm glad to see that you came around on Kuz. I take a trade for Kuz, and that might be the trade, Victor. But if we can't move on from Harrison, we have to stop acting like moving Harrison to the bench will be the wrong thing because we don't have another answer at a guy that can play the stretch four. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know you're probably not saying that. I'm just like, that's not the worst thing. It's not like, oh, we can't move Harrison to the bench and we'll fall off the map. That's not the thing, man. Trey Lyles can get in there and answer big.
No,
thanks, TC.
I'm with you, TC. Like there comes a point where like productivity, if you can't be productive and you can't find a way to make an impact, then you need to, then Mike Brown needs to make a move. But at the same time, the Kings really, and this isn't a knock on Trey Lyles, the Kings really still need that long, super athletic, supporting piece next to Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
And saying that Trey Lyles isn't a knock on Trey Lyles. I mean, Trey Lyles is built the way he's built.
Right.
I like him as a 5. I like him playing the 4 and the 5. But I just don't know that the switch out is there, because you don't have the switchability with your 3 and your 4 if that's what you're doing. I think Harrison Barnes is much more switchable defender, and that's how the Kings play.
I think it's more of a plea to get their 5 best players on the court more often.
He can play more minutes.
Yeah.
I just don't know that like starting him is going to change anything, and maybe it would.
We're going to continue talking about all this. Kyle Kuzma, Trey Lyles, et cetera, et cetera. 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. If you want to join the conversation on ESPN 1320, more Kings coming up.
I don't know. I was just shocked by Kyle Kuzma's contract. When I saw it, I was like, huh. He can't be traded until January 15th. And again, he's available. Like, I know that personally. He's available. There is no question about that.
Johnny, I threw the flag because it felt like he was leaning into it too much. Like, it started to feel like it was on purpose.
Well, anytime
That's
you say
something I
pause
have to flag
yourself like 2 or 3 times, that's usually
like at that
leaning
point
into
you're
it.
there are more words that he could have used there. Also, this is annoying, Drew. Like, I know that, but Steph also missed 20 games. How many games did he miss in 21-20? 19 games, 18 games, and Poole was so good that to start the playoffs that Steph came off the bench when he was healthy. Like, come on, man. Come on
now. Interesting. According to Jake Fisher, teams can sign players to 10-day contracts beginning Friday. That's interesting. There's also a date coming up that JTA they have to guarantee his contract, which it might be the 20th. I don't not to trash him at all. I just don't think that they'll pick up that option.
He doesn't do enough.
Because you can waive him and then come back and sign him to a 10-day.
Yeah.
And then another 10-day after the deadline. You can make a decision on what you want to do with him as a roster player and bring him back.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's so annoying. About 40 seconds. What do you got?
Oh, I'm just reading that the Chance Comanche situation there. They're trying him and his ex-girlfriend together on murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy cases will be combined so that him and his ex-girlfriend and alleged co-conspirator, Sakari Harnden, can be tried together. He intends to plead not guilty, although he told the cops what he did. And so good luck with that.
10 seconds. Hey, that's us. I'm Kyle. That's James, hanging out with you until noon. D'Lo and KC coming up next. They're rocking with you from noon to 4
All right.
right here on ESPN 1320. I want to thank everybody for listening, whether you're on the free Odyssey app, whether you're listening on the radio, or whether you're watching on ESPN 1320 TV. That's at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. If you are watching, go ahead and hit that thumbs up for us. We would appreciate the heck out of that. And also, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. That would also be greatly appreciated. So if you're there, hit that little subscribe, hit that little notification bell. You'll get a notification whenever we go live, which we do every day, Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. Hell yeah. Actually, we're live at like 9:58.
Yeah, we go live a little early.
A little pregame.
And it's nice because the chatty house, there's so many people already in there when we jump on.
Oh, it's cracking in there.
Oh yeah, it always is. So it's a nice little community. So if you're looking for a nice little sports talk community and want to go hang out with the good people in the chatty house, I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I just hang out in the chat.
Yeah.
Literally, when I didn't have a job and I did my hits with D-Lo and KC still, I just jump in the chatty house sometimes.
Okay.
Just
hang out.
Yeah. Just vibe.
All right.
It's a good time in there.
I like it. Hey, Kyle, I was, there's Davion Mitchell has played the last couple of games, right? And I know a lot of people are like, well, what happened there? Did Keon Ellis just kind of like burn out, or, why is Davion playing now? And I think some of it's matchup based over the last couple of games, especially with Atlanta. I think that he's had a couple of solid games, like one really good game, probably. And even the good game that I would say is the Atlanta game, where I thought he was super impactful. The next game against Memphis, he was 4-4 from the field and looked more confident. 8 points, 4 assists, like settling in a little bit. And it was a plus 11. But everybody on the team was like a plus something because they won by 32.
Right.
But then we get to like the next game and he's still part of the rotation. So the last 3 games, 13, 14 and a half minutes, right? And I think some people are like, well, why are they doing this now? And I would say there's a good chance it's just to make sure that teams know that he's healthy. And, that we could see the Kings go back to Keon Ellis at any time. We could see them give Colby Jones a shot to take on that role of sort of backup whatever and go out there and play some minutes. So for right now, I think it's going to be Davion, at least until the trade deadline, because I think there is value in showing teams what he can do. And if you can get him in the right mode, maybe he helps you, but also maybe it shows that he's someone that can help another team as well.
It's somebody who can play next to a score first, no defense type of guard, you mean?
Yeah.
In Washington.
Yeah.
Or they might be building around a young score first, no defense guard, and they need a young defensive minded guard to put next to him. I don't know.
Or maybe
spitballing.
Or maybe someone like Atlanta, which you just happen to play. Maybe he would look like different next to a guy like Trae Young. I mean, that would be a pretty small backcourt, but at the same time, you can see that, like, look, this is still a player that I think has plenty of upside. And I don't think that he can maximize his upside in Sacramento. And that's not because he doesn't work hard. It's just like a different style of basketball player. He's still a really, really good defender. And I think he's a much better shooter than he's been able to show this year. And I just think a lot of that is he hasn't been able to get enough reps and enough, I don't know, the flow of the game doesn't help him when he is in the game. Like, he needs to settle in and play like a 7-minute stretch, just him and the second unit, and see if he can develop from there.
Saddiq Bey for Davion Mitchell, I think, works straight across. Your thoughts? I'm just playing around in the trade machine now.
No, we're not doing trade machine stuff.
No, why? Why not?
Yeah, because
it's flawless.
Atlanta's not doing that.
Why?
Because they gave up 5 second-round picks for him.
But it works in the trade machine.
That's right. Because you have to have 2 teams that are on the same page about what they're looking for. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Yeah.
I don't know if DeJounte Murray is the dude. You just brought up the Hawks, which is why that's clanging right in my head now.
Yeah.
And then I look up and down the Hawks roster, and okay, Clint Capella, I get it. I get the fit, but how much of a role does he have? And then I see Saddiq Bey, and it's like,
yeah. Well, I mean, that's like, again, there are players all around the league that would look good in a Sacramento Kings uniform. Like they have a pretty structured situation. I'd even say, like, look, if you want to show that Kevin Huerter or help Kevin Huerter find his game, whether it's for you or for someone else, the best way to do that is probably putting him on the bench where he's going to get more shots.
I don't know if I've ever seen a player in any sport on any team that I have followed that needs a change of scenery more than Kevin Huerter needs one.
Oh, I don't know. Really?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm exaggerating with that, but Kevin Huerter badly needs a change of scenery.
Yeah, I mean, I could say the same thing about Jordan Poole last year. Jordan Poole got punched out, and then his response was to not be a good basketball player, and like a change of scenery was very necessary for him.
Yeah, and when you watch Kevin Huerter, and it's just it feels like everything is very robotic. Feels like it's very methodical. Like just, I don't know if I don't want to say it's not that he's trying too hard, but it feels like when he's shooting it, you can tell it's like, I need to make this.
Oh,
this needs to go in. He's pressing is the word I was looking for.
He's in his own head.
So
big
bad.
Time. Yeah. He's in his own head.
And I just
without
don't know,
any question.
And I just don't know with Sacramento. I mean, maybe the shots start falling and everything's magical again. I just don't know with Sacramento how that happens.
I don't know. So like the dynamic of this team is very different behind the scenes. So, you got guys like Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray that are close, guys like Trey Lyles. Like, I think that there is a way to pull him through this, but I'm not sure. Like when you make the change to go to a defensive minded shooting guard over Kevin Huerter. And again, I asked Mike Brown about this yesterday in pregame. Mike Brown brought up that it wasn't so much that De'Aaron Fox is shooting and making threes. It's that De'Aaron Fox has become such a big time scorer that you kind of need, or you can look at a different type of player in the backcourt next to him. And that's why Chris Duarte is getting this opportunity. It's one of the reasons. And so like, again, I think, we talked about this, like the defensive minded guy that the Hawks need next to Trae Young. Well, this
it was supposed to be DeJounte Murray.
Yeah. No, but the Kings need it as well, right? And that's okay. I think even the fact that Duarte is a little raw offensively and in some cases limited offensively is a good thing. Like as long as he buys into the role and plays to his strengths, you don't need him doing too much offensively.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he averages 8 to 10 points a game, I think the Kings might be a better team than if you had another guy there averaging 13 or 14.
The important thing for me with Duarte specifically, and we can dig into this. I know you wanted to talk about him in the Doug Christie comp, which I want to hear about.
Yeah.
But the important thing for me with Duarte is not what his PPG says. I don't care what his points per game is. Maybe it's 14, maybe it's 8, maybe it's 17. I don't know. I don't know. But it is like the reason that Davion Mitchell wasn't on the floor in game 7 was because it allowed the Warriors to play 5-on-4 on defense. They just didn't guard him because he wasn't enough of a threat. If Chris Duarte is just enough of a threat in the corner that a team can't just leave him alone and they actually have to guard all 5 players, and if he is going to thrive in that role and grab some rebounds and have a couple of putbacks and play good defense, I don't care how many points per game he's scoring. Like that and maybe it does fall in the 8 to 10 range, and some nights he'll have 20 and other nights he'll have 2. But if he can consistently do the dirty work, make the right passes, play with pace and decisiveness, and be a good defender, which is what he was. That was what he was coming out of Oregon.
Yeah.
It's like, man, this guy can shoot the 3 and defend on the perimeter. If he can do those things, that and just be a player that teams have to account for on offense. That's I think what the Kings need next to De'Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, what you need is for him to be physical, which he is.
Sometimes overly so.
Yeah, the fact but also the fact that he's 6'6", that he's a good rebounder. I mean, this is a guy that averaged as a rookie 4.1 rebounds per game. Like that's good for a shooting guard. That's good. You'll take it.
Yeah.
Right. So he doesn't mind mixing it up, going into the trees. He's also a great back cutter. Like there are things that he does that are just it fits what the Kings are doing, but also there will be a game where he needs to score 20. And I think he's got that in his bag. And there are also games where, look, you need to take some of the pressure off De'Aaron Fox. We need you to defend the toughest guy out there. It's like, okay, I got you. And that's where like the comp with Doug Christie comes in. In all reality, it's De'Aaron Fox is a much better player than Mike Bibby was.
Yes,
much better player.
Yes, no disrespect to Mike Bibby.
No, but that doesn't change the fact that in order to maximize Bibby, you had to have a player like Doug who would do all of these other things. And that's where I really think that Chris Duarte can grow into a role. And we can talk about this. We got to hit a break, but we can talk about this after the break.
I was ready to blow through the break, but I'm glad that you're keeping an eye on the clock. Right. I was dialed into your Doug Christie thing.
All right.
The Doug Christie, Chris Duarte comp. More on that coming up next on The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oh yeah. That makes sense. I kind of messed up this whole entire thing, haven't I?
I turned my mic off. What happened?
I said I've kind of messed up this whole rundown, haven't I?
No, dude. The rundown is a general list of ideas.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's broken down by time more to keep me on track than to like follow. In fact, nah, it's fine. I'll leave it like it is. I think Huerter needs a change of scenery because it's very clear that his role is going backwards in Sacramento, and I don't know that he is going to be able to dig himself out of whatever hole that he has dug here.
Yeah, I also just think, straight up, like Mike Brown kind of like set the standard for what was happening during the preseason, when all of a sudden out of nowhere, Chris Duarte might be the starter. And I think part of it was to push Kevin, but I think another part of it was like just straight up, Chris Duarte is much more of a Mike Brown type player than Kevin Huerter is. And that's not a knock on Kevin. They're just different styles of players.
Yep.
And Mike needs those types of players because his team is bad defensively.
Yeah, and he said that he wanted them to get better defensively. And when you look at their lineup, that's the player that gets circled. Yeah, it's just because you're not gonna circle Keegan, you're not gonna circle De'Aaron or Sabonis. We talk a lot about Harrison Barnes too. So
yeah.
All right, 5 seconds. Here we go.
All right.
Feels like there's some changes on the horizon for the Kings as we break down their 111-104 loss to the Hornets last night. Not necessarily breaking the game down, but just kind of trying to look big picture at what last night's loss meant for Sacramento, because it appears to me, and I think to a lot of people who watched that game last night, that hey, this particular roster as currently constructed is just not. It feels like it's hitting a ceiling, like it's capping out a little bit.
Okay.
And one of the changes they've already made, and whether they do or don't make a trade, TBD, I think they will. Who that's for, couldn't tell you. We have some ideas, we have some thoughts, but one of the changes they've already made is inserting Chris Duarte into the starting lineup over Kevin Huerter.
Yes.
And this is something that started back in the preseason, right? Chris Duarte went into the starting lineup. He was actually going to start again, but then got hurt. Kevin Huerter goes back into the starting lineup, and that's just kind of where he was up until a couple nights ago. And Mike Brown said before the year that this team needs to get to a new level defensively. They're not going to be 25th in defensive rating last year?
Yeah. So
25th, 23rd?
Yeah, 24th, 25th.
Not going to be that spot in defensive rating again.
Yep.
They're going to get better. And when you look at the Kings lineup and you look at their roster top to bottom, and somebody in the chatty house asked this, why not Harrison Barnes? Because it's not going to be Domas, it's not going to be De'Aaron Fox, it's not going to be Keegan Murray. They're in the starting lineup, that's the case. That's always going to be the case. So you have Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes. Well, I think the reason that Kevin Huerter gets circled and not Harrison Barnes is A, because Barnes is a little bit better defender, but B, the Kings have more options to replace Kevin Huerter than they do Harrison Barnes.
Yes.
They don't have a lot of players that can play that. Trey Lyles, like, okay, but that's it.
Yeah. Like, I think what's missing, what people miss about Harrison Barnes, and like, look, people think that I'm just like the biggest Harrison Barnes supporter ever.
It's a little frustrating, but go on.
But the problem that you have is that Harrison Barnes is a 3-4, right? He can play either position. Trey Lyles, Sasha Vezenkov, they are 4s. And in Trey Lyles' case, he's a 4-5. Like, switchability, having two guys who can be a 3 or a 4 is the modern NBA. And while I do believe that you can find a better player than Harrison Barnes, you don't have a better player than Harrison Barnes today. And I know that some people say, well, Trey Lyles. Okay, but the problem is that we keep seeing Keegan Murray get switched onto 2s and onto 1s. Like, that's how the Kings are playing this, right? They're using him to defend all kinds of people. Well, the switchability factor matters. That means that Trey Lyles now has to defend 3s and sometimes 2s. They're like, it's a switching thing that happens all the time. Like, I'm not saying Trey can't do it, but I'm saying that Harrison Barnes is better at it. And does Harrison Barnes get beat sometimes? Sure, he does. But like, the defensive player of the year last year was Jaren Jackson Jr. and Domantas Sabonis just took him to the woodshed. So sometimes it's about matchups. Sometimes it's about the type of player you're playing against, but it doesn't mean Harrison Barnes is a bad player.
No, and that doesn't mean that the Kings can't upgrade at that spot either. They just don't right now have that player on their roster.
It's not there. That's all I'm saying.
If they go get Kyle Kuzma, then sure.
Yeah.
But right now that player is not there. However, when you remove Kevin Huerter, now you have Keon Ellis is an option, Davion Mitchell's an option, Chris Duarte is an option. They have all these different players that they can throw into that spot and say, hey, let's see how this works. And right now it's Duarte. And this is why they went and got Chris Duarte. Because they wanted to get better defensively, and that is what he is very good at.
Yeah.
And their defensive rating is not particularly improving.
It is. They jumped
very,
from 21 to 16 yesterday. Remember we said they're at like 15.3 and there's a bunch of teams at 50. Like they were able to take a jump to number 16.
Look at that.
League. All is right in the world.
All
is right in the world.
Congratulations to Mike Brown. Just got the Midas touch. He's pushing all the right buttons.
He just the world's best cup of coffee. He just made it the world's best cup of coffee. Congratulations. Yeah.
So when's the parade?
So look, I have people kick back on this idea all the time. Like, I don't know why there are people that don't like, you can disagree with me, but if you can't see the comparison between Bobby Jackson and Malik Monk, I don't know. And I think the memory of what Bobby Jackson was, or the memory of what Doug Christie was, sometimes outweighs who they actually were on the court. And if you go back, like Chris Duarte, in all reality, could be equal to or better than the offensive player that Doug Christie was in Sacramento. Like when he was with Toronto, sure, 15, 16 points per game. When he was in Sacramento, that's not what he did. He averaged 12.4, 12.3, 12 points per game. His final year, he averaged 9.4 and 10. Like Doug Christie was the fifth option on the offensive side, but he also was a good assist man. He was an outstanding defender. He was a 2.3 steals per game guy. Like there are certain things that he did, and this Kings team needs a glue guy. And that's what Doug was. He was the glue that kept everything together.
Yep.
Like you had your leader was Vlade. Your best player was Chris Webber. Your best shooter was Peja Stojakovic. But your glue guy, the guy who held everything together, the guy that didn't mind diving on the floor, didn't mind punching Rick Fox in the face, didn't mind defending Kobe Bryant, that was Doug Christie. And that is where I think Chris Duarte can fit in. Now, he's got a long way to go before I truly say he's that type of player.
Sure.
But that's the type of player he's molded after. He needs to show me that his basketball IQ is where Doug's eventually got to, and that he can think the game the way that Doug did, because that's a big deal.
Well, yeah. And I think, I mean, the fact that Doug had 10 years in the league, 9 years in the league before he got to Sacramento.
Yes.
It makes the learning curve a little bit different.
Yeah.
For sure.
Even if you look at Doug as a 26-year-old, he averaged 14.5 in Toronto. Again, the shooting numbers weren't great. His overall field goal percentage wasn't great. I mean, he started 50 games during the lockout season. He shot 38.8% from the field and 30% from three. I think the image of Doug is a little bit, first of all, he's an incredible dude, and he was on the broadcast, and he's, for a lot of people, he's their favorite king. But also his intensity on the court, that's what we're talking about. His willingness to step up and defend the toughest guy on the opposing team. That's what we're talking about. And I think it's great. Mike Brown talked about it last night that Chris Duarte has been working with Dip, who's one of their development guys.
Dip.
Okay. I don't know his full name, but that's what they call him. And
that's how you know he's a real one.
I actually believe that's his first name, but
okay.
Either way, he's been working with him, Leandro Barbosa, and Doug Christie on defending without fouling, on stopping with the grabbing and getting his hands up, leading with his chest, all this stuff. And we're seeing the improvement. So it shows me that Chris Duarte has an acumen for learning and for taking another step. So I'm okay with, I don't mind the move. Early in the season, when De'Aaron Fox wasn't a 31 point or 30 per game guy, I think you still need Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
But this team, a team grows organically. It becomes what they are. And right now, this team needs somebody that can stop somebody from going to the basket and getting Domantas Sabonis in foul trouble.
Just to be clear, in case this isn't, because I know people jump in halfway or maybe they're half listening.
Yeah.
You're not saying that Chris Duarte is Doug Christie right now.
No.
It is, can he grow into over the next, ideally few months, but over the next, maybe season or two, can he grow into that?
Yeah, can
and
he
become
be
that type of player?
That type of player.
Yeah, right.
And I mean, some of the Chris Duarte still needs to prove he can stay on the court.
1,000%.
He does.
He needs to prove that he can do what he did last night for a 10-game stretch
or 40 more games.
Right.
He needs to show that, and he doesn't have
a
to
lot
have
to prove still.
12, 7, and 4.
Right.
But those are 12, 4, and 3, or 10, 4, and 3. If he can do that and play an elite defense and shoot 34 to 36% from 3, okay, I'm in.
Yep.
Because you can cover any of his deficiencies with the rest of that roster.
Right. He just can't be a liability offensively. Make teams guard him. That's it.
Yeah. And I think he will. I mean, this is a guy that, as a rookie, averaged 14 points a game or whatever, was 13.6.
Yeah, he can shoot it too. Shot it in college. He shot it as a rookie. He shot it really well. So
yeah,
I like the idea, and I certainly see what Mike Brown was doing, or what the Kings were doing when they signed him, and I see what Mike Brown's doing now. And frankly, I like it. I like that he's not just going, hey, we're running it back. Hey, this is the best offense in the league last year. Hey, did you see that stat real quick? Did you see that stat that last year's Kings set a record for the best offensive rating of all time? Offensive rating, points scored per 100 possessions. They are now 6th highest ever. And 8 of the 12 or 10 of the 12 highest offensive ratings of all time are this year.
Okay, so
that is nuts.
18.6 was the number last year.
118.6.
118.6. The Pacers are at 122.2. The Celtics are at 120.9. The Bucks are at 120.7. The 76ers at 120.4. the Thunder at 119.2, and the Atlanta Hawks are at 119.1. The Kings would be 7th now. 7th. Their number last year, which was the highest of all time, would be 7th. The game is changing. And I'm telling you, man, teams just aren't playing defense.
They got to
all.
do something. Dude,
Nobody's playing defense.
The league's got to do something. They got to make it bring back hand checking or something. I don't know. You got to do something, though.
Yeah, it's wild. I don't know.
I love offense. I love points. I'm here for it. But, like, come on.
Come on now. Like,
it's not just pace and threes.
The best team in the league's defensive rating is the Minnesota Timberwolves at 108.2. That's a lot.
That's so many points.
121.2 is worse.
They're giving up like 108 a night, basically.
Yeah.
And they're the best defense in the league.
Yeah. And they're the only team that's held a lot of teams under 100. I think it's like 9 times or something.
Yep.
No one else is. Everyone else is like 2. God. We've done it twice. Yeah.
Man. All right. Kings Magic tonight. The dreaded back-to-back for Sacramento.
Eesh.
The Magic also on a back-to-back, though. Will that help? We'll get into keys to a Kings victory. We'll have the handoff. One of D'Lo or Casey will be in here to chat with us about their thoughts on last night's game and everything we kind of been talking about today. That's coming up next. What?
We have a Jiffy Lube player of the game to give away.
Thank you.
$100 gift certificate.
To Jiffy Lube.
To Jiffy Lube, don't you know?
ESPN1320.com. There's a Jiffy Lube logo. I meant to do this, and then I got all wrapped up. ESPN1320.com, Jiffy Lube logo. Our Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game.
Oh, we're doing it now?
Doing it right now.
Okay, do it.
Duarte.
Do it.
Chris Duarte.
The password is Duarte.
Duarte. Enter that code word at ESPN1320.com. Click that Jiffy Lube logo, and you will be entered to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. That's our sponsor. And here are some more sponsors on ESPN 1320.
Let me see. Opponents. The Timberwolves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games this season. They've held an opponent under 100. That's crazy when you go back and look at some of the great Kings teams outscoring teams like 93 to 82. Let me see.
Is this right? That's nuts if that's right.
What? How many players?
15.
What? The Kings have held 2 teams under 100 this year, including the Memphis Grizzlies on Sunday. Did that just come out?
Looking right now. Top 5 vote getters were Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Tua, George Kittle, and Travis Kelce.
Wow. Ooh, the Rams announced that Carson Wentz will start Sunday versus the 49ers.
Yeah.
And the team will rest Matthew Stafford. They're that deep in the playoffs? I didn't know they could rest.
Oh, my God. Okay, so I just mentioned Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and Travis Kelce were top 5 in fan voting.
Mm-hmm.
NFC's top vote getters at their positions. Fullback Kyle Juszczyk, left guard, wide receiver Brandon Ayuk, left guard Aaron Banks, center Jake Brendel, left tackle Trent Williams, defensive end Nick Bosa, defensive tackle Eric Armstead, linebacker Fred Warner, cornerback Trevarius Ward, punter Mitch Wishnowsky, long snapper Tabor Pepper, and kick returner Ray McLeod.
12.
And that doesn't include Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and George Kittle.
So 15.
15 is correct. That has been fact-checked, signed, sealed, delivered.
What?
Yeah, I said Ayuk. I just said the wrong position first.
Is that fan voting?
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't mean
right. That's just fan voting.
Okay, and there's a
there's a player and coach vote. I believe they each count for a third.
There's a formula. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's just straight up coaches vote, players vote, fans vote, and it's all weighted equally across the third, I believe. Yeah, the Niners Rams might be a full blown preseason game, dude. We'll talk about them more throughout the week, but
have we calmed down like throughout the show? Or are we still like on edge after last night's loss?
Oh no, last night's loss sucked. It's just there's only so many times you can be like, wow, what a garbage performance. Everybody knows it. Yeah, spin it forward. You got to talk about more stuff.
Drew Down, I couldn't agree with this more. Like,
it's just fan votes though.
As a guy who really enjoys watching Brandon Ayuk, CeeDee Lamb has been unbelievable.
Yeah, he's been crazy.
Was 1650, and he's got, I think, 12 total touchdowns.
Yeah, he's been really, really good.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds. Final segment, then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. One of those two guys will be in to chat with us for the handoff. Talk Kings Magic tonight. You know, I don't know if I believe De'Aaron Fox, by the way.
Oh.
So I think I kind of here. Let's hear from De'Aaron Fox. Then I'll give my thoughts as a person who watches. He only plays. I watch. So like, I mean, who are you really gonna like believe?
Okay.
Here's what De'Aaron Fox said last night about the Kings' loss to the Hornets and moving on with the back-to-back.
I mean, those are usually the good things about back-to-backs. Whenever you don't play well in that first game, like you said, you have to have a short-term memory because you have another game tomorrow. So, like I said, we want to, obviously, tomorrow we'll watch film on some of this, but we have to prepare for the next game. So get what we get out of this game, whatever our teaching moments are, and move on to the next one because Orlando's coming in here. They played well this year, and we have to be ready or else it can look like the rest of our back-to-backs.
Oh, that faded out weird. Okay, anyways, he basically said they have to prepare for, if you missed it, he said they have to prepare for Orlando and play hard because if they don't, or if they keep dwelling on the Hornets loss, then their game against the Magic is going to look like the rest of their back-to-backs this year. He also said earlier in his press conference that the second he walks out of that building, he's forgetting the Hornets game. And I get that from a standpoint of like, De'Aaron Fox is not worried that Domantas Sabonis is going to turn it over 11 times against the Magic. Like that's not a thing that he is concerned about. He's not worried that all of a sudden in fourth quarters, he's going to start dribbling it off his foot all the time. Like that's not, but I think it's worth, and he said it there. They're going to watch tape. They're going to learn from last night's game. But then, yeah, you have to turn around and you have to get up to play Orlando. You can't be sitting there sulking as you take the court tonight. So maybe ultimately, though, maybe last night's loss was actually helpful for them. And again, I'm not like saying it was good, but with the whole back-to-back thing, because the Kings are 0-4 in back-to-backs. Maybe getting smoked last night is like a little bit of a, okay, hey, let's lock in for this game tonight.
You would hope so.
I'm grasping at straws here. I'm trying, guys.
You would hope so, but at the same time, like they have to figure out what it is on the second night of a back-to-back that doesn't mesh. Like they are not bringing the same intensity, and like the back-to-backs are some of the worst like defensive rated games in the history. Like they are so bad in those games on the second night of a back-to-back that it's not even like a competition. They just aren't competitive at all. So yeah, they got to figure it out. This is a good way to test that theory. But I also believe De'Aaron Fox when he says that once, he goes home, he probably thinks about it for a few minutes. He probably goes over the game film, like, how do we learn from this? But then he's got, as a guy who's averaging 30 points a game and who has to bring a certain level of intensity and a certain scoring punch, he's got to just forget and move on, because what we've seen this season is, 13 games over 30 points. He's got 3 games under 20. Like the team, he has to show up the next day and be excellent, or the Kings can't move forward. And so again, like some of the worst games he's had this year, it's those second night of a back-to-backs where he scored 14 twice. But overall, like, he is the guy who has to be a goldfish on this team. Yeah, he's got to just like forget what just happened and move forward.
Let's talk about that in a second. I want to read you a couple of quick numbers.
Yep.
and then we'll get to our our Kings keys to victory. Just make an intro for that as well.
Can I add something really quick?
Please.
Really quickly.
That.
The Sacramento Kings have picked up another nationally televised game. Friday, January 12th. They will play the Philadelphia 76ers on ESPN. That game has also been moved back to 7:30 local time, which I believe at Philadelphia.
So 4:30 here.
4:30 here, but they picked up, I believe, is that their 24th nationally televised game? I think so.
You would not be slept on no more, brother.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. They got to bring it though, man.
Yeah.
It can't be a game where you go punt.
I had heard rumors of this like a couple of days ago. But yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah.
It's a done deal. All right, Kyle, back to where you're
national
going.
TV.
Yep.
All right. Let's get to Kings keys to victory for tonight against the Magic. The Kings 0-4 in back-to-backs last year.
Mm-hmm.
This year. Orlando 2-4. This is already Orlando's 7th back-to-back. Orlando 2-4 in back-to-backs this year. They actually had a win over Chicago and then another one against Denver. They lost to Golden State last night, 121-115. Markelle Fultz, Joe Ingles, and Jonathan Isaac all missed last night's game. What is your first key to victory for the Sacramento Kings tonight, James?
I believe it's be a goldfish.
Yeah.
And if you don't know what that means, goldfish have no short-term memory.
Yes.
I guess in theory, but I don't think it can be tested because I don't think we actually know what a goldfish is thinking.
Shout out to whoever devoted their life to that.
Yeah. But
that is years of schooling and studying.
It is.
To go, how does a goldfish brain?
Oh, I don't think he remembers what just happened.
It's a short-term memory on a goldfish.
Yeah. So it's a line from Ted Lasso, right?
Yes.
You got to be a goldfish. And I think an NBA player has to be a goldfish for 48 minutes in a game.
Yep.
You got to forget what just happened. If someone dunks on you, you got to move forward. You've got to, you have to find motivation however you have to find it. But the Kings need to forget about what happened last night because they have a very good team coming into Sacramento tonight.
Really, really good team. The Magic can play for sure. My first key to victory is take care of the ball.
Oh,
don't turn it over 21 times. Maybe I don't know. The Kings have been, and again, the Kings have been very, very good all year at taking care of the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked so many times about their lack of turnover problems. It's been, hey, they gave up 30 fast break points and only had 7 turnovers. The fast break points are a problem, but the turnovers good. They had a bad night last night. That can't start to become a problem because if now all of a sudden you're also dealing with turnover problems, that opens a whole new can of worms that we have not had to open yet. So take care of the basketball.
Okay.
Number 2.
Understand the moment. The Kings right now, they sit at 19 and 13. They blew the 20th win last night. They had their 20th win in the sights, but they're also 11-6 at home. You should be 12-5 at home.
Mm-hmm.
That was a winnable game. You need to understand that this is a moment where you need to distance yourself from the teams that are all bunched up right below you in the standings. The Kings are 1 game up on Dallas, 1.5 game up on Phoenix, 2.5 games up on Houston. They're tied with New Orleans, but they're also just a game behind the Clippers. Understand where you are and understand what each of these games means something. And when we get to the end of the year, you don't want to miss the playoffs, or you don't want to have to play in the play-in tournament, or you don't want to have to go on the road in the first round of the playoffs because you screwed up in a game against Portland and you screwed up in a game against a team like Charlotte, who had lost 11 in a row, was playing on the second night of his back-to-back, and was missing 4 starters. You have to understand the moment. Every single night you step on the court.
Yep.
And so I hope they do.
Yeah, you'd sure hope so. This would winning tonight would definitely take some of the sting out of losing last night to Charlotte. Number 2 for me is let the Magic shoot it. Let them shoot it as much as they want. Unless it's Joe Ingles, unless he's playing, the Magic as a team are shooting 33.4% from 3 this year.
Yeesh.
They also take among the fewest in the league. But I am fully of the mind that if you're the Kings tonight, you let them make it rain. And if they start making them, then you tip your hat and say, good on you, but do not let them get inside. They are a very long, very athletic team.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to do everything you can to try and keep them out of the paint, keep them out of that mid-range, force them to shoot threes. Or at least leave them open for three. Don't.
Okay, so they have a couple of strange numbers. Did you look at their numbers? Like,
No, I made up the 33.4%. What are they actually shooting?
No, I think you're right. I haven't looked. Franz Wagner, 33.4, is shooting 28.4 from three.
Yeah, dude, but Franz can hoop.
Markelle Fultz, he hasn't hit a three yet. Like, and he's taken some. He's 0 for 3 on the season. Like, your starting point guard, at least I think he's their starter, or a guy who, plays, well, he would be a starter if he was healthy, which has always been the problem. But this team, like, they don't shoot it well, and it's mostly everybody. So don't let somebody go crazy. Like, if Leaky Black decides to go off on you, that's such a Kings thing to happen. Such a Kings thing to happen.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I got nothing for you.
Yeah,
they don't shoot it well.
Pack the paint, and make them beat you from the outside. I totally agree.
Yep. Number 3.
Be a serious team. I think what we saw last night was like what we've talked about with other teams. That team wasn't serious. Like, if you start turning the ball over crazy, right? Like, take a moment. Have a serious thought about what's happening. Stop turning the ball over. Be more conservative. Be more attentive. Hold on to the ball. And it's not just Domantas Sabonis. They had 9 other turnovers besides him. Like, be serious. But, like, take this fact that you're on the second night of a back-to-back and you can't win on the second. Take it serious. Like, go out there, put on a show for your fans, play to your potential, and go get a W against a solid NBA team.
Yep. That's it.
That's it.
That's what it comes down to. Key number 3 for me, you got to run tonight. I want to see a frenetic pace. And maybe this means that, okay, they have a couple more turnovers than we normally see. But Orlando is 3rd in the NBA in defensive rating at 111.2. They are long and athletic, like I mentioned earlier. That is a team like the Pelicans that has given the Kings problem. The Rockets have given the Kings problems. We saw, frankly, I think Charlotte last night, they have a ton of length and athleticism. I think that bothered the Kings a little bit. That's what the Magic are built on right now. That's why they're good, is because of how good their defense is. So if you're taking the ball out of the basket and then you're going down and you're getting into your sets, they're going to be able to defend you. They're going to force you into tough shots. But if you can get out on the break, if you can get out on the run and you can force them to scramble around a little bit, I think it makes, it nullifies some of what makes them a very good team.
Yeah, I totally agree. This is still a very young team. They're still growing, and you have an opportunity here. Like, you got to get right on your home floor. Yeah. And you have to snap that thing about the second night of a back-to-back. If you can move past that would be big.
Yeah, I totally agree. Damian Barling of D-Lo and KC fame joining us now. D-Lo and KC coming up here at noon. I love your hoodie today.
It's a fantastic hoodie.
It's a very, very strong hoodie.
It's my second favorite show.
Shop DLoandKC.com.
There it is. Yes. It's not your third favorite show. Don't you have?
I was going to say.
Well, I was going to say it's my second favorite show to D-Lo and KC on 102.5 KSFM. Then it's the Insiders. Then it's D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
That's my rankings too. No. Hey man, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
Thanks for stopping in.
You guys got the ominous black background. I like it on the stream.
Do we?
Oh, I don't know.
Mine's purple.
Is yours purple? This one's black. Oh, that's weird.
Oh, ours is purple and fades to black at the bottom. It's
this is so weird. It's oh yeah. There's something going on over here on Kenny's computer. This is wild times over here.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to check out the background.
We can do this.
You can do that. That's a good look. I don't know why you guys don't use this view more. Look how great you guys look here.
I don't know.
It looks good.
Put on makeup, and that's
you guys get a little antsy when the computer gets that close and the screen gets. Oh, you guys look great.
One bit.
But see, if I take my look at.
Yeah,
you guys look fantastic.
All right, maybe we'll give it a shot tomorrow. Maybe
it's a very visual driven conversation we're having here. So apologies to
Streamline. It's good
for all
radio.
those people in the stream.
Yeah,
everybody listening. Damian, Kings lose last night, 111-104 to a bad Charlotte team.
Yep.
Your thoughts?
Got quite a few, to be honest with you.
Here, let me start here for you. Worst loss of the year?
Yeah, they did a nice job of upending the Portland one from a week ago.
Wild.
And I think that's where a lot of the angst and frustration with Kings fans is coming from, and understandably so, is this team, they've had those double-digit losses, which have been really concerning. But you had them to the Pelicans, who are, they're play-in, playoff team. The Houston Rockets, we'll see where they're going, but they had a really good stretch of basketball. They got their ass kicked by the Boston Celtics, which welcome to the club. But
right.
The Portland one was the first one where it was really like, seriously?
Yeah.
Okay. You got it out of your system. That's fine. Let's fix this.
Mm-hmm.
You come out, you have that game you had against Memphis, which pretty much everyone was calling the most complete game of the entire season. I think the Kings were calling it the most complete game of the entire season.
They said it last night after the game. De'Aaron Fox did.
And then they roll out the Charlotte game. And as that game was playing out, it's like, okay, everyone stinks. And we'll talk about it. I had no problem saying it to you. I think the biggest culprit last night, I'm not absolving anyone from the way that they played last night. Last time was the first time I was like, man, Mike needs to chill. I didn't think the little bit with Malik worked. Like, there's certain guys I don't think you do that to. You're not going to do it to De'Aaron. You're not going to do it to Domas. And in my opinion, you don't do it to Malik Monk. And I caught the when they showed a replay on TV when Malik hit the shot. I didn't see it live. I saw it on the replay. He hits the shot, and I saw him turn around. And I was like, did he just look at Mike? I feel like he just turned around and stared down Mike. And then Sean, your partner over at the Kings Beat, Fox 40, posted his video. And it was like, and of course, Sean Cunningham is a radar with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He sees something and he doesn't leave it. And he follows Malik the whole way, and he catches that interaction on the bench. It's like, yo, what is going on here? And you saw the two interact a few times, and I know, Mike played it up. That's what we do. Like, hey, stop it. Like, you got to stop this. Look, he's not Terrence Davis.
Right.
He's not Davion Mitchell or Keon Ellis. Yo, that's Malik Monk. That's arguably, I know we all have these hopes for Keegan Murray. That's arguably your third most important player right now.
Sure.
Don't do that. Whatever's going on, hey, whether if it's missing a play, if it's a defensive assignment, whatever it is, timeout. Come here. We need to fix this right now. You don't bench the guy.
To me, he's their most important player.
I disagree. I mean, not that he's not their most important player. I thought that the way that Malik came in the game was unserious. And I thought Mike saw it right away and was pissed.
And I'm fine with that.
And then they come out of it. They go in the locker room at halftime. They come out after halftime. And like it looked like to me, he did basically the old Derek Martin play where he showed up Rick Adelman. And that's just not who, like, Malik can be a lot of things for this team. What he can't be is that. Like, show up, bring the energy, change the game, and play on.
But it shouldn't have gotten to that point, is my point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with everything that you just said. Malik entered the game unserious. It was let's talk about underhand passes, all these things. I'm completely okay with that. Timeout. Everyone get in here.
Yeah.
We're not doing that. We're at home. I think you were the first one who tweeted it. It came across on television. There was no energy in the building.
None.
And part of that was because of the way the Sacramento Kings approached the game. Like, you could feel it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It picked up a little bit when De'Aaron, became De'Aaron in the fourth quarter, as he so often does. And with that, there's starting to be like a side effect to that. De'Aaron starts to do what he does, and the Kings just go, all right, cool.
We got this.
Fox,
got it.
no,
Yeah.
more specifically, Fox got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when that game, when that game got within 1 point and the Hornets had the ball, Kings are losing this game. They do not have it.
So here's what I would say too, though. Like, the energy in the building was horrible, and I blame the Kings 100%, the team itself.
Mm-hmm.
We get to the third quarter. Malik hits those 2 threes. the energy in the whole entire building changes. It's nuts. Everyone is going crazy. They think the game is won. Malik showed up. He brought the energy. Malik needs to understand that that's who he is, not just to his team, but to the building.
Mhm.
And when he doesn't do that, and when he shows up and it's the underhand passes and then it's a problem. And like, I don't have a problem with Malik at all. Like there are going to be nights where you have this, like if you've coached,
and that's where Mike's got to correct it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it happens, right? Those nights happen.
Yeah.
They'll happen with Malik. They happen with Terrence. They happen with Keegan. Apparently they happen with everybody except Harrison Barnes. You have to address it if you're Mike Brown immediately with a guy like Malik Monk. You do not bench him. That's not a guy that you bench.
Yeah.
And part of the result of last night's game, I think, was the decision to not play Malik Monk in the first half because you were pissed off at him.
Yeah.
That's possible. I'd also say the other thing that if you're going to have that same conversation with Malik, at some point you needed to call a timeout and just pull Don Moss aside and say,
completely
man,
agree.
look, I love you're doing everything. You're average. You got 23 points. You got 18 rebounds. You cannot turn the ball over again. And that should have happened at turnover 5.
Mm-hmm.
Dude finished with 11 turnovers. And I know that it's not intentional. And sometimes you just don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't have it, though, like, you have to do what's right. Like that's, to me, it was like, holy cow. Take a moment and recenter somebody. And we talked about this earlier. Every single time the Sacramento Kings start missing their free throws, you know that they're not focused and there's a good chance they're going to lose.
It's crazy.
10 of 17 from the free throw line.
You've pointed that out before, and it's
You
spot
see
on.
it. Like, what is going on? And I don't know how you and it's Sabonis and it's Fox. And I don't know that it's them that are unfocused or if it's just how they're showing the unfocusedness, but it's clear.
I don't feel like those two were unfocused. De'Aaron was very passive. That's what De'Aaron was. De'Aaron was passive. What I feel like is what happens with Domas is he starts missing shots at the rim. Like Domas needs to be a dick and start just dunking on people. Just like dunk. Just
Yeah.
And all of this little laying stuff. No, go up.
Go all the way.
Because because ball's like rolling off the rim like 10 times and he's putting his hands on his head like, oh no, the camera caught him cussing yesterday. He's walking down the floor. That's exactly what he said. He said, God, I think he said dag nammit.
Whoa.
Go up, dunk.
Yeah.
Be angry.
No,
play angrier because and it's not that he's making a bad basketball play. It's not that he's doing something wrong. It's just the touch is off. He's probably getting hit more than it's being called, and the ball's just rolling off the rim, and he's getting flustered, and he can get in position. He's similar to De'Aaron Fox by the basket. He could get the shot anytime he wants to, but when it starts to roll off that way, he's lost. And that's what I think happened last night. That's what I think contributed to the turnovers.
I want to put a pin in that for
one
of Kyle's pins for when I come back and visit you guys later.
Kyle's got pins. I like it.
Yeah.
I do. I put pins and stuff all the time.
There's something that I think we can discuss.
That's 3 hours away. I'm going to forget. So I'm putting that on you to remember.
You put it, James, you put the pin in it. One thing we didn't get to, we've already blown through the out. So I'm just going to talk about it real quick. De'Aaron got asked about the Blazers loss and then the Hornets loss within like a few days of each other.
Yep.
And his response was not like, yeah, we need to figure that out.
No.
It was, oh, well, those are two totally different games.
Yep.
Like, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Do you not see that that's bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, it just felt like it was
different. I caught that too.
Dismissed it because like, oh, they're two totally different games. One game we gave up 130. This one we turned it over a bunch of times.
But I thought he did a decent job at least of explaining why they were so like he was like, we were just trash tonight.
Yeah.
On every facet that we missed every defensive assignment in Portland we possibly could.
Yeah.
Like, oof. Yikes. All right. That's Damian, D'Lo, and Casey coming up next. We've been The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Maybe Kenny doesn't even notice it.
Well, you know what got my attention is none of the logos are coming up. Like on the side where we choose the overlays, none of them are there.
Oh.
So they're there. Now they're back.
Well, I just did that.
Weird.
Oh, you did that.
Yeah, I just did that on my side.
Okay.
All right, chatty house. Appreciate you guys.
No, I had to shut them off because you were in the bottom section and it goes right across your chest.
Got you. Okay.
So maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, whatever it is, it looks much better now.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Chatty House. A little lively discussion.
I understand it. I ain't like that too often.
Yeah,
You got a long week.
Yeah, it's a bad week, dude. And I came in like limping.
It's a long week.
Wearing a back brace all week. It's not good. Yeah, because we have this on Friday too.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll be out there Friday and Sunday. Take advantage of my opportunities to get there early.
You guys have to go to the ice rink?
Yeah. Yeah. Our last 2 appearances there.
Hopefully it's not raining.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it will, but yeah. Hopefully not. Looks like Sunday will be pretty cold.
I got you.
Remember that. We'll be standing outside from 5 to 7 after whenever the game's over.
This is for my coffee.
I might have done it. Sorry.
Stir stick fell out. I'll grab paper towel and come back. Where's this guy at?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's. Just keep shaking your head at this group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, this is KSFM.
It's like a general malaise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I we'll talk. I have some things to run by you. I'm curious.
Yeah. You should. Oh. Mute.
All right. What's up, guy? Hello? Oh,
Plug in your headphones, dumbass.
Wow.
Here we go.
There we go. Ooh, huh? We're on? Like on? Yeah, I could. I did. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything. Do I need to hit the intro? What do I need to do here? Great.
Hey,
Yo,
no,
what?
no,
What are we doing? No intro today?
No,
All right.
hell no.
No intro
Hell
today.
no. Hell no.
What
Hell no.
You got to sit down. No one can see you.
They can see me just fine. They can hear me just fine.
Okay.
You know, I wasn't feeling like this last night. Kenny Caraway, Damian Bartlett, I wasn't necessarily feeling like this last night. I was with my neighbors. You know, we had they made some curry. Reese cooked some curry with them and everything.
Mm-hmm.
We had a nice little family outing. We watched the rest of the game. They're Kings fans. Shout out to Ender. Shout out to Akrita. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Taryn. And they lost. And I wasn't really feeling like too crazy. I was just like, man, it's just frustrating and inconsistent. And then I woke up and I still wasn't feeling all that great, but it still wasn't nothing. And then I was just listening to the insiders. And I was stewing on this stuff some more, man. That was pathetic.
It was.
That was pathetic.
Yeah, it was awful.
Some things got to change, man. Some things got to change around here.
Okay, where do you want to start?
I mean, look, this ain't the reason why they lost. This ain't the reason why they lost, and I've tiptoed around it for a number of different times. We've had fun with it, whatever. Respect the man, not denigrating his career and who he's been in this league and what he's doing. But I gotta have my starting 4 or 3 or whatever the hell he is doing more than just cardio for another damn game. I ain't even got the computer set up. I think I got it committed to memory. 24 minutes.
Yep.
3 points or 2 points?
3.
1 rebound.
1 rebound.
No defense.
None.
1 assist, maybe?
1 assist.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Just 24 minutes of running up and down the court.
Yeah.
I went through like the box scores of the teams that are good in this league and that won last year, or excuse me, last night. I think Philly with Nicholas Batum is the only other team that I came across that has somebody playing that amount of minutes in the starting lineup and gave you nothing. Everybody else is doing something. 9 points, 8 rebounds, 12 points, 16 points, maybe 7 rebounds. Every other person in the starting lineup for a winning team last night is giving you something. And we got 40 running around here, just running on a damn treadmill. So let's start there. There's that. Then my guy, Domantas Sabonis, phenomenal game last night, except when you talk about not being able to take care of the basketball. Handle the rock. You said it perfectly on the handoff. Go try and rip the rim off one time. One goddamn time. Try and rip the rim off. The next time I see you tap glass like it's the 4th grade on a layup, I'm going to lose my mind.
Well, so is he, because the ball's going to roll off the rim and he's going to put his hands on his head wondering what just happened.
He better than that, man. I seen games this year. Friday comes to mind, that was Friday in Atlanta. Comes to mind. He had a phenomenal game. I think he had, like I said, I only had a computer set up yet.
I got you.
But he had a double-double, a high double-double, maybe 20-some points, 16 rebounds, something like that, right?
25, 10, and 7 were his numbers.
Oh, no, almost a triple-double. He could have had 32. He missed some bunnies in that game.
Yeah, it's becoming a staple of Domas's game is to miss shots around the rim.
Not to mention miss free throws.
Well,
all that lethal shooter work and all this other stuff. We're not hitting no free throws.
That's a pandemic that is running through this organization right now. It's bad.
And then another issue I have last night, and this is, like I said, man, you guys know what it is. It's not, the Kings lose and I'm going to just tear these guys to shreds. That's not it, man. I like all these guys on the team. I love the Beam team. I'm good with them, man. But we got to call a spade a spade. We got to call what it is. I need the second-year player out of Iowa to be more consistent. If he's going to be the guy you look at as your third option, I can't be having these up and down games. I can't have them. We talking about two-way and all this. Two-way, you got to be two-way. You can't be just I'm working hard on defense and I'm missing all my shots on the offensive end. Two-way means two-way. So all the I wouldn't trade him for KD, all this other stuff. Like, so what are we gonna do? Are we gonna wait for this guy and sacrifice this season, or is he gonna step his game up and be consistent with how he plays?
Okay.
That's just the start. I'll let you rock after this. I mean, if we want to play the music now, we can play the music. But I'm telling you, I didn't even think I was gonna feel this way. I didn't even think I was gonna feel this way. So about 30 minutes ago, just continuing to listen, and I'm just like, man, this is whack. This is whack, man.
I don't know, man. I might get fade into oblivion. You know what I mean?
How about that? Yeah, I know you don't want to laugh. I know you don't want to laugh.
No, that was funny.
But I had to play that for you. That's about where the Kings are going. They keep doing this. I have no issue with anything you just said. I understand Kings fans are frustrated. I understand you're frustrated. I'm frustrated with Harrison Barnes. I'm not as frustrated with Keegan Murray. We'll explain why throughout the course of the show. James Ham will be back with us, as he noted there on the handoff. Coming up, I say the 3 o'clock hour. It's a game day. James can come in anytime he wants to. Will Z is going to be with us at 1:45. Will's going to be with us a lot this week. There's a lot of people we can, place the blame of yesterday's game on, and we will. I'll say this though, and I know, given Charlotte stinks, and Portland stinks. And they've lost to both of them in the last week. Those are 2 bottom 5 teams that the Sacramento Kings have lost to in the last week. Part of what's happening, and Mike Brown is to blame for this, and various members of the Sacramento Kings are to blame for this as well. This is a 19-13 team. They're 6 games over 500, a number that they didn't hit until the middle of this month, in 2023, last season. And part of the reason those games are the frustration is amplified isn't because, the idea isn't ending the playoff drought anymore. The idea is being better than they were last year. And you've kind of cautioned everybody about this for like 4 or 5 months now. Like, I know we think the next step is to win playoff series or to win multiple playoff series. There's a lot of history that says that doesn't happen with teams. Doesn't mean it can't happen. It doesn't mean it won't happen. Phoenix Suns are the best example of that. It happened with Phoenix. But more times than not, maybe you come in, you get knocked out a few rounds, some things change, you grow a little bit, and you get going, right? We wanted everything to be better the second year. We wanted everything to be better than it was last year. And the fact is, I feel like there's enough of a sample size. Believe it or not, we are approaching the halfway mark of the season. The real halfway mark. Not the trade deadline and the All-Star game and all of that stuff, but the real 41-point marker of the season. And it's kind of the same. They might be a smidge bit better. They might be a smidge bit worse, but it's kind of the same. And when you look at what happened this offseason, what else did we expect? We posed the question a number of different times. Or maybe we framed it more as a statement before posing it as a question. But it was like, boy, this Sasha thing sure took a turn, didn't it? Because last year, when is Sasha coming over, it was Sasha's probably going to be the 14th or 15th man on the roster. Like, maybe he'll have a role. He'll be here. There are things that he can do. But, like, is he going to play a big part in what we're doing? Maybe not. And then the Kings season ends, and Sasha's in the EuroLeague playoffs. And we're locked. We're watching. We see everything. Highlight. We're following these Twitter accounts we can't even read because they're posting Sasha Vezenkov highlights. But yet here we are, kind of back at the point where we were last year, where Sasha might just be a 14th or 15th person on this roster. Now, that might not be Sasha's fault. And if you're looking, you want to blame, you want to start with Harrison. You want to go to Domas and his turnovers. You want to hit Keegan Murray after that. No gripe with any of it. I'm starting with Mike Brown. It's no secret how much I love Mike Brown as a head coach. To me, and I understand, I promise you don't have to say this to me. Players play. A big reason they lost last night was because of Mike Brown. I hated what he did with Malik Monk because I don't think you do that with Malik Monk.
I agree with you.
I hated that he didn't get that game under control sooner than he did. And it feels like for the first time, this stuff isn't cute anymore. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what Keon did. Keon gone. Like Keon went from, hey, oh, this scrappy young kid, what an opportunity. You talk about taking advantage of something. Look at what Keon Ellis did. Now it's Davion. It's like, all right, cool, but what did Keon do? Is JaVale still on the team? Or is he gone because Alex Lynn is healthy? If you're an established team, which Mike wants you to believe that they are, if you're a team that has the opportunity to win an NBA championship, which Mike Brown wants you to believe that they are, it doesn't work. It's nice to have guys that you can rely on in an emergency. Hey, Trey Lyles is out. Sasha's probably going to get a 16, 17, 18-minute run tonight. That's nice to have. But just trying to figure stuff out along the way, it feels like Mike is searching. And to me, that's bad.
100%.
Searching is bad. And that's what I feel like Mike Brown is doing.
100%. You brought him up a little bit, and I was thinking about him on the drive in. I mean, why isn't Sasha playing? Why isn't he playing? And like I said, there's a couple of other things that I want to talk about. I even want to talk about the franchise. I want to talk about the franchise a little bit because I can't gotta be real. I gotta be me. I gotta talk about some things I see and what I think could be different, and that includes 5, the franchise. So we'll get to him. So I'm not just poking on 40, but let's just be real. Sasha can't be any worse than Harrison Barnes right now. He can't be any worse.
Yep.
So why the hell isn't he playing? The Kessler. He couldn't be any worse than 40. 24 minutes of nothing. The one time that changed was Atlanta. When Mike said, we're not doing this today.
Mm-hmm.
He played 12 minutes. He had 6 minutes to show something in the first half, showed nothing. 6 minutes to show in the second half, showed nothing. We didn't mess around. I mean, I'm watching it. We can talk about it, man. We can talk about it. I have there's a movie called it's not Inside Out, but it's basically, I watched it over the break with the kids. It's about this cartoon character that has a temper, and they're trying to take over the family store, but the dad is like, I can't give you the store because you have a bad temper. And throughout the movie, you see the lady, like, she just elevates, get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter till she explodes. That's been me today. I was calm, then boom, I'm just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. I'm about to explode. Pause.
We will come back.
I'm serious. Stop making me laugh.
Ain't do nothing.
I was wondering if you were going to say it too.
No, hey,
yeah.
Hey, we'll be back.
Elemental is the movie.
Kenny's going to explode
It's a
next
good
here
movie,
on
too,
Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah. I didn't have my headphones plugged in. I was adjusting the volume like I can't hear anything. And then I'm looking around like, oh, my headphones aren't plugged in. And then Casey's like, go. I'm like, well, we're fucked. Yeah, it actually is perfect. Didn't even, instead of a stop the music game, it was just don't play the music.
Don't even start it.
Sorry, Young Zell. Young Zell ain't do nothing to nobody. Guys, I'm going to set up James' computer real quick.
Elemental. It is a good movie. It's like Inside Out, which I thought was a great movie as well. Pixar, I think.
I mean Disney Plus.
No, where did I see it? Netflix, I think.
I really wanted to see that Iron Claw movie.
What's Iron Claw?
The Von Erich movie.
Oh, it's out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's in theaters?
I might walk out before the ending though. Because that's got to be sad.
Yeah, it can't be anything that would be helpful to your psyche. Good not Shida Man, actually. We went back to a tweet that I had a couple days ago when I was talking about Forrest Gump. I said Forrest Gump is
I saw you tweet
one of the
that.
greatest movies.
Did you watch
of all
that over the
time.
break?
Yeah, it was on.
Oh.
It was just on.
Did you watch that for the first time?
No, I've seen it 10 times maybe.
10? Really?
Yeah.
It's fire.
Wow.
But you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it a handful of times.
Oh, I thought you had never seen it.
No, I've seen it a handful of
and
times.
we were trying to explain to you why it was a great movie. But yeah, no, it is phenomenal. This is the first time I've seen it probably in
I should
10
rewatch it.
years.
I think I just saw it the once. I never watched. I never saw it again.
Man,
it is a long movie,
it's
right?
a long movie.
That's one of those movies you watch, like even if you're a kid or whatever, you know, like I just watched a good movie.
It tells a story.
I think when it's a long movie, I kind of like. Because I told you that like a year ago, I stumbled across American Gangster. Like
American
that movie
Gangster
is fire.
It's fire. It's probably 15 minutes too long.
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, there's some stuff.
Could
They
have took
done
about
without.
15 to 20 minutes out. But it's a great movie. Yeah. Great movie. But yeah, Forrest Gump is amazing.
Shout out Bubba Gump.
Shout out Bubba Gump. And they did all that like like think about if they were able to make Forrest Gump now with like how you could do CGI like that. That was, to me, that was one of the first ones that executed CGI outside of like a superhero movie or something like that. Like,
you know what other movie I only saw once that people love was The Green Mile.
That's a good one
I've never
too.
seen The Green Mile.
That's Tom Hanks, right?
Yeah, it's Tom Hanks and
Michael Clark Duncan.
I think. I don't know
Yeah,
how
it's
that
Michael Clark
pronounced.
Duncan.
It had
yeah.
me bringing up that question we had early D-Lo and Casey of who had the better career, Denzel or Tom Hanks. It's impossible to tell. It really is impossible to tell because Forrest Gump may be Tom Hanks' best movie, and it may not be. I mean, what he did in Castaways.
Oh, that movie's
stupid.
incredible.
That's one I've never seen.
Castaway is incredible. It's Tom Hanks and a volleyball. Like it's phenomenal. It's like I know it's not the best. Like Will Smith did a movie with a dog, and it's incredible. Yeah. Like it's absolutely. And you need to warn me if you're gonna kill a dog in a movie because when he was holding the dog and the hair fell out, I was like, no. Oh, this is bullshit. Oh no. Everybody take a stand. Join the caravan of love. We're just trying to bring it home today.
That's all we can do.
That's all we trying to do.
Get no win last night.
Bring it home today. That's all we can do.
If they had been like consistent or not had ugly losses throughout the season, this was a standalone, we brushed this off so quick. It's not, and like I said, it's not, the record could be the same. And if they didn't get beat by 30 by this team, that team, this team, that team, and they just lost the games, we wouldn't even be talking about this right now. We'd be like, that's rough. That's a bad loss. But it's a culmination of inconsistency that borders on unseriousness with this team. That is extremely frustrating. Extremely.
Let's get Daniel here because the phone lines are open for you. We've got plenty of things we want to sound off on, but the show is yours. We want to hear from you. 916-909-1320. Daniel, you're up first, man. We appreciate you. What's on your mind?
Oh, fellas, how's it going today? It's a beautiful day out here. I just wanted to say, I don't think Kings fans are being an unreasonable bunch. We just want to see. Well, me personally, I don't want to see Barnes out there anymore at all. It's embarrassing to have him out there. He's not doing anything. I'd rather try another player, give him a chance. I don't want to see Kevin Huerter out there at all. I've heard for the past year that this guy's going to work his way out of his slump, and he hasn't. So bench him. I don't want to see him out there at all. Give another guy a chance. Let these other guys, prove themselves, because Barnes and Kevin, they're not doing it, and they've been given their chances, and I don't think they have taken advantage of it.
Yeah, I got you, Daniel. I mean, Chris Duarte is starting, and Kevin's minutes are deteriorating. So that's happening. Harrison, there's probably an argument Trey Lyles should be starting. I don't know. Like, does that make everything better? Because you're asking Kevin Huerter to find his way to find his way. And I actually thought Kevin had some fine moments on the defensive end yesterday. Nothing I'm gonna put on a mixtape and celebrate, but I didn't. I'll use your line. Harrison Barnes was invisible. He's been invisible a handful of times in the last week or so. I didn't feel like Kevin Huerter was invisible yesterday. I didn't think he was good on the offensive end. I didn't think he was spectacular on the defensive end, but I saw him working. Like, I saw him kind of back to that. I saw him trying. Not to insinuate Harrison Barnes wasn't trying, but I thought Kevin Huerter had a little bit more urgency to him, whether it shows up in a box score or not, than Harrison Barnes did. But Duarte is getting minutes, and I get it. I get the Duarte thing. Like, I understand why you want to try it. He's young. He has a lot of the tools and the components to his game that Mike and Monty would like. Like, I get that, and I'm fine with that. Harrison, though, I don't. Unless it's Trey Lyles, I don't know what we're talking about.
I don't either. I don't either. And once again, I want to be perfectly clear. I like the man. I don't want to denigrate his career and who he is in this league and what he's accomplished, because he's number one in NBA champion. You know, he's a guy who has been productive a number of different times and for a number of different teams in his career. It's not what we're seeing right now. And I said at the beginning of the year, I'm giving him the respect of 25 games. 25 games, man. I'm not going to – you had a great game one and then didn't do anything for another 2-3 games. Not bench time, nothing like that. Like, just give him time.
Mm-hmm.
Give him time, see how it plays out. Well, we've seen how it plays out, and it ain't good enough. It's not good enough. Like, it's not good.
It's not.
Let's just be real. Like, it's not about disrespect. It's not about all this. Like, the way he's playing is not good enough. Simply not good enough. And if he gets mad and hears this, then I want him to tell me and tell the world the way I'm playing is good enough. Tell people that me just going up and running up and down the court and doing whatever. They talked to James and Kyle talked about it on the Insiders.
Mm-hmm.
Ish Smith was able to get 6 rebounds. When was the last time Harrison got 6 rebounds? When was the last time he did it 3 straight games?
Harrison Barnes last got 6 rebounds. Oh boy.
Come on, man.
Oh, no. He got 8 rebounds on December 18th. You asked when was the last time he did it 2 games in a row? Well, it's not this year.
At December 18th, it's 1 in a million at this point. Aaliyah.
It's a great song. Well, it's not 1 in a million, but it certainly is 1 in 32, because he not only didn't have he hasn't had 8 rebounds at any other point during the season. He hasn't had 7. You asked about 6 rebounds. Harrison hasn't had 6 rebounds.
Come on. And look,
so 8 is the season high, and he did it once. He's never gone above 5, which he's done 3 times.
I'm sitting here and I'm just disregarding the fact that you don't score. I'm not even talking about that. Like, in some respects, I should be. I absolutely should just be talking about the fact that I need you to actually get buckets. If Keegan's not hitting, if the shooting guard, Duarte had 12 last night, but if the shooting guard ain't hitting, like, I need you to get buckets. I'm ignoring that. I'm ignoring that right now. And I'm saying, you know what? Hey, you don't get the looks, you don't get all this, whatever the case may be. Let me ignore that. Hey, just don't do something. Just spend your time. Get your little 2 points. Get your little 2 points and don't worry about nothing else but getting rebounds. You can't even do that.
Yeah. The numbers from last year to this year in terms of Harrison Barnes rebounding are drastically different. Like, he has some games in here. Let's see. Last year, 5.5 rebounds at this point in the season, but he had rebounding games of 8, 7, 9, 7, 9, 8, 8, 9, 7. This is all within the first 32 games of the season.
Meanwhile,
nothing has sniffed that this year.
Meanwhile, I pull up Trey Lyles right now, and I'm not asking for damn Dennis Rodman.
Oh.
I'm not asking for Ben Wallace.
Oh.
I'm not asking for Moses Malone.
Like 3 Hall of Famers.
Okay,
right there.
I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for a pulse on the boards. And Trey Lyles, 3 last night, 3 the game before, 6, 2, 7, 4, 5, 2, 8, 7, 6, 6, 6, 6. Put him in the game. Start him. Once again, not even looking at the points, which you should be giving me buckets. You should be. But I'm not even looking at that. I'm giving up on that. That's long gone. That ain't never gonna happen. I'm giving up. Do something out there aside from running on a damn treadmill.
Yeah, Harrison's had a rough stretch here. He had 11 against Memphis, but he got an A on a group report. I'm not trying to dismiss him on that. The Kings won that game by 31. As everyone said, it's the most complete game of the season. That includes Harrison Barnes' contributions. You go back to the game against Atlanta. You mentioned that Mike didn't go for it. 17 he took him out. Kings won that game. Harrison was not a part of it. Kings lose by 17 to Portland. Harrison's just kind of there. That's all. He's just kind of there. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man AK. AK, what's going on, brother?
Hey, fellas. I don't mistake my calm voice right now for wanting to yell like KC. Thank you for voicing the opinions of the people, I feel like, right now. The question I have for you guys, based on, it feels like some nights we play complete games and we're like a piece away from being extremely competitive on any given night. Other nights, like last week against the Blazers, it feels like we need to more or less not blow it up, but make some wholesale changes. If you're Monty and you're staring down the trade deadline, start playing chicken with pieces moving around the league, which side are you erring more towards right now, making big time changes and risking it for the biscuit, or sitting steady, sort of like we did this offseason, and potentially wasting away with the first round exit or a disappointing finish to the season?
Man, there's a lot there. I don't think I'm gonna line up with my partner here. I don't think a first round exit it's going to be disappointing, but it's not a disappointment. And we talked about this last year. No matter when the Kings lost, whether it was to the Warriors or to the Lake, it was going to be disappointing. But it's not a disappointment. Those are two different things. To me, the Kings losing in the first round is not going to be a disappointment. If they don't take any steps to advance past the first round to be a better basketball team this offseason, yeah, then I have concerns. Your the first part of your question was, do you make moves at the trade deadline? Sure. Do you go to make a big move at the trade deadline? Sure. For who? Now I'm not. No. To be clear, I'm not just asking like who, as in Siakam, Levine, who were we? Kyle Kuzma. No, that's not what I mean. Who goes? Yeah, I want the guy you just benched, the guy who Kenny Caraway says doesn't have a pulse, and the guy who you just started playing again like 2 games ago. I want those guys. Who says that? Now, Davion, I can see. Yeah, De'Aaron, like, it ain't going to work there. I know what to do with it. There's a coach, there's a general manager somewhere going, I know what to do with Davion Mitchell. Kevin Huerter, he's young. He's a shooter. I don't know how you rationalize what's happening, but maybe you frame it as it's a De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis heavy offense. All right, whatever you got to tell yourself, do it. HB, you're just looking for a mature vet who's not super expensive. Because that's it. Because there's a drastic difference between the Harrison Barnes conversation today versus the Harrison Barnes conversation on January 3rd, 2003. His deal's not expiring. You're taking money back. A lot of times in deals, there is a certain level of money that you have to take money that you have to take money back. You're taking money back with Kevin Huerter too. Davion, you could figure out along the way. So who again, take the Siakam and the Levine and whoever your favorite target is out of the equation. Who says they want that? That's where I'm kind of getting stuck in all of this is. Who goes give me those guys?
I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you. And that's why I look in turn. That's what I talked about a week ago. I said, look, before you look to make moves and all this other, I mean, you can look to make moves or whatever, but it's as fans and people on the outside expecting moves to be made, I would suggest trying internally first. And the first thing you could do, you already kind of did it, putting Duarte in there. That wasn't the first move I was going to do, but that's a move. Duarte played well yesterday. Duarte plays better than I think people give him credit for sometimes. I get frustrated with him not being able to make a shot. There's a reason why he's open and stuff like that. But what do you have, 12-6 last night or something like that? Yeah. 12-7 last night. 4 assists, competed on the defensive end. Is he perfect? No, but it's better than what Kevin Huerter was giving you. There's an improvement there. The other part I would look at, which was the first one, is putting Lyles in the starting lineup. Now, ideally, you probably want a better power forward so you can keep Lyles on the bench and coming off the bench. But once again, you're not getting nothing right now from Harrison Barnes. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So put Lyles in there. And I'm not advocating or saying take all of Harrison's minutes away. I'm not saying that, but put Sasha in the rotation. Hell, see what JTA got. You signed him.
Yeah.
You need some energy. You need somebody that grits and grinds.
Yeah.
See what he got. Kessler Edwards. I would explore this bench and see what you got, because to your point, I don't know how much you can really get in the trade market right now for the guys that you're offering. So I would first put Trey Lyles in the starting lineup as a starting 4. I would get Sasha back in the rotation. And I would look at either Kessler Edwards or JTA and say, hey, this is your opportunity to show me something.
Is this Sacramento Kings team entitled?
Explain.
Okay. Going back to training camp, Mike started talking about playoffs. Beam team, vibes were high. Mike actually went a step further and didn't talk about playoffs, talked about being a title contender. And the thing, now to be clear, he wasn't saying, hey, you're on notice, we're a championship contender. It's not at all what he was saying. He was saying in order to be a championship contender, these are the things you have to do. That's why we're doing them. He framed the whole Kevin Huerter, was it Chris Duarte thing in training camp as the championship defense. These are things that you have to do. You got to be great on both ends. Got it. Mike talked about that. Those weren't conversations last year. One trip to the playoffs, thrilling series against the Warriors, first round exit, not a ton of movement in free agency. And here we are talking about what we can do internally to be better. I'm with it. I get it. You're getting a superstar level performance from De'Aaron Fox. Last night's game notwithstanding, Domantas Sabonis is an all-NBA center again. But one thing that we haven't talked about yet is the Malik Monk situation last night. Malik coming into the game, kind of being, showtime a little bit, being a little lackadaisical. James said, unserious with his approach to the game. You have some. You watch Kevin Huerter sometimes on the bench, not to insinuate he's not a part of the team, not to insinuate he's a distraction, he's a problem, nothing like that. Just saying, last year you watched the Terrence Davises and the guys who were in and out of the lineup, the Alex Lynn's and those guys, 100% active in everything that was going on. They're kind of watching, they're kind of just going along with everything. And this is a team that expects to be in the playoffs, in my opinion. This is a team that expects to be in the playoffs, that expects to win games against teams like Portland, against teams like Charlotte, and they approach games against teams like Portland and Charlotte like they did against Portland and Charlotte. That, to me, poses the question of entitlement. Are you guys thinking about the wrong things right now? Are you thinking about, are there guys, they're human, brought this up yesterday, and this isn't negative, it's human nature. There are guys wondering if they're going to live in Sacramento in a month and a half. There are guys who are, as Casey likes to say, they're reading the tea leaves. They're looking around going, man, there's a lot of things happening around here that are pointing to me being somewhere else in the middle of February. Am I going to be with Denver? Boston? I'm going to be with Washington. I'm going to be with Charlotte. Where am I going to be at? It's impossible to think that stuff doesn't weigh on your mind. The other guys, are they thinking about the playoffs? Are they thinking about beating the Thunder or the Pelicans or the Warriors or whatever? Are they thinking about everything except what's actually in front of them? And the fact that you've got 50-something games left to play here in the regular season, and you've gotten blown out already by 20 points more times this year than you did last year. You lost to 2 bottom 5 teams in the span of a week, and it's just, well, get back out there and try again tomorrow.
So there's a lot going on right there, and it goes into a couple other things that I want to talk about.
I know where you're going. That was a little softball I threw up there.
I appreciate it. Can't wait for softball season to come back around. Shout out to my people, Next Generation. You know how we do over there at the park in Laguna. You know what it is. But that's for a whole nother discussion. So De'Aaron Fox, who 30 points last night, wasn't like the best game in the world. 30 points, 6 assists, 11 of 25. Wasn't the best game in the world, but he showed up. He showed up.
He tried to win them the game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he showed up, and he's done so much last year and this year. Like, he's not going to be perfect every night. The same way I kind of feel about Sabonis, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got frustrated with him with the 11 turnovers and going up soft, but he's still Domantas Sabonis, right? Like, he's fine.
Domas could have committed 11 turnovers last night and made because he took a ton of shots last night and just missed a bunch of them at the basket. He makes half of those shots at the basket. Not talking about half of the shots, just the ones at the basket. Kings win that game. You could have kept the 11 turnovers.
Yeah.
It's those shots at the basket that killed him, because he gets so flustered when that happens. Like, he can't believe at this point. Domas, you have to stop being surprised that happened, because it happens every game, multiple times a game.
You got to fix it.
Sorry.
You got to fix it. But Sabonis, Fox, while I'm like, these guys, for lack of a better term, they're goated right now in Sacramento. You're not going to hear me say they're a problem, because they're not. But this is what I would say about De'Aaron Fox, and it's just an observation. After the game, he comes, to the podium, and he talks about how, like, man, I'm going to not think about this after we leave here. Like, it's whatever. He said something similar to that last week when they lost to Boston, or 2 weeks ago when they lost to Boston. And he's just like, I'm not going to carry it home with me. When I leave here, it's done. It's over. And you talked about how you understand that. I understand that. And I waffle back and forth between how I typically feel as a player and an observer after a game like that, right? Here's what I would say to De'Aaron, and I would just ask him to look at it. If De'Aaron was right here, I'd ask him about it. I'd say, De'Aaron, you're the leader. You're the leader. You're the franchise. You're the guy. Part of that is you have to understand what your team needs. Maybe it's okay for you to leave it there and you'll come back and have 35 tonight. Like, literally, you can perform and do what you're supposed to do if you leave it at the gym. Like, leave it there, and I'm going to go enjoy my family, and I'm going to wake up. Everything's great. I'm going to get ready to play tomorrow. You can do that. Kevin Huerter might not be able to. If you say, hey, let's just leave this here, Kevin Huerter might leave it here, and I'm just using him as an example, by the way. But he may leave it here and come back and, like, talk to Fox, and he's like, leave it here, like, we'll be all right. And he think everything is all right. Sometimes you have to understand what your team needs, and that goes for Fox, and that goes for Mike Brown. And I'm going to tell you right now, those guys are in the locker room. They see these guys every day. They know better than I do what this team needs. So I don't want to act like I'm talking about what they should do, and they know a lot more than me. I'm just giving an observation from what I see. There was a time when I was coaching, and I'm coaching kids. These are grown men, all this. I get all that. But I was more like a Phil Jackson type, right? That's how I envision myself. Phil Jackson. These kids will go out here and they'd be, lackadaisical. They'd make mistakes or whatever. And sit there like Phil. I'm like, man, come on, you guys got to do better. And I remember my now wife saying, so like, why are you so calm with them? I was like, because that's just how I go about things. And they're like, well, that's fine, but that may not be what these guys need. They may need somebody to correct them in an authoritative way, to be a little bit more vocal with them. And I'm looking at this team, and while De'Aaron is like, I'm leave it there. I'm gonna go home and do whatever. It's Mike Brown compared to last year. Like I see him with his hands in his pocket. And, he just kind of lets things happen from time to time. No quick timeouts, nothing like that. Maybe that's not what this group needs. Maybe that's part of the problem. That we just expect all these guys individually to step their game up. And maybe they need somebody to light a fire under their ass so they can be a little bit more consistent. Maybe not. But I know the way it's going right now, it's not leading to consistent basketball on a consistent basis. So it's time. We're almost 30 games into this thing. Like you said, we're closer to halfway point than people realize. And we still haven't been able to figure some things out. Maybe we try something else at this point.
I have a response to that. I'm just debating. Let's just go to break, because when we come back, I want to continue this conversation. I was debating whether we should keep going or pause and make sure we've got time to talk about this. So let's do that. Let's step out. Let's come back. I have a response to what you just said, though, and it more specifically, it's a response to what De'Aaron said last night, because that's, I think, always going to agitate fans. Fans are mad, so they want De'Aaron to be mad, and he's not. It's like be a leader, yell and scream. He's not going to do that, and we've learned that. We'll talk about it. Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Is that Justin and Jeremy?
Dwayne, I said it earlier, and I'm sorry if I didn't see everything that you had to say, but it's not just this game. That's the problem. And it's not just this game. It's looking not prepared and not focused at least 10 times this year. And it's just another example of it.
This is the second time where did that Pistons loss happen?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't think it did.
They only got 3 losses.
That happened in the preseason.
Yeah,
Jesse and I were looking at this earlier because I was looking at Oklahoma City, trying to figure out if they've lost to a team under 500. They've lost to Denver. Now, at the point in the season, I don't know. They've lost to Denver, the Pelicans, the Warriors, the Kings, the 76ers, the Timberwolves, the Rockets, the Kings, and the Lakers. They have not lost to the Pistons. So I don't, and again, not knowing the records at the time, I don't think they've lost to a team below 500. But that did happen. That absolutely did happen. But sorry, go ahead.
Who did the Celtics? I think it was OKC. They got their ass beat by twice last year at home. Wasn't it last year? And OKC's not a bad team.
It wasn't. I don't think it was OKC though, was it?
When Boston got waxed?
Yeah.
Twice,
right?
It was the Thunder.
They got beat by OKC. Like OKC scored like 147 or something like that against them.
Yeah, that was weird. Last night, this was just this was just funny. And I don't want to say it on the radio, even though we stream the whole time, so this make that much of a difference. But last night when the Kings were down 3, they call a timeout. De'Aaron comes out and shoots a 3, and he misses it. Hornets player gets the rebound. Harrison comes in, overly aggressive, fouls the guy. They're in the bonus, and I'm sitting there and I'm watching it with the neighbors. I'm like, why the fuck did he foul? and then they do a close up on De'Aaron. He goes, but why the fuck are we fouling though?
That's funny. I remember that moment. I didn't know. I didn't see. I remember the foul play. I didn't see De'Aaron say that.
That's where I feel bad for these players because
that was quick. Awesome. I want to respond to what you said there, particularly about De'Aaron Fox. I'm not going to think about this game. I'll move on. I thought you laid that out beautifully, but I do have a response to it. I just don't want to keep our people waiting. 916-909-1320. Let's start with Jeremy. Jeremy, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? So
What's
I'm
going on,
pretty sure the Kings were just so focused on winning the second of the back-to-back tonight
Well,
that they just forgot they played the last night.
well, that could be.
So,
well, I guess if they win tonight,
that's what happened.
maybe, hey, if they win tonight, then
I asked him to try.
And it'll be good.
I asked him to try something new, like try something different.
Yeah.
I said, well, let's lose the first one so we
Well,
can win the second one.
well, there you go.
Try something new.
Orlando got beat by Golden State last night. So let's get Justin in here. Justin, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, man.
Good, man.
Thank you guys for having me on the show. So I was at the game last night, and I just noticed how flat the Kings looked. And at first, as a basketball fan, it was crazy in the fourth quarter seeing the Terry Rozier and Fox going back and forth for those couple possessions. It was cool to watch. But me and my friend were watching, and the whole game we noticed that the Kings would go up 6 or 8. Like they had a comfortable lead most of the game, but Terry Rozier would draw a foul or Miles Bridges would make a shot. Like they'd always just kill the momentum, and the Kings could never pull away. And so it made me think, as a team that they had their run last year, they made the playoffs. They're only now in their second year of being good again, and it just feels like the team is already kind of stuck in a spot where they're going to be good, they're going to be top 5 in the West, but not ready to make that next step. So I was going to ask, when do you guys think? How soon should they pull the trigger on a potential trade?
As soon as one that they like opens up.
Mm-hmm.
If that's tomorrow, do it tomorrow. If that's this offseason, do it this offseason. But if you don't do it at any time, manage your expectations.
Yeah. And the other thing I would say about that too, that I was thinking about, and once again, I'll preference it again. I love these guys. I love this team. We talking though. We talking like a family right now. Okay. I've heard James saying, James will be here at 3:00. James Ham will pull up on us. I've heard James say a number of different times, with Zach LaVine or Siakam or somebody like that. Do you want to bring in a guy that you hyped up Keegan Murray to be your third best player, and now you're going to take shots away from him? And I don't care at this point. I don't care. If Zach LaVine is the best deal that's out there and can help your team, I'm not worried about the development of Keegan Murray. Not saying I'm willing to trade him, but I'm not, I can't bring him in because he's going to take shots away from Keegan. Keegan's not consistent enough right now. He's just not. And Keegan has to learn how to be consistent with other great scorers around him. So if LaVine or Siakam or somebody else comes in here and they take away 3 shots from him, all right, find a way to be more effective on the offensive end. Get on the offensive boards. It should free you up to get in the passing lanes. We're not just going to sit back and be like, we're not going to make a deal because we don't want to stunt Keegan's growth. No, I'm not for that right now. I'm not.
Okay. Let's get Lazy in here. 916-909-1320. What's going on, Lazy?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo and Casey? Hey, guys, I just wanted to call in and talk about the Kings in the locker room. Do you guys ever, going into the trade deadline, I've been saying this forever. I feel like the Kings need more dogs, defenders, guys like that, because it seems like on the team, there's a lot of passive guys at times. I'm not knocking De'Aaron Fox, but we know he's not going to say much. Keegan's really soft-spoken. Huerter's not going to be the emotional leader. I think Mike Brown's kind of doing a mistake by not playing Malik Monk enough, because I feel like he's the emotional leader of the team. When Monk's on, things get to clicking. But overall, going into the trade deadline, I feel like the team needs more dogs.
Disagree with everything you said. Almost everything. Huerter's not a vocal leader. You're right. I think De'Aaron absolutely is a leader.
Mm-hmm.
I just because he goes about it a different way. It took me a while to understand that. I believe that he is. I believe Domantas Sabonis is an absolute leader. We talk about those dogs and those leaders, and Leezy's a Heat fan, so he's got those Jimmy Butler types, and that's what he thinks about. That's there's multiple ways to lead. Malik Monk, yes, absolutely. People immediately gravitate towards Malik Monk. Why? Because he's the most overzealous when he's talking, when he's doing things, when he's for lack of a stronger vocabulary, he's the loudest. Oh, that means he's a great leader. No, the things are different. But he is a leader. Domas is a leader. Fox is a leader. You don't need another leader. You need a guy to hit a shot.
Well,
that's what you need.
I'll
You need Mike to stop playing with this lineup like it's a bunch of high school kids. De'Aaron struggling. Did he bench De'Aaron in the first half when he was passive? No. Did he bench Domantas Sabonis when Domantas Sabonis was turning the ball over every other time he touched it? No. But he got pissed off at Malik Monk because of the way Malik Monk entered the game. I get it. Call timeout. Hey, stop. We need to take this team. Yo, we're at home. We've got an opportunity to improve our standings here in the Western Conference during this stretch. We won't do it if you're playing unserious basketball. If you want to play for the Washington Wizards, we can make that happen. But you don't. You play for the Sacramento Kings. We're trying to win games here. Take this game seriously.
I agree 100%.
And then if Malik doesn't respond, that's on Malik. But making the decision to bench him at that point, to me, that not good.
I agree.
Not good.
I agree. The benching was not the move. Here's what I will say about what Leezy said, though. They do need, I don't know if dogs is the right word, but they do need.
I know what Leezy meant.
I know what he means too. But I'm not even disagreeing with that. I'm just saying they need some go-getters. Because you look at Fox is the go-getter, Sabonis go-getter, dog, Monk go-getter, dog. Then you got three guys that are pretty passive in your rotation. Huerter, Murray, and Barnes. And they wait for things to happen. And that's a problem. I can't have those three playing all the time, waiting for their opportunity to shoot or waiting for their opportunity to get a good look. I need some dogs. I need some go-getters. I understand that. I need somebody that's going to go get it. That's one of the reasons why we love Malik. Maybe he has the freedom to do it or whatever, but Malik goes and gets it. You don't sit up here and say, well, damn, how is Fox passive today? He's passive, so I'm going to be high school high. I'm going to be passive too. No, he goes and gets it. They need some people that's going to go get it. Harrison, I don't get shot attempts, so I'm just in the corner now in this new offense.
Well,
man, go get it.
He's never said that.
He hasn't said that. That was James Ham talking as Harrison Barnes.
Just for those who missed the insiders, just wanted to clarify that.
Go get it, man. Need some go-getters. I do need some dogs. Not saying they don't have any, but I need some more.
This ties right in with what you're saying. Anthony said this earlier in the chat. Anthony said, if they're dependent on fourth quarter Fox showing up, you already lost. It felt to me, this was one of the first times that I feel like this happened, that's what happened last night. Fox got going in the fourth. There was this back and forth that I think Justin mentioned a minute ago with Terry Rozier. I think Terry had 14, De'Aaron had 12. They were going back and forth in that fourth quarter, but it felt like, okay, Fox is going to win in this game. Kings fans in the arena, Fox is going to win us this game. Kings fans at home, Fox is going to win us this game. This game going to be ugly. It's not going to be fun to talk about the next day, but Fox is going to get us the win. We're going to move on to Orlando, see what happens. I'm pretty confident the four other Kings on the floor thought, well, Fox has got it. That's absolutely what it looked like. Fox got it. And he didn't. He tried. He didn't. And on that possession, when he dribbled the ball off his foot and went the other way, it's like, yeah, that's how this game should end. Right there. The Kings did not deserve to win this game. Kings are absolutely better than the Charlotte Hornets. They're better than the Portland Trail Blazers. They didn't deserve to win those games. Yeah. Let's go to the remarks. If I was a good radio show host, I would have cut this clip, but I'm not, and I didn't. So I'll paraphrase it to you because you brought it up a minute ago. De'Aaron Fox in the post game yesterday. You know, he's asked things like this regularly, like, do these losses linger? And he's been consistent for years. Nope, they don't. His talking last night was, I'm going to go home and I'm not going to think about this game again. We're going to come in here and we've got to get ready for Orlando. That, in a microscope, that's the perfect way of thinking because you can't harp on the game. You go watch the film. Mike and his team, they're going to talk about their mistakes today. They're going to talk about things that they need to do better against a very good Orlando Magic team tonight. But worrying about what happened against Charlotte, worrying about the loss, worrying about dribbling the ball off your foot, I get that. Put that all behind you. You mentioned he said something similar after the Celtics game where they got their ass kicked by the Boston Celtics. I'm gonna go home. I think that was it. I'm gonna have something to eat with my kids and my family and be ready to go tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But then in your description, you threw in a few other words in talking about like that works for De'Aaron. And all evidence of the last year and a half, through most of De'Aaron's career, given the fact that he's played most of it on a bad basketball team, he's been able to put that stuff aside, get back and play again with some guys that maybe he didn't want to play with. But it's worked for him. He said maybe that doesn't work for Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Huerter needs something else. Okay. Maybe Domantas Sabonis needs something else. Okay. Just because De'Aaron doesn't harp on a game doesn't mean he doesn't come in the next day and try to find out what Kevin Huerter needs to get going, or to find out what Domantas Sabonis needs to get going. Because you said earlier, I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna leave this game behind us. We're gonna be all right. We're gonna keep moving forward. But De'Aaron didn't say that. De'Aaron said, I'm gonna leave it here. He didn't say nothing about being all right. He didn't say nothing about we're gonna go. I'm leaving the game here.
And not to interrupt you, you said it earlier. He didn't what he said doesn't even mean he's not mad.
Right.
Like he could be mad. This is just how he shows it to everybody else. I want to clarify that.
Yeah. And it means he can leave Charlotte behind and walk into the arena the next day and lead. They're not mutually exclusive. Because there's one other guy who changed my sports perspective a long time ago, and you'll hate it. I've told you this before. If you haven't heard it, you'll hate it. I saw Tony Romo at a press conference after a playoff game going, if this is the worst things that happens to me, I'm okay. What the hell am I so mad for? That guy just threw an interception to end the game, and he seems to be perfectly fine. Meanwhile, I'm over here throwing laundry baskets around. All right, I get it. We sometimes take this a little harder than they do. Mm-hmm. I think part of that is because, and this, you said this a minute ago, they know what's going on in that locker room. De'Aaron knows, Domas knows that last 90 seconds, that wasn't me. Mm-hmm. Domas knows that 48 minutes wasn't me. The 23 and the 13 was. The 23 on 21 was not. The 11 turnovers was not. They know that. They feel more comfortable in that. They can go in there. They can go to Mike. Be like, hey, you can't handle Malik that way. They can do that. We can't. I mean, we can. We can talk about it. Mike, if you're listening, don't do that to Malik. I don't think he is. I think he's got other pressing issues to deal with today. But they can do that, right? And so we focus so much on the outward aspect of how this team handles these losses when what matters is how they're handling it in the building before tonight's game.
I agree with everything that you're saying, and I understand everything you're saying. What I'm saying is, at least from what we've seen, they've handled it the same way all year, and it's not working. It's not working.
So that's it. To me, that's an entirely different issue.
And that's all I'm saying.
That's it. Yeah, that's an entirely different issue.
The way they're going about, however it is, whether he's come with us and lights them up in the locker room, if he's been doing that the whole time, that ain't working. Like maybe be calm in the locker room, light them up in the media or what. I'm not telling them what to do. I'm saying the way they've gone about this season, however they're doing it, is not working.
Or because we're talking specifically about De'Aaron, or everybody else has tried multiple approaches, and it's not working.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I go back to the entitlement question. And that's where I go back to the remark about this isn't cute anymore. Has Mike called a quick timeout all year?
I don't think so.
Maybe Mike feels it because he knows that a quick timeout in last night's atmosphere could have gotten like an eye roll, because I'm not suggesting Mike show up anybody, be it Malik or anyone else, but he was clear. I'm using Malik as an example because last night he was clearly pissed at Malik, and he can frame it as, we do this all the time. This happens all the time. You guys have seen it, obviously referencing the clip where he's yelling at Malik. I know Mike doesn't want to do this, and I know Malik doesn't want this. In a situation like that, maybe that's what you have to do on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
You can't play like this. But the answer is not benching him.
I agree.
And that's where and that's where it fits into exactly what you just said. The searching that this team has tried to do all year, it's not working. I don't know why Sasha's not playing anymore. I don't know why Keon Ellis isn't playing anymore. And I don't know why JaVale McGee isn't playing anymore. Love Alex Lynn. Think he contributes a lot. Maybe that's just the depth chart. You're just asking for someone with a pulse. Sasha's got a pulse. At this point, with all due respect to 40, you could play him over Harrison Barnes. And one thing that I'm just still so stuck on is it feels like the only player that Mike Brown has publicly defended is Harrison Barnes. He talked about Harrison and drawing up plays and all of this stuff that no one asked him. And it's like, again, this isn't a question about Harrison Barnes, the person. This isn't a question about Harrison Barnes' impact on the community. That's not at all what we're talking about. We're talking about Harrison Barnes on the basketball floor. Right. And he has held everyone accountable with the exception, at least game-wise, minutes-wise, with De'Aaron, which, by the way, you don't. Mm-hmm. De'Aaron struggling,
deservedly so.
You play through it.
Yep.
Domas struggling, you play through it. Mm-hmm. Harrison, he's not in that category. To me, and I'll repeat this one last time, and I'll leave it alone. Malik is.
I agree.
Malik is in that category where he's not interchangeable.
Yeah, you don't. I agree with what you said. Since the handoff, you don't bench Malik Monk. You don't bench him. You talk to him. You have a conversation. Like you said, call that timeout and be like, hey, get it together. This is nasty. This is not okay. Get it together. You do that in a huddle. You do that where you don't do it when benching him. You don't do it. And here's the other thing about Harrison Barnes. I don't think he's above saying publicly and privately, and I'm not saying you got to light him up and blast him in the post-game press conference or anything else like that. But he's not above saying, yo, we need more out of you. Mm-hmm. We need more out of you. This whole thing that we just can't talk about Harrison because he's a good guy and a good teammate and not ask more of him. That's kind of ridiculous. Like I said, I would love to have Harrison right here and say, Harrison, do you think the way you're playing is good enough? I know Harrison would be like, no, because I know the type of the player he is, the type of the way he holds the standards he holds for himself. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And it happens far too often. And I don't know why. Maybe he does it privately once again. But publicly, in the game, wherever. Hey, I need more out of you, 40. I need more out of you. This ain't good enough. I need more.
But if you're willing to call out everybody else.
Yeah, you should do that publicly as well.
That's right. That's right. Let's get TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, baby?
So, what's up with my two brothers? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bro.
What up, big dog?
Oh, man, just chilling, kind of living about that game. Look, hey, I love y'all rants today. That's how I be feeling. KC, you in your bag today. D-Lo, remember earlier in the season when I called, I said, man, Mike need to go back to calling those quick timeouts and giving people, and get like, when I told you, just like you said, Casey, Mike doing a bunch of walking up and down the sideline with his hands in his pocket, letting the team trying to go through the motions. No, bro, this team needs to be walked down every second like it was last year. Oh, a team just hit a free throw, timeout. We missed a shot, timeout. Let's talk about it, bro. Let's get back on track. And the whole him and Malik situation, I wasn't feeling that, but you know what? They got enough respect, and I respect Mike enough to let Malik talk to him and not just say, hey, I'm a coach. I'm not playing you. You shut up and I'll tell you what to do. No, he lets the guys get back at him and talk, and that's what I love about Mike. But this whole rotation situation, it has to stop. HB,
you have to go to the bench. Sasha, you're coming in. The Kuzma deal, he's available now. Uncle Monty, get on the phone and try to get this guy in here ASAP. But as far as like what we can fix right now, HB, you're to the bench. Huerter, we already got that situated. You're on the bench and we got Duarte in. Mike, you got to make some moves, man, and quit playing with these rotations and let these guys ball, man. Seriously, bro.
One thing I want to say about TC and the timeouts and everything. I hate the timeouts. I hate them. I how many times I come in here? I'm like, he needs to stop this. But this is what I would do if I was a coach, because I think the players probably hate him too. And I would call a quick timeout, and I'd be like, "What do y'all want me to do? Y'all don't like the timeouts? Stop giving me things to call timeouts about." It's as simple as that. If you don't like them, do your defensive rotation. Move the ball. I'll never call a timeout. But you continue to not do what you're supposed to do, this is what's going to happen. If you don't like it, do what you're supposed to do. Simple as that.
No argument. Agree completely with that. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. I do want to mention TC talking about get, Harrison Barnes out of the starting lineup. We've already got Kevin Huerter out of there. Stop playing with the rotations. You change the starting lineup, you're going to play with the rotations a little bit, TC. However, you're probably in a position, well, maybe you're not. I was going to say you're in a position where Harrison still needs to play. Like, I don't know that you're going Harrison 20-0, but maybe you are. Because Sasha Vezenkov, I don't pretend to understand. I don't pretend to watch the game from a coach's perspective. I've watched with a coach before, and it's an interesting experience. But I don't pretend to watch 82 Sacramento Kings games a year from a coach's perspective. I don't know why Sasha's not playing anymore. We were having a conversation about, it kind of looks like Sasha's found his legs a little bit. And then, well, sit on the bench and find him. I don't think he's played since.
Yeah.
And then you had the Keon Ellis thing. Keon Ellis was the darling. Look at the hustle. He's earned his minutes. And now we're starting to see terms like now we're starting to see terms like where's King City? There he is. They're showcasing Mitchell for a trade and saving Keon's games because he's not on the roster. I get what you mean, the two-way thing. I know Matt Barnes said this last night. Matt Barnes has been in the league a long time. He knows more about basketball than I'll ever know. I have never, and even after listening to our man Matt Barnes yesterday, I do not believe showcasing is a real thing. Because you're telling me Mike's got a player he wants to trade because he doesn't think that player can help him win. So he's going to put him in a situation where he has to help his team win so he can show him off to another team so he can trade him. Now, I get it. I get it. I get the thinking of you want, and I just got to, I don't want to steal all of Matt's heat. I don't know if he wants me to say this on the air, but this is some things going on Locked On Kings. Apparently, Heat fans are really interested in Davion Mitchell. Apparently, there's some people who cover the Miami Heat are really interested in Davion Mitchell. Like, okay, they're interested in him because Mike played him against Charlotte last night? No, they're interested in him because they know who Davion Mitchell is and what he could potentially do for a team. I don't believe showcasing is a thing because just by that definition, you want to trade the player. So Mike is willingly going to play a player he doesn't want, risk losing in hopes that he could trade him within the next month and a half. I don't believe that. Now, if you're Detroit, if you're Charlotte, if you're a team whose season is already probably over, yeah, fine. Because wins and losses for you probably don't really matter at that point. Wins and losses matter for Mike and the Sacramento Kings in a very crowded Western Conference on a night-to-night basis. Long-winded way, and I'll repeat it, I don't think showcasing is real. Mike is playing Davion because he thinks Davion can help them. That's my opinion.
I would say
he's not playing Harrison because he wants to trade Harrison. Because if that's his plan, it ain't working.
Man, get a new one. This is not helping.
Like these guys don't have synergy. And they can't pull up to see. Didn't Harrison score like 30 or something in the first game?
Yeah, first game.
Go look at that.
Yeah.
Put that on the loop.
If that's the plan, in that plan tonight, because it ain't working. It's hurting things.
Right. Exactly. Well, we're not done. Hell, we got more to talk about. James Ham is going to be with us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. And our man Will Z will be with us coming up in about 30 minutes or so. We'll talk to Will about last night's game and about, more importantly, about tonight's game. He just posted his preview by the numbers for the game against the Orlando Magic. So much more ahead. Kings headed back to national television to take on the 76ers. That was announced today. That's next week. We'll talk about that. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Crazy, man. Crazy.
With all their issues, does this team have a floor? Like a floor, you guys think right now? Playing? Not
Scott, you
6?
sound ridiculous. Shut up, Scott. Scott sounds stupid. Shout out to Gary Payton, man. I feel bad for him. What a terrible stretch my man is having. Just awful.
Oh, MJ, you know the vibes, man. Figs,
Hey.
new hoodie, the Bean Believer Sanctuary. You know what I'm saying? We got it in the back. You know what the vibes is, man. Come on now. Dropping today. That's what Figs.
Let's go. Where at?
Dropping today. You got to shoot me the
Yeah, we got to tag it so
Yeah.
when we rock them, we could.
You gotta.
I did pull my. I had a feeling. See, we now have 3 hoodies that are the same. Same exact hoodies. Not D'Lo and KC insider stuff, because that's whatever.
Right.
But we have 3 hoodies that are exactly the same. Hey KC, I'm rocking the high buy joint today. Like don't.
I'm gonna rock
don't
the
wear
high buy
yours.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm rocking tomorrow.
All right.
Were you gonna rock it tomorrow? If you
It's
are,
fine.
I'll fall back.
No, you got it.
I'll fall back.
You got it. You got it.
You tried that on?
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That's good quality stuff right there. I also wanted to wear it where we'll make sure to get one of you tomorrow. We'll get pictures of it. And we've got to get one of you today, so we post them and tag them. Help our people out.
Exactly. No, Sam, I don't. No, that's. You got that, Dame. You can wear this one, bro. You can wear this one. You wear it, bro.
I haven't
You got
ordered
that.
mine yet.
You ain't got to text me and see if I'm wearing that one.
I'm gonna send Jazz one. Did we get it? What was the 49ers one? That's what Jazz wouldn't wear that.
Sam Darnold also starting this week.
That's Darnold versus Wentz.
Which means Trent Williams probably. I shouldn't say that. Maybe he is, but
I love the Browns white uniforms that they had on
a
couple Thursdays ago. Maybe I can get a special Cowboys one made for you.
Ugh.
Well, it's not. It's just the colors. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah.
After the playoffs.
Well, that's fair enough. You guys want to start a spreadsheet so you can track the hoodies? That's funny. KC wore his on January 3rd. Why? What is going on with Schefter right now? Why does he look like Windhurst? Schefter really mailed it in. He's like, whatever, man. I'll do the hit.
No
Whatever.
suit, nothing.
No, just didn't even turn the camera light on, or just using his MacBook like camera.
I've had this day-long debate. We'll bring it to the air one day. Today, probably not the day, but about college athlete. I think it's gone way too far in the opposite direction. These kids leaving, I think they should go back to, they should have to sit out a year. If it's not the coach leaving or a family hardship, I think they should have to sit out a year.
I was thinking about that after, like, I don't think FSU deserved to be in the playoffs, but they didn't deserve what happened to them either. That wasn't just Georgia. That was like playing FSU's third string. Like that was part of the thing. I started thinking, like, is there like a transfer with cause? Like there's got to be something that just minimizes this playing for 5 schools in 5 years.
To me, it's pretty simple. If it's not the coach that recruited you leaving for a new job, or maybe you can apply for some family hardship, you got to sit out a year. Because if it's really that bad, yeah, you can leave. You got to sit out a year. But sometimes it's not even really that bad. You're like, damn, I don't want to sit out a year. I'll just stay.
Hey. That is a good on-air discussion. You're probably right. Today's not the day for it. But that discussion about transfers and stuff like that, I think is a good one. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man, Javier. Javi, what's good, baby?
How you guys doing, man? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, dog.
I can't wait to start having some in-person shows again, but I need to get some
February 2nd, my guy. February 2nd.
February 2nd, Sky River Casino. Pull up on us, man.
Oh, I'll be there. I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? A month from yesterday. But I had 2 questions. Do you think, Popovich has cachet out of this world, but, I've seen him in 3 minutes into a game where the starters just don't do what they're asked to do. And he'll just, timeout. And he just will bench the whole first unit. And he's like, you know what? You guys can watch for the next 9 minutes. I'm going to put the whole second unit in. Do you think that approach for something like last night per se? Because I know you're saying that timeouts can be more or less, non-productive and counterintuitive to what they're trying to do. And the second question I had is, we're talking about the Kyle Kuzma, potential. The only thing that I see I'm not saying Monty's a arrogant, type of individual, but, he had the opportunity to try to get him in the off season. But if you look at things logistically, I don't feel like if you're going to get Kyle Kuzma, you don't just go get Kyle Kuzma from the Wizards. You need to go get, a Gallinari or, even I don't even know if they'd be willing to throw in a Tyus Jones. You bring back DeLon Wright. You need to get another piece that you put on the bench, because outside of Malik, like you said, we don't have a guy that can just go get his own bucket and create for himself. And, Kyle Kuzma can be that to a certain extent and play better than Harrison Barnes, but you're going to pair picks with that. Would you guys be interested in the Kuzma Jones acquisition, or Kuzma Danilo Gallinari, Danilo Kuzma DeLon Wright, or that's just something you guys don't feel would be practical for us at this time?
I like the idea on Kuzma. I just also want to be careful that we really got to dead the narrative that Monty had a chance to go get him this offseason. I'm sure that he did, but it's not like Kyle Kuzma didn't have say in this.
Right.
Kyle Kuzma may have, I want to play in Washington, or Washington's offering me more money, or I could do that, or whatever. Now that, Kyle Kuzma's open to this, of course he is. He already got the contract. He could be perfectly fine. You could, Sacramento, great, sure. I'll play, third fiddle behind Domas and De'Aaron. I'm gonna get paid like a second fiddle. Y'all go ahead and play, but that's fine. I do that. It's different. So the whole Monty could have done it. Monty could have called. He could have asked. He could have offered. It doesn't mean he could have signed Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma determined where he was going to play last year, or this year, excuse me. But sure, go ahead. I don't care. What makes this team better? Kyle Kuzma and DeLon Wright, fine. Kyle Kuzma and who else? Jones, fine. You believe that makes the team better yet? Monty, Wes, and Mike believe that makes the team better? Cool. I don't think Monty's missed. I don't think he
has either.
So if he makes a deal, he's doing it because he thinks it improves the Sacramento Kings. I'll ride with it. If it's Kyle Kuzma, so be. All I ask is your plan is laid out for this offseason. That's all I ask. We're gonna go acquire, and I'll use Javi. We're gonna go acquire Kyle Kuzma and DeLon Wright. Great. How does that affect signing Malik Monk this offseason? I care about nothing else. How does it affect signing Malik Monk this offseason? Wes Wilcox calls us and says it doesn't. Great. Do what you got to do. Because that's not the case with every, player out there. Mm-hmm. James was like, there's no financial way a Zach LaVine trade works, and Malik Monk is here. Right. So, yeah, whatever you think makes the Kings better. If it's Kyle Kuzma, great. I like Kyle Kuzma. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. I think that obviously I'd like to have those players, right? But I think what you talked about earlier, who's looking at these guys that they're trying to trade and be like, yeah, bring them on over here. So I think internally is where you got to look first. Yeah. And like you said, Duarte at the 2, mm-hmm. Trey Lyles at the 4. I'm not saying these guys are saviors or whatever, but I know what I'm seeing right now I don't like. So GTA, give them a look.
Mr. Caraway, question.
Yes. Guy in the back.
Thank you. What if
the educated brother in the back?
What if the trade wasn't Barnes, Huerter, and Mitchell? What if it was Barnes, Lyles, and Mitchell?
Nah, I don't think I'm interested in trading Trey Lyles.
Huerter, Lyles, and Mitchell.
Did you hear what I said, Tommy Shepard? I'm not interested in trading Trey Lyles.
I got Kyle Kuzma here, though. He walks in the building as a definitive third scoring option for you.
I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in it.
You're breaking. Okay. You're Kenny now, not Monty. Yeah. Your breaking point is Trey Lyles.
Yeah, I'm not interested in trading Trey Lyles. I think he helps you be a better team. You move him. Kyle Kuzma does too, but then there's a hole at the backup 4.
It's Harrison.
He's my backup 4? Is that that's what you just told me?
I'm asking.
That's what you thought, and you want this deal to happen? Say, oh no, make the deal because you'll have Harrison.
You have
that's how you're trying to get this deal done.
You have Harrison.
Goodbye.
Shut your bitch ass up.
All right. I was just asking. I was just trying to get a deal done. Jeez. All right, fine. Well, no Kyle Kuzma for you then. Because that's the conversation, right? Like, who's helping Sacramento? Trey Lyles is. Okay, I want Trey Lyles. Are you willing to trade Trey Lyles?
Not for Kyle Kuzma and keeping Harrison Barnes. Like, give me something else. Give me what else you got on that roster. Maybe I'll think about it.
DeLon Wright.
Nah, that's not good enough.
Because, I mean, you're trading.
Let's say it's a bad deal. It's not good enough for me.
All right. It looks like a lot. So the breaking point, I'm looking at you guys. I'm looking at the breaking point's Trey Lyles. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Trey
I like Trey. I'm with it. I'm just
Trey Lyles. I think he is helpful into finding the answer.
You've been awfully quiet in there. You want to weigh in on this?
Well, I was say with Trey Lyles and stuff, that's probably one of your most movable contracts. You trade him this year, he's only got 1 year left next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying like Trey Lyles, like that's probably like if you want to make a deal, that might be one of the deals you got to include in there. So
I understand. I'm just not.
You won't
even
do
for
it.
Kuzma.
It's fascinating. You won't do it.
No, because I'm.
So what's the deal for Kuzma?
But you're like, hey, trade him, and you don't have a backup 4. Harrison Barnes is your backup. No, because I think that if I include in Harrison, I could get a deal done somewhere.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Throw Trey Lyles up there with the untouchables.
Wow. So it's De'Aaron, Domas, Malik, and Trey.
Core.
Man, Core is back. Wow, that's a 2020 throwback right there.
Did you say Keegan? Keegan's in there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't, but yes, of course. Keegan's absolutely in there. You were just yelling at him so much earlier. I forgot to include him.
What about for someone like Pascal or something? You're going to include Trey Lyles for that, no?
Yeah, and as long as the extension was dry on his,
okay,
or the ink was dry on his extension, sure.
we'd have to figure out something to something that's probably illegal, but to guarantee that he's not he's signing this.
Can't be a paper trail. Danilo Gallinari. I know. Javier mentioned him a minute ago.
Gallinari's cool.
Tyus Jones would be the only person other than like Kyle Kuzma I would take from the Wizards.
But he's a point guard. Like I'm trying to solve Kenny's
backup.
No, I'm trying to solve Kenny's backup 4 issue. Well,
maybe you could do it in a separate deal. You know what I mean? Like maybe I don't even know who that is, but you could do it. Maybe if you make that deal to
trade Harrison somewhere else.
Yeah, and you can have that backup.
While we're talking trades and all that, John Poles, he throws in, says he wants Dorian Finney-Smith. Do moves like that do it for you guys?
I like Finney.
Like what does that actually do? Like, does that get them any closer to their actual goal?
It gives them a level of toughness at that forward position. A guy that can knock down a 3-point shot. I like Finney-Smith. I've heard people talk about it often, and for whatever reason, I never get a chance to address it. But I like the idea of Finney-Smith.
Because I see names like that and like the Carusos and stuff, but how much better like are you gonna be like that? Those are good players, but like are you like that's not a championship contender move.
But it so sorry, go ahead.
Just real quick. It's not
like you're still
right now you're getting nothing from 2 positions. You're getting nothing, and you're still finding a way to be 6 games over 500. You're getting nothing from Harrison, and until they made the move, you were getting nothing. Like Duarte wasn't like killing last night, but we're like, damn, 12.7 rebounds, 4 assists. Duarte did fine. I'll take that, right? Duarte hit a shot in the clutch against Atlanta. Like Duarte did cool.
Big
Duarte was guarding Ja when he started off 2 assists. Like, hey, I like that. Like, because we're getting something. We're getting nothing from 2 starting spots right now. So to answer your question on my end, I understand what you're saying, but the alternative is nothing. Like if you don't make those moves, like you're gonna be stuck with nothing.
I get that. I think right now, even with the Kings' problems, I still have them as like a top 6 team. The team that's probably gonna lose in the first or second round. I think my thing is holding out for that bigger deal. It's gonna put you over the top, not get you like a little bit better or whatever.
But it might not exist.
Well, I'm saying like maybe not even this year, but like maybe going into the offseason. Like you don't want to like I don't know how much Dorian Finney-Smith would cost you in a trade or whatever, but
what on a scale, this is for you, Jesse. Oh no, he's on the phone. I'll ask you then.
I'm back.
What would you like on a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 being the ultimate impact? What was the acquisition of Kristaps Porzingis for the Celtics?
it's about a 9 probably right now.
That's a 9.
Yeah, he's making a difference.
Not what we're seeing when the deal happened. Did you think it was a 9?
At the time, no. At the time, it was probably like a 6 or a 7. I wasn't sure how much he was going to be able to impact with all those guys on there. Right now, it's at a 9. You could honestly call it a 10 if you want.
Is that what they need? A Dorian Finney-Smith that is a 6 or a 5 on an impact scale winds up being an 8 or a 9?
Hey, maybe.
Because I don't know that the point I'm trying to make is I don't think the 9's there.
Right.
The guy who, all of the ESPN guys, Mark Spears goes on national TV and has the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears goes on national TV and says the Kings get an A+ for this. I don't know that that's out there.
That's a fair point because, I mean, with Porzingis and stuff going into it, it's like, okay, you got Porzingis. He doesn't play much.
With Porzingis, it was
he
like
stay healthy. So, like, there was questions bringing him in and all that.
With Porzingis, it felt like this could work. Might not. It won't kill him, but this could really work.
And the other side of it, you also gave up an impact player, Marcus Smart, and all that too, where fans didn't want to give him up or anything like that.
Trey Lyles is Sacramento's Marcus Smart.
Looks ugly sometimes, but it works out.
Trey Lyles needs to stop taking Fox's shots in the fourth quarter.
You need to relax.
Shut up, man.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of your Marcus Smart disrespect.
But look, man, and this is I'm not gonna lie. I understand. I'm being way harsh on Harrison today. I'm being way harsh on him. But you're getting nothing from him. Nothing. If you get a Finney-Smith in there, that's not a 9, but you're going from 0 to 6.
But and that's
and
my
you're
point.
already 6 over 500.
Mm-hmm.
So 0 to 6 could propel you to get 11 games over 500. Are you getting out of the first round then? I don't know. I'm not saying that. But you're not getting anything from this guy. So if you get somebody in there, that's why I'm saying it might not even be necessarily a trade. If you move Trey Lyles into his spot, that could give you production that you're not getting right now.
But isn't Harrison Barnes still Harrison Barnes if he's coming off the bench?
But if he's coming off the bench, because Mike Brown's kind of said they don't drop plays for him just because of who he plays with. If he's coming off the bench, aren't there more opportunities at that point?
I don't know. Ask Mike Brown. Go to the press conference tonight and ask him.
I don't got that kind of power.
The hell you don't. You got a credential just like we do. Hey, Mike, just a quick question. Why haven't you benched Harrison yet?
Because that's the one move. If they don't make a trade, I don't hate throwing Trey Lyles into the starting lineup. Like KC, he'll sit in the corner, he'll hit threes, and he'll grab.
No, I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, I think if anything, that's probably the move you should make next.
Yeah, but and the other thing about that, because James talks about, and I'm not saying it to say like he's wrong, but he talks about how like sometimes Harrison, when things are going wrong, he find a way to get to the foul line. Well, that's not happening anymore.
Yeah,
like, he ain't shooting no free throws. Maybe he does that with the
invisible.
second unit. Maybe that's a better opportunity for him to attack the basket, get to the foul line, get easy buckets. Because that's another thing they're kind of missing. Like they're missing free throws. Fox and Sabonis, those are probably your two worst free throw shooters in your starting five. The other three don't even get to the line. They don't even attack and get to the basket and get to the line. Monk kind of gets to the line a little bit, but he's a little bit like he'll attack. Feels like he's a little bit more of a jump shooter this year. Like the only reason, I shouldn't say the only reason, one of the reasons why they're so bad at the free throw line is they're probably their two worst free throw shooters outside of JaVale McGee are the only ones that attack the basket and create fouls.
Mm-hmm. All right. So those problems just gone off the bench. Maybe they are. I don't know either.
I don't know, man. What?
Where's
that?
Stop changing the rotation. Also, take this guy out of the starting lineup. We gotta get a little more aligned in our thinking here. I think we're all a little flustered. We're all
Make
a
one
little
more
flustered.
change.
Okay. Make this change, and then don't make another.
Is the Harrison Barnes stuff like surprising though? Like I've said this before. Like it's
Probably
kind of
not.
just like this happens. Like this is
Probably
like they should have expected this honestly when they signed him.
But it's not.
You're
It's
right.
not surprising.
You're right.
But I would have signed him back after the way everything played out. I would have signed him back. And if I was Monty, if I was Mike Brown, we have a meeting of the minds. We're bringing Harrison back. Okay. This is exactly how I would have done it. Out of respect, we're giving him 25 games to show some things might be different. If not,
But you can't.
We either gonna trade him, or you make that move, put Trey Lyles or somebody. Like this is part of what Jesse's saying. Like you got to be prepared for this opportunity or for this possibility. Excuse me, that he just continues to slide down the way he was, not rebounding last year, not really defending last year. The 15 points a game ain't gonna be the 15 points a game no more.
Mm-hmm.
But you're signing him because you kind of don't really have any other option. Well, your other option was to not have anyone at all and have Kessler Edwards start at the three.
So does the front office get a pass for that?
Yeah, I
Bringing
don't think
HB
it.
back?
I don't think it was a mistake.
I don't
think
so
bringing Harrison Barnes back was a mistake.
Because like that, like just calling it what it is, like that contract and now it's just not looking good at
But
all.
it's not. But I'd argue the contract's not bad. Just in the going rate of the NBA, the contract's not bad. And it's also, with all due respect to our brother HB, it's clear by what we talked about on this show during free agency. It's not like they were in a rush to do this. It's not like they didn't explore. To be clear, I don't know who.
Every rock.
I don't know who they explored, but we can guess. And I think Kyle Kuzma was one of the guys that they explored. I think there's a handful of other players. There were probably some restricted free agents that they poked around. There's not a lot you could do in those situations, but I'm sure they asked questions. And I think that was kind of that. All right, can't get this done. I do believe we're very confident they talked to Toronto extensively. It was clear nothing was going to happen there. All right, I'm going to Harrison. That's what we're doing. Let's get Buddha in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Buddha?
What's up, baby? How you guys doing, man?
We good, big dog. How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm doing amazing. Happy New Year's to you guys. This first time I talked to you since the New Year's. Happy
Yes, sir.
New Year's, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, dog.
Yeah, for sure, man. So we talking about the trade meter. You said Finley Smith was like a 6, man. I feel like Kuz would be a 10. And I follow KC on Twitter, so he said that he wasn't banging with Kuz for 2 picks, but what if it's Kuz, 2 picks, and Harrison Barnes? You want to make that deal? Because I feel like Kuz would be like a way better upgrade than Harrison Barnes. He really everything Sacramento need right now, like scoring, rebounding, and playmaking at the 4. Like, I feel like Sacramento would be a championship level team if they get Kyle Kuzma instead of Harrison Barnes. What you think, bro?
I mean, I hear you. I hear you. And my initial thought was, I wouldn't want to give up a couple of first-round picks because you don't have too many right now. But on the flip side, flip side, another year gone.
Damn shame what happened to Kenny's friend Flipside.
On the flip side, you got your team right there. Not saying you don't need draft picks, but you got your young team. You got Fox, Sabonis, Murray, Kuzma, Malik Monk. You know what I mean? Trey Lyles isn't even that old. Now we're talking 6 guys that are under 26 and under, 27 and under. Like, you can go and it's not even a situation where you're just for 5 years straight, you don't have first round pick. They alternate, right? So you can not have a pick for a year or something like that because you got these guys locked up. I think that's a good core, a good young core. So I would consider multiple firsts before I consider Trey Lyles.
Okay.
And with the picks too, like say you trade 2 first-round picks for whoever, like you're kind of hoping you don't need those.
Exactly.
Like you're bringing in a guy like Kuzma or whatever. Like this is our squad right here. Like we're winning championships. We're not worried about picking like a rookie coming in at like number 25 or whatever, 26 is not doing anything for us the next 2 years. So that's why I think with the picks too, it's easier for the Kings to maybe let them go.
Yeah. And do your homework in the second round. See if you can find somebody in the second round. I mean, if everything is going the way it's supposed to be, you'll be drafting late in the first round anyway. Mid-20s.
Because, I mean, is the 25th pick going to be better than Kyle Kuzma in the next 3 years? I'm not saying specifically Kyle Kuzma. I know Chad doesn't like him or whatever, but just think of it that way.
Ironically, wasn't Kuzma the 25th?
27th, I think.
Let's go to the part-time fashion offices of Kamara Williams in Orlando. Kamara, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? I feel like it was apropos for me to call since, the opponent tonight, right?
There you go. Give us the scout. I like Orlando, man. You really like them going into the season. But I like this Magic team. They're solid.
Yeah, this team is got a bunch of dogs on it. It's funny because we talk about how the inverse of Sacramento, that's one of their problems. When you watch the Magic play, they don't take no smoke from anybody. They'll look at New York in the face, they'll look at Boston in the face, they'll look at Milwaukee, Miami, they don't care. And they will get in their face. And they may not win those games, but you definitely you're going to feel them that night. And so I'm intrigued to see how Sacramento responds to them, especially with that showing. It's kind of weird when you watch Sac play, because you could almost, from the opening tip, they're one of the teams now this year where from the opening tip, you can kind of see where that game's going, right? Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so, you look at Sacramento, and it's like, oh man, it's gonna be one of them nights. And when I tell you, I was not surprised they lost because the way they were just like lackadaisical was because it was weird. And so tonight, I expect a better, more focused effort. What I don't know is if they will have the same level of intensity that I know Orlando usually brings. That's kind of that's the question mark. And obviously we know the whole thing that's been plaguing us all year. Second out of a back-to-back, good thing the playoffs are not back to back because we would get swept. But hey, fellas, I just wanted to tell you, man, I missed y'all. I was, on vacation, and I didn't get to hear the show.
Yeah. What? Oh, don't worry, we wasn't doing one. What white sand body of water were you at?
The same one you were at, buddy.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, I'm starting to take it a little personal because Kamara be making all these trips. Don't never come out to California, bro.
Well,
not once. He'd be leaving the country.
He had one plan in 2020 and it didn't work, and he said, "Forget it. Just forget it. I ain't never going back." It's been 4 years. He ain't rescheduled that flight yet. Is that Delta flight accumulating interest? Is that why you haven't come back?
You know what is weird? I just haven't had the right business to go to the West Coast.
You hear that?
Every time I
a weekend with Kings basketball not good enough business?
I needed it for my accountant in order to make sure it fits.
Stop. You saw Beyonce twice. Stop.
Well, that's my wife. My wife don't care about my business accountant.
Take her to
Napa. Trip to Napa.
Take her to Napa.
Come on, Kamara. Appreciate you, bro. We gotta step out. That was a smooth response, though. I didn't know that's where he was. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. It's my man, Kamara.
I don't be nowhere. I just be here in Sacramento.
Well, that's by choice. You had a honeymoon that was here. Scout called Kamara Mark Jones Jr. We'll come back. Will Z joins us. We'll talk. We'll get Will Z's thoughts on the Kings in general. And of course, we just talked to Kamara in Orlando. How do they match up against the Orlando Magic tonight? That's coming up here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, Alex is in the chat. He said hoodies dropping at the end of the month. Once again, you know what I'm saying? Move this back up. Being Believer Sanctuary. You see the back. You see what's going on around here. Shout out to my man Alex Figs. You know what it is, man.
Yeah, these hoodies are fire.
Well, all right. We'll talk. I don't want to do it now. We'll talk about that.
Are the Kings' problems working with here? Like Kings' problems any different than teams in their tier right now? Because I'm looking at the teams around them, or in the standings and all. Like you got the Mavs, the Clippers, and all that. Aren't they kind of just off and on? Like Clippers, not so much. Maybe that's not a good example, but those teams in that little group that are 19-13, 18-14, or whatever. Are they all kind of going through the same things?
I kind of mentioned it yesterday, and I'll talk about it on the radio too. But I think top four is done. I think that's locked up one way or another. However they finish, I think that's the top four. And to your point, Jesse, I think the Kings 5 through 7 might shuffle a little bit, and I think those other ones are going to stay in that play-in region. But I think that's where the Kings are at. I think they got the same issues as Dallas, like you mentioned, same inconsistencies as the Pelicans, although they're starting to play a little bit better. Same inconsistencies as the Lakers and the Suns and things of that nature. So, yeah.
It's they got their issues, but there's also I think they're like I said, a 6-5 seed right now still. So it's it's bad, but perspective, I guess.
I'm trying to travel more. I won't be like Kamara.
I'm trying to travel a little bit more too.
You guys long vacation people or short vacations, a few days?
Right now I'm short. I don't like long vacations. Just want to get back home to my dog. I normally book a trip one day too long. Should be at home with my girl. William.
What's up, guys?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Will Z.
Good. How about you?
I don't think I created an updated nameplate for Will. Not that you're Trista. I just want to make sure these don't look terrible.
No, it's all good.
They don't. They look perfect. All right. They don't look stupid like they did yesterday.
Chris is out here making me look bad with chopping wood. We're just sitting here in an office.
That's what she do. She got all that forest behind her now.
Yeah. That's the dream right there. It's my goal at some point.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see how. Yeah, just I can't lie. The next thing I want to do is live around nobody.
I get that.
Where's your next neighbor? Where's your neighbor? Oh, like a quarter mile away.
See the thing?
Hang on, Will. All right, we're back here with our man Will Z. Will, it's your turn to explain what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
No, nothing. Just what the hell?
For me, I don't get like fired up like Kenny or like Matt. What? Can I cuss on here? Is that allowed?
Well, well, okay.
Depends
Matt
what word
George.
you say,
Yeah.
Will.
Yeah. No, it's.
You said something during the handoff. I didn't think you could say.
A whisper.
No, explain it works.
Yeah, you got
Oh,
one,
but the other one is not.
and you can't use it regularly.
Remember when I got in trouble?
Yes, yes.
How is that okay?
Well,
That's not.
We've been over this.
Neither should be okay.
We've been over this before, and this is no inside joke. We'll say it, and everyone. You can't add the hole. That's the breaking point. The second you add the hole, it's off limits.
As it goes.
It is. I don't make the rules.
Now they be saying the S word. On
They be
regular
saying
TV.
everything. I don't even know what a bad word is. Boy,
The B word is on regular.
We
TV.
should turn 1320 into full on FX radio station, bro. Like we just say what we want, like whatever.
FX radio during the 2016 election, I had no idea what you were allowed to say on radio anymore. Yes, CNN anchors talking about grabbing stuff, and I'm like, hey, what? This is what we do.
All we got to do is just throw a slogan like we're like FX, and people just go with it.
Hey, USA, Fox, that rock clip. Oh, how can you say that? I get in trouble if I said that at school. Can't say that.
Well,
that should be the barometer. I can't say it at school.
What's our rating?
What you mean?
Like PG 13, TV MA,
PG 13.
Maybe TVMA.
We're TVMA.
What's TV 14? Maybe that old one that used to be TV 14. Maybe
like they used to show that before Raw.
Yeah. When they were going, Warzone was
the 10 o'clock hour.
That's what we are. Whatever that was, that's what we are.
TV 14.
Sorry, Bruce.
All right. Well, shout out Bruce and his amazing
At
family.
3 o'clock, it goes to 14.
Which at 3 o'clock is where it should go to PG. The kids are out of school. I'm sorry, Will. I asked you what was wrong.
That's good.
We started telling jokes. Yeah. So what the hell is wrong with the Kings?
I don't know.
It
seemed like
nothing wrong with the Kings.
It's hard to say there's nothing wrong when it's such a disappointing loss, but I was looking and trying to see like, oh, did they turn the ball over? Like turnovers aren't really a problem for them. They had 20 last night. That's what makes it kind of seem like a one-off. One of the things I like to look at is like how we know they're a make or miss team. When they make their threes, they win. When they miss their threes, they lose. I was like, oh, maybe that's kind of something that we're seeing with turnovers too. No, they're like exactly the same. So turnovers aren't kind of a barometer for their winning and losing. Unlike last night, I think it's clear that that was one of the main things. It's just seemed like a game where they had so many little things go wrong, like Sabonis missing 10 shots at the rim, the turnovers, the lapse of defense at crucial points, and allowing a backdoor cut, easy layup in the last minute or so of the game. It just kind of seemed like a lot of little things stacked up on each other and kind of a lack of focus to not only start the game, but to close the game. And I don't know, do you turn that into more than just a one-off? I feel like we're starting to see more and more of those. I don't know. I don't know what to make of last night.
So, like, one of the things that I took out of what you just said is, and tell me if I'm wrong for sure, but it feels like numbers-wise, there's not much difference in a lot of their wins and losses this year. it's just, what is it? Vibes? Is it effort? Is it something that you can't quantitate? Like what's the is that what it is? Like the numbers don't ever really look different. It's just whether or not they have a level of intensity that night.
Yeah, let me pull up. I want to see what.
Because like in the losses, is there something that sticks out that says the majority of the time when they lose, it's because this isn't happening. I'm sure maybe it's probably missed threes or something like that. But is there something, turnovers, rebounding, like offensive rebounds allowed? Like what are you seeing?
Yeah, so it really is the main thing that stands out is the 3-point shooting. And wins, they're at 40.2%. Losses, they're at 31.6. So about a 9% difference there, which isn't uncommon in the league now. But you look at turnovers, 13.4 in wins, 13.6 in losses. That's the same. Assists, 31.1 in wins, 24.4 in losses. I kind of pair that with the threes. When they're missing their threes, they're not going to have those assists. So I don't take it much out of that number. Rebounds, 45.6 in wins, 40.6 in losses. 5 isn't that big. And offensive rebounds, 10.4 and 10.3. So about the same there. I can look at opponents as well.
Well, the
and see
Portland
what-
game the other night, they were 10 of 42 from
Yeah.
3. That's good for 23.8%.
Yeah. And you look at flipping it, looking at what they allow in wins, kind of the similar concept with the 3-point shooting, 35.4% for opponents in wins, 40. Yeah, in the Kings wins, 40.2 in losses. There's not much else that really is a big difference in the numbers, just looking across the board.
So
Take from that what you will. I don't know.
Well, let's go De'Aaron Fox then. Let's
Yeah.
for a few minutes, let's put the Charlotte game behind us and look ahead to tonight because they play tonight at the Golden One Center. Many of those fans who were booing the team off the court last night are going to be back in attendance tonight, hopefully to cheer their team on. I know you posted the preview over at willzstats.com. Will, what stands out tonight about the Orlando Magic?
I'm so nervous and terrified for this game, which is not the vibe I wanted to come in with.
Well, no, that's
given
good.
last night's
Normally when you're
performance.
like, no, everything will be fine. They lose by 20 and some guy has a career high. So I like this.
That's how it
idea.
felt last night.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the Magic, the style that they play, there are a few stats that kind of stand out that just seem like trouble spots for the Kings. One of the things is they do a really good job at limiting offensive rebounds. They only allow 9.2 per game. That's fewest in the league. That's something that the Kings have really used to their advantage is those second chance points. In games where the Kings have 14 or more second chance points, they're 12-4. So it's something that the Magic do really well. I don't expect the Kings to get a lot of second chance looks tonight. And if the threes aren't falling, that really kind of limits how much their offense they can do. And then another one is the Magic rebound as a team. They have 7 players averaging 4 or more rebounds. They don't have anyone really leading the way. Paolo's at 7.2, but they're a really good team rebounding team compared to the Kings. Sabonis is a good rebounder, and then that's kind of it at that point. Kings, for reference, have 4 players averaging 4 or more rebounds. Sabonis, Keegan, Fox, and Trey. So just something that I'm a little nervous about.
James Boy Harrison.
Man, and this hurts me to do. I don't want to do this to Harrison because I really like the guy, dude. I really do. You know what I'm saying? I like the professional that he's been in his career, the man that he's been off the court. But the way he's playing is just unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. And it's not all his fault, the Kings' woes or whatever, but it sure ain't helping. I'll tell you that. I'm worried about this game from the standpoint of just their intensity level, you know, the scrappiness. Like, is this team gonna? You laid out all those rebounding numbers and everything. Like, to combat that, you're gonna have to get grimy as a unit, not just Domantas Sabonis or one other guy. Need my guards going down there to rebound. Jalen Suggs and Cole Anthony, they're intense young players. Like they get after it. Are you going to be able to match that intensity and that physicality? That's one of the things Mike Brown talks about a lot with this team, the physicality or lack thereof. I'm worried about tonight's game. I don't know what we're going to see from this group.
Yeah, and to throw in one other thing to be nervous about, the Magic get to the rim more than anyone. They actually shoot more shots in the restricted area, 31.3, than they do from beyond the arc, 30.2. They're the only team in the league that does that. The Kings' interior defense hasn't been great this year, to I think put it lightly. So if the Magic are just attacking the rim over and over and over, it's something where that can add up. So I think the Kings will have to try and make them a three-point shooting team. They don't take many. Can you force them to take shots that they aren't comfortable with, or are the Magic just going to get going inside? Another thing that, yeah.
Everyone knows that the Kings are 0-4 on the second night of a back-to-back, but Will did an extensive dive on the numbers, and that 0-4 is actually a lot worse.
It's ugly.
When you dig into the numbers, it is a lot worse. Will, what did your research show you on just how bad the Kings are on the second night of a back-to-back?
Yeah, they average 101.8 points, shooting 42.4% from the field, 26.9% from three. Just really bad shooting, which, again, tired legs, I don't know.
That
kind of seems like
less
the
than what
culprit.
they average on the season.
It's a lot. Offensive rating 102.3, defensive rating 122.9, good for a net rating of negative 20.6, and they've lost the 4 games by a combined 82 points. It's just brutal.
And we'll see where their mental toughness is tonight.
Yeah,
that's something that I've looked at. When they have these back-to-backs and aren't competitive in these second games. I mean, they fall into the trap of, it feels at least like they fall into the trap of, oh, it's a back-to-back, we should be tired. We, let go of the rope, as they like to say on the Insiders. And we'll see. We'll see what they do. I'm anxious to see what their mental toughness is looking like in this game, because it was a bad situation in the last 24 hours or so. Plus, you got a back-to-back. You're going to have to dig deep in a number of different ways to get a win tonight. So I'm anxious to see what it looks like.
Orlando does too.
Mhm.
Of course, that didn't help. The Clippers.
Yep.
The Clippers, they were playing on the second night of a back-to-back as the Kings were. It didn't help at all. But for the story of the game, both teams are on the second night of a back-to-back tonight.
Yeah.
Coming off of losing efforts.
Yep.
You got a swing stat yet, Will?
I don't. I'm still looking for one. It might be kind of a combination one of 3-point shooting for the Kings compared to the Magic scoring inside. Like, you have to beat them enough from beyond the arc to make up for what I presume will be the Magic beating you inside the paint. So it's kind of a weird combination of two. But the Magic are very good on defense. And when you have good defensive teams, sometimes you just have to make your shots.
I like your swing stats. Those are always one of my favorite parts of game day, because when
It's
you're
been
right
fun to
about
do.
them, you flex on social media, and I love it. As you should, by the way. Like, you absolutely should do that, because we all get enough wrong in our day-to-day conversations. We got to celebrate when we're right, and you are always spot on one way or another about these swing stats. So that's something I certainly look forward to. One of my favorite things of this show, by the way, has been watching Will Z's. Like, we could talk about De'Aaron emerging into a superstar. I can't turn on a Kings game without seeing like a Will Z stat.
Yeah, man.
I'm hearing, I'm hearing Kyle Draper refer to Will Z as our guy. Careful, my man. Careful. I get it. You're serving 2 roles here. Careful. I open social media. There's a Sacramento Kings post. There's a Will Z stat on the Sacramento Kings post. Man, watching Will Z turn into a superstar over the last year and a half, boy, way. He's on that De'Aaron Fox trajectory.
Got a
right
rocket on his back, man.
Indeed, he does.
Oh, you guys are too kind. It's been pretty wild though. Like just noticing. I feel like the Kings broadcast team is using more stats, and I think it's great because they're realizing that just everyday fans of the Kings can understand a little more in-depth stuff. So it's been really fun to kind of see more and more be used in that context of a broadcast.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff, and you're spearheading that whole thing, man. And we'd love to see it. We'll be locked in. I'll be following for that swing stat tonight, and man, we'll see you Friday.
I'll see you then. Thanks, guys.
All right.
You're well.
Appreciate you. That's our man Will Z, right there. Probably dreaming of cutting down a forest or something like that. This Orlando game is going to be tough. Like, what's Orlando? Orlando's about the same as Sacramento, I think, record-wise. 19 and 14.
Yeah, about the same.
19 and 14. Kings are 19 and 13. They were looking for their 20th win last night, which the Pelicans got. The Pelicans are 20 and 14. The Clippers are now 20 and 12. They've won 3 in a row. Denver 24 and 11. Oklahoma City is still at the 2 spot at 23 and 9. And then you got Minnesota, haven't budged, still sitting at the top of the conference at 24.
They better watch out. They better watch
Yeah,
out.
OKC's right there. 5 straight for OKC.
They cooking.
Yeah, indeed they are. Of the top 6 teams, the Kings have the lowest point differential.
Now, I wish you tell the whole story, because a lot of that is because they get their ass beat a couple times. So usually when you see that, but usually when you see that, you think, oh, they're just in a bunch of close games. Not necessarily.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Like,
They've
they either win pretty handily or they get slapped up pretty handily.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It just means they're inconsistent. Actually, I take that back. I do know what it means. They're inconsistent. There's a lack of.
What'd you say last night? You said you tweeted something last night.
I
Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, that's what they are. Shows a lack of mental toughness to me too.
Man, you've been on that for a couple weeks now, since before the break.
As a whole, like maybe
We weren't even here to talk about the Minnesota loss in the second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah, and that one did.
Or the Portland
The
loss.
crazy thing about that one is, even though they were down by like 18 or 20 at one point in that game, fought back, got it to within 3 against Minnesota. There was a level of fight there.
Yeah.
It was a loss. Not really happy with a loss, but it's more digestible in that situation. But yeah, I'm anxious. Orlando's a team that could blow them out tonight.
Blowouts have been going around. I looked at Los Angeles. The Lakers are the only team in the top 10.
I just caught that.
The Lakers are the only team in the top 10 with a negative point differential. They are.
What's that point differential?
Negative 0.5. I love that you got that remark I made so late. That's my favorite thing.
I wonder, we had Stan to go with that point differential.
We asked Will Z to keep track of that on the sly. We'll put Will Z in charge of a special secret project. Like when Ryan had to get the emergency contacts, we're gonna put Will Z. See, you don't get that yet, but we'll get Will Z in charge of that for us. I'm trying to think if there's anything on last night's game that we haven't touched on yet. Oh, speaking of, you mentioned the Thunder, but they beat the Celtics last night.
Yeah.
Thunder beat the Celtics last night. They're legit. They've shown and man, my bad. They've shown no signs of letting up. I think Minnesota is too. People said to start, Minnesota's schedule soft. I don't buy it. I said, okay, I hear you. We're 30 games into this. They have shown no signs of letting up. I asked, talking to Pastor Bob before that game the other, he did not feel good about that game at all.
The Timberwolves game?
Yeah, he kept saying, I don't like this game. I was like, I was talking to Sean Cunningham and a couple of guys before the game, James, like, what does Minnesota do? Like, what do they do really, really well? It's like, they defend for sure. but they're long, they're frustrating. But like, is that just what they're great at? And it turns out, yeah, that in fact is exactly what they're great at.
And they got a game changer.
They do.
They got a really, really good ball player in Cat who didn't even play that game. But they got a really good ball player in Cat.
Yeah.
And then they got a guy that could just make the best defenders look ridiculously silly.
And that reminds me of, because we were talking about the Knicks in Cleveland yesterday. I'm sorry.
The Knicks and
Donovan. The Knicks and Donovan.
Okay.
And how, after the deal for OG, the Knicks really aren't, and we talked to Trista about Joel, and almost immediately I saw the latest report. It's Cat.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Knicks and Cat, which is it's out there.
That's been out there for
it's out
years.
there. Yeah, it's been out there. I'm guessing after our conversation with Trista, Cat's plan B.
Yeah.
like Joe is plan 1
Yeah.
or plan A, excuse me. But I thought that was funny. As soon as we finished that conversation with Trista, I saw, I don't remember if it was Shams or Woj, someone was talking about the Knicks and their interest in Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think they need to trade him. I did.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
I don't think so either. And like I said, the situation with him and Rudy Gobert, they figured it out. That was the thing that I was always worried about. I was like, they're not going. Rudy was the one that always needed to go, but you couldn't trade him.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have been forced to trade Cap, but they figured it out. Talked about it a little bit during the break. We'll bring it here. I think that top 4 in the West is about done. Like, that's it. That's the top 4. They may maneuver positions throughout the rest of the year, but I don't think the Kings or anybody else is cracking that top 4.
You sure about the Clippers?
Pretty sure.
That's the only one that I don't think is, or that's the only one. Like I think you're 100% right. Minnesota's proved it to me. Oklahoma City's proved it to me. Denver, and I didn't think Oklahoma City was going to be this good. Like, good, sure, not like this. I thought they'd be the Pelicans are 20-14. Yep, that's what I thought for Oklahoma City. That's exactly what I thought for Oklahoma City. I didn't see 23-9. Yeah. But the Clippers, not because of the way they're playing, not just. I always got an eye out for like slow stretches with them.
Yeah,
and unless Sacramento just dies, and the Pelicans just die, which is fine. The New Orleans Pelicans, not the Pelicans that Kenny would probably want to get rid of.
Too, or what?
No, that's no.
Well, I don't want to get rid of them. You talked about during the break, like, I just want to live where nobody's around. Well, nobody's never not around, because if it's not humans, that means it's probably animals.
Birds talk about this guy how we talk about Ted Bundy and those guys.
It's facts. That's facts.
I don't know. I ain't do nothing to those birds. I don't know what happened.
I'm sure it was a coincidence.
I don't know what happened.
That's
to
what
them.
we'll tell the police. It was a coincidence that
they weren't even bothering me. So I don't know what happened to them.
The summer of death, Kenny Caraway compound.
Do birds kill? Do they pick up like rodents and stuff like that? Huh? Like rats, potentially.
I think that's like a dog thing. Like, they have like a prize. They try to show you their rat. Or
no, I don't know if they do.
Like birds,
like giant birds.
That's like eagles.
Giant birds might. Yeah, I think there's stories of giant birds picking up small dogs.
Jesus. Ugh. Well, whoever, I don't have a small dog. So whoever is, that's why, because we have a lot of cats in the neighborhood, I always leave them alone. As long as you do what you're supposed to do, you can roam around this neighborhood all you want to. But I better not see none of these little rodents walking around here, or else I'm going to have a problem with you cats. But as long as you do what
So
you're
the rodents walk around, you're mad at the cats.
Yeah,
the rodents
that's their
walk around
job.
all smug.
Yeah, that's their job.
Casey's
Make
got
sure
cat
there ain't no rats
security.
around here. That's their job. So one thing I don't want around here. That goes back to what I'm saying. I ain't got no problem with the birds.
I'm out on cats though.
I'm not a big cat guy. Not Karl
Anthony Towns. Yeah, no, this is how this all started. The Pelicans and Karl Anthony Towns.
Jimmy Butler also said I'm not a cat guy as well.
Has evolved into cats and birds. That's where we are. It's 2 hours of being angry with the Sacramento Kings.
You wanted it to be serious. We were for 2 hours. Now we can't hang out, is what you're saying?
Thank you, Soren.
Hey, man. Hey.
Appreciate Soren so much.
Hey, man. Look, I said it plenty of times before. Nothing has changed. I love the Beam team. Love this
Oh,
group.
okay. I don't know. I thought there was going to be some cat reference or a
No,
bird
no.
reference. I don't know.
I don't have a problem with them.
Okay.
I love the Beam team. I love this Kings team. They need to be better. I'm not expecting them to be the number one team in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
But I do expect them to play better than what they've shown and more consistently than what they've shown this year. They're better than this.
Is there still faith for this group to figure it out? Or are we at the point where it's time for like moves that probably like moves are gonna not now, but moves are gonna have to come?
It's fading.
Well, what are we
my faith and
talking
belief is
about
fading.
though? Like, what are we talking about?
We'll talk about as far as we'll put the championship stuff to the side, but maybe Harrison Barnes figures it out. Kevin Huerter.
No. I got you. But what are we in order to do what?
In order to win around in the playoffs. Can this team win around in the playoffs?
This team
Can they advance further than they did last year?
can probably win around in the playoffs.
I still, to what they answer the question, I still think
they
that
can.
way,
Yeah.
but it's fading.
I got you.
My belief is fading with their lack of consistency.
Right now, they'd be faced off with the Clippers in the first round.
Oh, that's not.
They ain't beating the
pass. What's the next draw? Lose games.
If we bump them down, if we bump them down a spot to 6, they play Denver in the first round.
Fine, do that. I'd rather do that.
They got a better shot against
I'd rather
Denver
do
than
that.
They ain't beating the Clippers.
No, they're not. I'd rather play Denver.
Two teams, you all something they got their number. I don't believe that about New Orleans. The Clippers and the Celtics, they ain't beating those teams.
No, I don't think that
they're
are.
not beating those teams. No, not in any.
See,
game.
this is where I feel like can the Kings make the play-in? Like, you guys are going so far overboard. They're a top 6 team. I think they're going to remain a top 6 team. They're not like I know you're scarred thinking, oh, it's all falling apart. It's not.
Are they the same as last year?
That's where we will start our next conversation when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Hey, Alex, man, we ain't talking about that dude, man. He, like I said, he is Skip Bayless for me at this point. I don't talk about Skip Bayless, so he in that category. He lost his ability for me to take him seriously.
There's also a way to like get under people's skin, but not be a troll. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to even like talk smack sometimes or whatever, but like you could still like talk hoops too.
Right.
There's a way to do it.
And he's not that.
Yeah.
He just that's what he does. I ain't tripping. Like, that's his bag. I just don't take the guy seriously. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my man, Alex Figs, the Beam Believer Sanctuary. You know what it is, man. Dropping at the end of the month. Big ups to him. Shout out to the Jordan brand. Shout out to the Dope Ones. And as always, shout out to Cola CMOS. You already know what it is, that pineapple today. Go to colacmos.com. Go get you some of that. Fighter of the Year was announced by a lot of people. And there was some legit contenders, in my opinion. I thought it was really came down to 3 guys. Came down to Devin Haney, came down to Inoue, and it came down to Terrence Crawford. And in a lot of publications, they gave it to Devin Haney. And he had the big win over Vasily Lomachenko to become a champion at 140. You salute that, or excuse me, at the 135. And then he beat Regis Prograis to become a champion at 140. You salute that. But I don't understand how it's anybody other than Terrence Crawford. David Benavidez, people were talking about him as well. But I don't understand how it's anybody other than Terrence Crawford. Yes, he only fought one time. But in the biggest fight of the year, one of the biggest fights in the last decade, he went up against another top pound-for-pound guy. And when I say top, I mean 1, 2, or 3. And Errol Spence. And he destroyed him. He destroyed him. It's the most impressive performance we've seen all year in a big fight, either that or Tank against Ryan. But I'd give it to Terrence, because of the opponent he was facing. So a lot of people had Devin Haney going there, and I like Devin. That's my guy, and he achieved some big time things this year. But in no way, shape, or form should have been anybody other than Terrence Crawford. He's KC's 2023 fighter of the year, and that's the 13th round.
Yeah, you can't call that fight like the top fight between the two top pound for pound fighters or whatever, not give it to him after he beat his ass.
Nah, he deserved that. Absolutely deserved that.
Still one of the greatest performances I've ever seen too.
Man, it was rich. That was a domination. In a fight that big, that was crazy. That was crazy. Dr. David, I gotta check that out, man. I saw you tag me and I haven't had a chance to really dive in. I definitely want to see that though, man. Shout out to Faith. Shout out to what she got going on, man. She making moves. She making moves. Nah. Did Bivol even fight this year? He had one fight at the end of the year. And it was against not a random, but it wasn't against Errol Spence type guy.
Who's Dimitri Bivol? It's not like he ever beat anyone notable.
Well, he beat the hell out of somebody.
It was like watching Goldberg beat up The Rock when I was 8.
I'll text it.
But now I'm curious.
No, I'll text it.
Someone FaceTimed me out the blue. Someone said,
Is Canelo's legacy set to you? Like even if he doesn't fight Bivol?
Yeah, he's one of the greatest fighters of all time. One of the greatest fighters of all time. He had an era. There's nothing. I mean, I want to see him fight certain people. I think he doesn't beat Benavidez, but that doesn't take away from Canelo, who he was. I just think Benavidez would win, but he's one of the greatest fighters ever.
I got you. Okay. I thought okay. Hey. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to take a second. I forgot to do this while we were sleeping yesterday.
Can I just try something real quick? I have no idea if it's going to work. I just want to. Everybody can hear that, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to see if that would work.
I love that song too, by the way.
What was he saying?
It's the beginning of a Beyonce record. But every as we get close to 3, I always poke over and check out our stuff that goes on KSFM while we're still here. And I realized you control everything. So what I'm doing in here, the reason I can literally change between what's happening on the 2 stations from where I'm sitting, but it doesn't affect anything because while we're on the air for this station, Jesse is controlling it. So I went over and checked KSFM. I was like, I wonder if I press a hotkey if they could hear it. And that's what that was. So that's all it was.
Shout out
Just
Beyonce.
curious.
Shout out Big Frida.
I don't think that would work the other way around though. Because for KSFM, I control everything. So we can't be in the middle of a conversation and I hit you.
Shut your bitch ass.
I don't think I could play that over there.
That's blue chipper right there.
That's blue chipper. Did I keep? I think I got rid of that one.
I think you could do that. Your board would have to be switched to KSFM. Because the hotkey will still play through the hotkey page.
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, it's a good call. Okay.
Well, listen to KSFM today.
Yeah.
Never know what you might hear. Well,
I found a good discussion for tomorrow. Rolling Stone put out its top 100 R&B song. I don't think you're going to hate it. Top 100 R&B songs of all time.
Well, there's got to be a disclaimer there.
Well, what the disclaimer is, the Rolling Stones did it. That's the disclaimer.
Well,
Rolling Stone.
Just know that some people are not eligible, I think. Or are they?
I'm just a quick look. Yeah, it doesn't appear that individual is eligible because I just went through the top 10. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, okay, what is this?
Show's gone.
It's
Show's
okay.
gone.
Hold on.
Wait a minute before we get there.
Maybe
'cause
I got this wrong. No, this says R&B songs.
I need to hear this. No,
All right.
we're going there, Jesse. We're going there.
Okay.
But
Lucky
I
Harrison Barnes.
I gotta give a shout out to my man T Love over at the airport, Sac International Airport. Reese was taking a flight right after Christmas, 2 days after Christmas. 2 days after Christmas.
This the private airport? Oh,
No, this the big one. It's the big one. And yeah, we were like, oh yeah, we'll get Reese to the airport. You know, he's got a 9:30 flight. We'll get there at about 7:30. It's all good. Maybe even 8. It was not all good.
Oh.
Line wrapped around.
What day was this again?
The 27th.
Okay.
Line wrapped around, just turn them, just over and over again.
Okay.
I said, this is crazy. My man T Love looked out, made sure, you know, my man got on the plane. That's what I saw. I'm not trying to say too much. He looked out, made sure he got on the plane, said he loves the show. Said he is like listening in the barbershop when he hears us, man. So I meant to tell, I was like, and I try to give him you know how the brothers do.
Yeah.
You know, I folded up a couple dollars.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey,
barbershop
brother.
handshake.
Yeah, like, what's up, brother?
Uh-huh.
He dropped it. He's like, no, man, it's all love, man. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. I was like, well, I got to do something. He said, just shout me out on the radio, man. Show me love. So shout out to my man T Love.
I could be wrong. I think I met T Love.
Probably,
if I remember correctly, T Love was the first of many, by the way, going through the airport. Hey, D-Lo, I love the show. Oh, thanks, man. Where's Kenny? That's a shoot. That's a shoot. I swear to you. I tweeted it the moment it happened.
Kind of, like he's probably about our age, dark skin, kind of short.
T Love, same guy.
T Love, you might remember this. He was the guy. Where were we at? I think we were at the Public House, and he came by bumping Outkast when we were outside. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
that was T Love.
Yeah. Okay.
So shout out T Love.
Okay. All right. Good stuff.
T Love once asked Damon to get him on the plane. T Love said, "The hell's that got to do with me?"
Oh.
Give me wait, hold on real quick before we get back to sports. Give me what you was like. Come on, man. What'd you see?
Oh, do you want the top 5?
Give me the top 5. These are the best R&B songs of all time.
This, according to Rolling Stone.
Rolling Stone, they also put, and you know I love my girl Cardi B, but then they give her like the number 11 hip hop album of all time.
11. I think it was like
Invasion of
top
Privacy.
10. Yeah, it was
crazy, and that's
so
my girl Cardi. But stop it.
So
Rolling Stone.
The thing that made me like number 10 was Brandy Full Moon.
I ain't even gonna front.
Like, wait a minute.
That should be number 10. Should be number 10.
Alicia Keys, number 7 was the Fallen.
No, If I Ain't Got You is way better than that. Stop.
Number 5, Mariah Carey, We Belong Together.
I'm not gonna dispute.
Number 4,
no argument there. That is my joint.
Mary J. Blige, Be Without You. Number 3.
Real quick about that. I love Mary. That's the other queen.
Mm-hmm.
I always felt We Belong Together or Be Without You was she didn't make the record, whoever, but they completely took We Belong Together.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, I can
that
see
song.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's crazy that's higher than We Belong Together.
Number 3, Beyonce, Dangerously in Love 2. Number 2, D'Angelo, How Does It Feel?
It shouldn't be number 2. It's a great song. I heard it over the break too.
And number 1, you want to guess?
Can you give me a year? Can you give me a year?
2004.
I don't think there was any song in 2004.
Oh, you're going to change your mind quickly. It's a song we've talked about.
Is it
Confessions? Part 2.
It's a great song.
Now you're going to spend 5 minutes talking about how Confessions Part 1 is great, but no, Confessions Part 2 was the smash.
Confessions Part 1 it was a smash. It was the one that was out there. Confessions Part 1 is a better song.
I just scanned this list. I think I saw You Rock My World was 20.
Rock My World.
Frontin' was 12. Beyonce Love on Top was 14.
Oh,
That's
man,
number.
that's too low.
Aaliyah
It's too low.
Rock the Boat was 15.
I think 1 in a Million is a better song.
Rock the Boat was a bigger hit, though.
True,
Rock
true,
the Boat
true,
was
true.
a smash. Yeah, there's a lot of Beyonce on here. Janet,
I
All
don't
For
know if
You.
Rock the Boat was bigger than 1 in a Million. It might have been because she died at that time, maybe. But 1 in a
I just
Million
remember
was a
playing
huge
Rock
song.
the Boat forever. Forever.
Love on Top should be higher.
It should. Usher, You Don't Have to Call is 25.
It's a little high for that one.
This is an interesting list, as it always is with
Yeah, we're gonna
Rolling
have to break
Stone.
this down.
Yeah, tune in tomorrow to KSFM because our discussion is already planned for today. Got to keep kayfabe a little bit.
You can say that.
I told you, man. I'm trying to keep kayfabe. What are you doing? Shoot.
It's a good one, Chester. Where is Forever, My Lady? Have you seen it?
No.
I mean, the fact that you haven't seen it is a problem.
Well,
should be top 25 at bare minimum.
Well, it wasn't that.
That's
let
what I'm
me.
saying.
So. Okay, there's a reason. 21st century.
Okay.
The 100
Okay,
greatest R&B songs of the 21st century.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. Fair enough, and that's a good way to go about that. Because when does R&B start for you?
Oh, this makes it easy. Shout out to Rolling Stone for this. I really went about this the hard way. There was a playlist right at the top. Now I can see all of the songs instead of scrolling through the 80 paragraph write up. Snooze is already number 19.
Snooze,
it's already 19.
In the acceptance speech for the 2023 Grammy for R&B Song of the Year, I said that's already an all-time R&B song.
It is
all-timer.
Hey, Jesse, what did you ask right before the break? Is this team as good as last year?
Yeah, are they as good as last year?
That's what it was. Okay. Are the Sacramento Kings as good as last year? Yes, I think they are.
I think they have a higher floor than last year.
I think their Sacramento Kings are as good as they were last year. I think the frustration with some people is that's not what they wanted. They wanted to be better. They wanted to see growth. They wanted to see what Oklahoma City is doing.
Okay, if I could change the question a little bit, are they as good as they were heading into the playoffs last year? Because I think if you match up at this point this season compared to this point last season, they're 2 games better. But right now, are they as good as they were heading into the playoffs last season?
I'll say I don't think they're as good as they were last year. And I keep going back to this. There was a mental toughness with that team last year that this team lacks right now. Maybe they can find it. Maybe what happened yesterday was the start of turning this thing around. I don't know. But that team last year was tough. I don't get that same feeling from this team right now. So slightly, it's not a whole lot, but I think last year's team was slightly better.
Are expectations playing a factor in that?
It could be.
The toughness part.
Yeah, it could be.
This year's been kind of weird though, because
It has been.
you think coming into a season or whatever, like Mike Brown, like coming off as a 3 seed, like you have your squad, but like even before the season starts, we're already talking lineup changes and all that. And it's just the rotations have not been set. We've seen Davion, then it's Keon, then it's Davion again. We've seen Sasha a bit. It hasn't been smooth.
Can I ask a question? Because we talked a lot about different like trade proposal ideas, and these are all ours, Kings fans, Twitters, writers. Maybe there's smoke to some of these fires. Maybe there's not. Just the question. Knowing what we know about Monty, Domas, Chris Duarte, Tyrese Halliburton, Donovan Mitchell, does Zach LaVine feel like a Monty McNair player?
No.
Yeah, no, I would say no. Monty's got a type, definitely. Guys who buy in and just kind of like play to the roles and all that.
So what are we doing?
You don't think Zach LaVine could do that?
What, the type of like the type of the players that I just mentioned? No.
I give
There's
Zach,
nothing in his career that's shown he can do that. Again, I'm not trying to poop on the idea of Zach LaVine. I'm just saying we're approaching this from the perspective of the general manager of the Sacramento Kings. Look at the players he's drafted and traded for and signed. None of them are like Zach LaVine.
Explain what that means. Monty McNair type guy. They're not like him. Like, what do you mean by that?
In its simplest form, aren't they just one-way players?
Okay.
They're offense-minded players and nothing else. There's no multi-dimension to them. You talk about Tyrese. Tyrese isn't a good defender. Tyrese, even though we begged him to do it for a year and however many games, clearly he can score and he can distribute. He can greatly affect what happens on the offensive end. Davion, you thought was going to be your lockdown defender of the future. Domas is your floor general. He guys who can do. I said one way to insinuating they play both sides of the floor. What I should have said is they could do multiple things really well. Does Zach LaVine do multiple things really well? He's a scorer. Got you. Is he a distributor? Is he a floor general? Is he a defensive stalwart? Like, what else does he do besides be a real good scorer?
And what I would say to that is you need to get away from your type, at least for one move. Because what your type has gotten you is you're in a position when you're like, these guys need to go. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I want to go get a guy who fits the way, because this is how I feel I build a winning basketball team. So let's ask another question, because Zach LaVine, there's always going to be the contract thing. Is Kuzma a Monty McNair type player?
Yes, because he's been tied to him. Because Kuzma was Monty here when the Kuzma Laker trade fell through? Was that a Monty deal?
Yeah, he was.
Was he?
Yeah, because Vlade got fired before.
That's right. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I would put
That's
Kuzma.
right.
I would put
Yeah.
Kuzma. He's been tied
That's
to
right.
Monty already.
Yeah.
Monty's already tried to get him. I would put Kuzma up there.
God, that feels like an eternity ago. Was that draft day?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that was crazy. Yeah, that feels like forever ago.
So and here I'll maybe blow everybody's mind a little bit.
Oh my.
Because we say this guy, Zach LaVine isn't a Monty type guy. You know, he's got a type that he goes after. Is Malik Monk a Monty McNair type guy? The way we've talked about Monty McNair?
He turned into one though, huh? Right?
Because
Or did he turn into a Mike Brown guy?
I think Malik is
Also,
who he is. Who he's always
No,
been.
no, I completely agree. I completely agree. At the time of the signing, let's look at Malik's contract and the risk reward there versus Zach LaVine or Kyle Kuzma and the risk reward there. Because I was working through that idea of Malik doesn't maybe fit that category of the Ties, Davions, Domases, those types of players. But the risk reward is so much greater there.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I'm just thinking. I don't know. It was a bad day for us. Lost to the Hornets last night. Lost to the Blazers a week ago. I did chuckle. I was like, they lost to the Blazers. And I don't have to talk about it. No, it's karma. That's what that is. All I kept thinking, watching the end of that. I don't even think it was the end. I think I walked away from it.
Oh, yeah, I was
watching that nonsense, like, at least I don't have to talk about it. They got 3 more games before I talk about this team again.
Does the fact that Monty's tried to go and get Kuzma before kind of make you feel a little bit better about it, whether, like, if Kuzma were to be here? Like, kind of like you have that trust in Monty, and if Monty has wanted Kuzma, like, you kind of, like you extend that trust,
Sure. That deal Mike wasn't here for. So how does Mike feel about it? That's got to play a factor into this too.
It does have to play a factor into it, and there's a lot of things that play a factor into it, right? But I would maybe tell Mike, like, you want to get rid of people, and I'm trying to get people. Like, you can't have everything. Like, you don't want the guys that I had here, and you don't think they're good enough. Cool, I'm getting rid of them. All right, I'm trying to bring in somebody that I think will help us. Can't get choosy on that either. I think this guy will work. Make him work. Work with me. I got you, JaVale. I got you, JTA.
Mm-hmm.
Work with me.
How different would this be right now today, January 3rd, 2024? How different would it be if that Buddy Kuzma Lakers deal had gone through?
I don't know if they're not. It's whatever this is. I don't think that's happening.
Well, they're probably a better team, so you might not trade.
Because there's no reason Domas and okay,
Right,
okay, very good.
Because I think they're a better team at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So you're maybe not trading Halliburton or you're not trading Halliburton and getting Domas, which then goes.
But is that good or bad?
I don't know, but it goes into the draft. You're probably not getting Keegan. You're probably getting somebody like Johnny Davis or something because you're maybe just outside of the playoffs and you're in the lottery, or you snuck in there. You got the A seed. It's a different thing. You're not getting Kevin Huerter. You might not even get Malik Monk.
They're not.
That's the one I was thinking about.
They're not reaching the heights. I guess if you can call them heights or whatever that this team last year did. Like there was a lot more than just players too. It was culture that Mike Brown.
Are they still kind of stalled? Because it feels like now we don't know. We only know what happened. The Tyrese for Domas trade was what changed everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Kuzma trade would have done that.
I don't think so either.
Not to that degree.
I don't think so either, but it would have changed it enough.
Buddy was here. Wow, God, man, working on the time is difficult because Buddy was here for another. He finished the season and was here for a part of the other season. Like, so he was around for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the Domas trade still could have happened.
Who are you trading?
Tyrese.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could have happened, but I think they're a better team than
Right,
they
I
were
got you.
I
got you.
So you're probably like, nah, we can make this work with these two.
Maybe there's no ankle soreness.
They're
maybe there's no strike.
No ankle soreness, and they go 5-3 in that stretch.
Man. And everything else can play out the same way. You could trade Marvin Bagley for Trey Lau or whatever that deal was. Did you see Dante DiVincenzo scored 39?
No, I missed that one.
Yeah, Dante DiVincenzo scored 39 points.
When did that happen?
It was sometime over the break.
That's got to be the most under the radar, like near 40, 39 anyone's ever scored
Hold
in the
on,
history of the league.
I got you.
Didn't even give my boy a tweet.
Shout out to Dante.
Yeah, Dante put
former
some.
King.
Well, Dante, where's Dante? Hold on, let me get you the number. Dante scored. I'm sorry, I gave him an extra point. He scored 38. Of course, and this is why it popped in my head. It was against Indiana. It was against Indiana in a game that they lost by 14.
I don't guard anybody on that team.
My God, he was 15 of 21. He was 7 of 11 from 3. Scored 38 points in that game. 4 steals in that game.
Damn. Still took a loss, too.
Still took a loss. This is funny to me. He scored 38 against the Pacers. He's averaging 10.6 points per game.
Damn. That's crazy.
The Pacers are a wild group, man. That's a wild basketball team. That is an absolutely wild basketball team.
That is a trip.
That dude scored 38. Goodness gracious. They've still, God, it feels like they haven't played in a while. They play the Bucks tonight. The Pacers do. I was like, they've won 4 in a row. Have they lost yet?
It's a resumption of the rivalry right there, right?
And they beat the Bucks on New Year's.
Yeah, they play again tonight. What was that, Jesse?
I said it's they were the two teams who were beefing in the in-season tournament, right? Yeah, because it was Buddy saying don't give Giannis back the ball.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was
that was a regular game though.
That was I don't think that was
regular.
That was Giannis's
that was after
60-point game or something.
That was after the in-season tournament when the Bucks had a players only meeting after they lost to Indiana.
That's right.
They saw them for the first time after that.
Went at their coach. Yeah.
Giannis goes for 60, but they take the ball. Crazy. Love it.
No, don't give him that ball. Punk ass Buddy Hield. I swear. That dude's such an instigator.
Did you see the Twitter account that's not Buddy Hield's 242 boss said Happy New Year to everyone but anyone associated with the Sacramento Kings?
Well,
so social media is getting crazy.
Oh boy. Oh no, what's going on over
Oh
on social
no.
media?
You got the same information. Huerter show.
Oh, you're gonna have to remind
Well, we
me.
were switching over. I'll remind you.
Yeah, I don't even. I hate when this happens. I don't remember what case
He does this when he wants to play pocket watches too.
Oh. Yeah, there's the following and unfollowing that's going on today.
Social
Hey,
crazy.
MJ McClay, what I tell y'all about Kevin? Stop following him. Stop following that dude.
I told you he in that Skip Bayless category. I don't talk about Skip because he's an unserious person, and that's how I feel about Kevin O'Connell.
Unfollow them dudes, man.
Kevin O'Connell, he is who he is.
Unfollow those dudes, man. They ain't worth it. We'll talk. Man, shoot. I knew this was gonna happen.
Week 17 overreaction.
Tune in for NFL overreactions tomorrow.
No, the Kings play tonight. I don't think that's happening.
Friday.
I think there you get NFL overreaction. I really want to talk about what happened to Russell Wilson while we were away.
Don't we have time? We can talk about it.
We'll talk about it unless James Ham comes in early, and then we'll just push it off till Friday. Yeah, James Ham on the way. Much more Kings coverage. Kings Magic tonight at the Golden One Center. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Shout out King's Muse in the chat. What up, King's Muse?
King's Muse.
I'm watching the game again. I'm about to come up on when Aaron said why'd he foul.
Devontae Adams says most of the Raiders locker room feels Antonio Pierce should be the next head coach. Oh boy.
Report already came out today. They're connected to Harbaugh too.
Oh boy. That's tough. I like Antonio Pierce, but man, that's tough. You can't right a previous wrong by not doing your due diligence here. No, not today. James was out in the kitchen working. There's one in Roseville, one in Rockland, and one on Fair Oaks. Great place. Went to brunch with my mom. A little family brunch. I don't remember what day it was, but it was magnificent. Magnificent. That's funny, Lizzie. That's a good reference right there. I like it. Drew down, stop it. Oh, Drew down, that's funny. Two different things going on here. I'm fine with Pat McAfee. I think what he's done is incredible. But I hate the Aaron Rodgers stuff. I can't say I watch Pat McAfee a lot, but I like his style, like on College Game Day. Like, I think it's refreshing. But I think the stuff with Aaron Rodgers is trash. Because I think Aaron Rodgers is trash. I'd be surprised to hear that. I actually felt bad for Rodgers when he tore his Achilles, and I still do. Like, you don't wish that stuff upon anybody, but I would be very happy if I never saw that piece of shit again. Like, he sucks. He is such a shitbag. He is an absolute shitty ass person. It's really like I won't take this to the air. I don't want to deviate this too much. I'm just looking at a LA Times alert that popped up. It is amazing that states keeping a candidate who was formerly president off of a ballot for valid reasons isn't a bigger story. The fact that a potential felon could run for president, it not being a bigger story, is pretty amazing. That dude has desensitized like common sense. It's incredible, man. It's just incredible. Okay. All right, we back in here. James Ham back before Kenny is. I like it. We got plenty more Kings basketball to talk about. We'll push that Russell Wilson story off. And obviously, it's not a story. It's just something that happened while we were away that was pretty gross. I like Russell Wilson. And I really dislike Sean Payton. But we'll put that off for another time. Obviously, we got a couple of more days to talk about it as week 18 approaches. And the Titanic matchup of Sam Darnold versus Carson Wentz is coming up. Let's bring in our man, James Ham. I wonder what Kenny's doing. Kenny just kicking it.
He was talking to someone.
No, he's just hanging out. No, it's all good.
Very popular guy.
Bringing our man, James Ham.
He ran into someone from sales.
Oh, you gotta take those conversations.
There he is.
Yeah, you got to take those conversations. James, let's start with a pin.
Oh.
We were talking some 3 hours ago.
That was hours ago, man.
And you said, "Hey, let's put a pin in that and talk about that when I come back." Well, I've put a pin in it. I can't remember what we were talking about. I think it was Domas.
Domas was missing bunnies and not just dunking the basketball.
I think that's what it was. And you clearly had something to say on that and wanted to revisit it.
Yeah, I mean, you and I had a pretty lively debate about the Malik Monk situation, and I think that was part of it. Maybe it was, you said, "Hey, call a timeout. Sit your team down for a sec and say, hey, what are we doing here? What's happening? Why are we not playing with energy? Why are we turning the ball over again and again and again?" And man, I don't know. That's the loss last night is one that kind of just leaves you confused. Who is this team? Why does this keep happening? Is this who you are? Because if this is who you are, we don't know who you are. And I keep seeing this weird cycle where they have a bad game, and then they have a bad half and then fix it. And then they have a really good game, and then they might have two really good games, and then they have a clunker again. And I asked Darren last night about, the 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And he agreed.
Yeah. I caught that.
Yeah. And he feels the same way. And I think there is a confusion with who this team is. And we're watching sort of the organic growth of a team and how things change and morph. And, there's a lineup change. There might be more lineup changes. We don't know. There might be trades. There's so many things that are sitting here in front of us over the next 5 or 6 weeks. But what we do know is that you can't keep falling apart against bad teams, especially a team like Charlotte, who, again, had lost 11 in a row. They're on the second night of a back-to-back. They got 4 starters out. I mean, and now I think it's coming back to me too. These games remind me of 3 years ago or 2 years ago, the year that Luke Walton gets fired and poor Alvin Gentry's got to take over a team that's just listless. And they have that game against Philly where Philly has 5 starters out and came into Golden One Center and just thumped them. There isn't I don't know what the reason is why this team just kind of shuts off. And it's kind of not who they were last year, but they've regressed back to who they were. And while their record might be better, that's because they have better talent, they have a better system, and they can beat almost anybody. But you can't have these days where like we're just left at a loss, and everybody is. And, you know, like the sky isn't falling. The Sacramento Kings are still a good basketball team. But they're not a great basketball team. And I think that we can all acknowledge that. And if they want to be that, there more changes have to come.
I agree. I've been pretty rough on Harrison Barnes today.
Yeah.
Because number one, I think it's warranted. Number two, it's just giving you nothing. He's giving you nothing. And one of the things that, you know, trades, everybody wants to make a trade or whatever the case may be. But I mean, just take him out of the starting lineup. Take a lot of his minutes away. He played 24 minutes last night. That's probably 17 too many, 20 too many. He's giving you nothing and consistently giving you nothing at this point. And I'm looking, before we talk about a trade, because I don't think it's as easy as people make it out to be, I say put Trey Lyles in the starting lineup. Have him starting. I mean, I'm completely, said it earlier, I'm completely disregarding the fact that he's not scoring any bit. You know, when you talk about Harrison, I shouldn't be. I really shouldn't be. I should be saying, yo, I need you. You're averaging 11, but that's almost Willie Cauley-Stein level rebounds, right? Willie averaging 8 rebounds a night. He doesn't get 8 rebounds a night. He gets 16 one game, 0 the next. So that's kind of where Harrison's 11 points per game is. But I shouldn't be just disregarding your scoring. I should be saying, yo, give me your 12, 13, 14 a night. But for sake of argument, I will be. I just forget it. Forget that you scored 3 points. Forget it. How many times we come in here and he's got 1 or 2 rebounds on a night?
A lot.
I'll tell you, it's 12. And I'm looking at the stats. He's had 8 games this season with 1 or fewer rebounds. He's had 3 games with 0. And I don't know what to make of it, because here's the problem that we now have. We just watched a kid get an opportunity as a starter, Chris Duarte. He comes in the game and he grabs 7 rebounds, including 4 offensive, and 3 of those offensive rebounds he put back for buckets. Like, if you're a veteran and you want to know how to go get more opportunities, if you're playing with a point guard averaging 30 points a game and a big man averaging 19 points something, and a young player that's up and coming that everyone wants to feed who's getting almost 13 shots a game, and Keegan Murray, if you're one of the other guys in that starting lineup, you need to go feed yourself. You need to go hunt a rebound, grab it, and put it back in the basket. I mean, that's kind of the way it works in the NBA. Your stars get a lot of shots, and the other guys have to find ways to hit an open shot when you get one, or go chase one when you know you're not getting the ball in your hands. And I think if anything else, it just shined like a bright light on the problem. Like, hey, look, he just went and got 7 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds. I don't know. I can tell you, maybe there's 1 game this season where Harrison Barnes had 4 offensive rebounds. 1 game this season. And so I don't know what to tell somebody who's like, hey, I kind of wish I'd have more shots or something. He's got 16 games this season where he doesn't have an offensive rebound. And so if you're a team that is a really good defensive rebounding team, the Kings are still like number 2 in the league in defensive rebounding percentage. They're very good. It's because they have the best rebounder, or one of the top 3 rebounders in the league, right? In Domantas Sabonis. But there are so many opportunities. I mean, this team doesn't shoot like 73% from the field, where there's not a whole lot of rebounds to get. Right. There's plenty of rebounds to go get. So you got to find ways to impact the game. And, you know, I think the one thing that we can say about Kevin Huerter is that there was a stretch of games where the shots weren't falling, and Kevin said, you know what, I'm going to go hit the glass. Now, he stopped doing that. So at this point, it's like, okay, you got to make a change. If he's not getting you anything other than missed 3-point shots, then it's time to make a change and try to get somebody that can do something different. But with Harrison, I just don't know what to say, because there are opportunities, and I feel like for some reason he's not getting into the game hardly at all on certain nights. And it's just not something it's typical. It's why it's so easy to look around the league and go, okay, how do you fill that void? I mean, it's not that hard to find a guy averaging 11 points and 3 rebounds a game. It's not. Now, when it comes to Trey, I did make this argument with Kyle, because Kyle has sort of the same idea. Like, why don't you just slide Trey in there? Okay. The problem is that Trey is a 4-5. He's not a 3-4. And Harrison Barnes, for whatever he does right or wrong, he can play both positions, and he's switchable in the Kings defense, which means that him and Keegan can kind of be interchangeable. And the way that the Kings have sort of done this year is where Keegan goes out and defends almost the most difficult player on the other team every night. And that would mean that Harrison Barnes is going to have to float around and defend guys. Harrison Barnes does have to float around and defend guys that are all kinds of shapes and sizes. I don't know that Trey Lyles has the same versatility, and that's not a knock on Trey. It's just Trey's a big dude. And I don't know, especially coming back after the Achilles, we've seen Trey slowly work himself back into shape. I have a tough time thinking that Trey is going to go in and be 100% effective in the same way that, I can't say that Harrison Barnes is 100% effective defensively, but I think that would be a step back defensively at some point.
You laid out all of the things that appear to be off with Harrison. Why does it feel like Mike isn't holding him accountable for it? In fact, I'll go a step further. Maybe that was the wrong way to phrase this, because maybe he is and we just don't see it. To the best of my memory, Harrison is the only guy Mike Brown has publicly defended. He talked about, we don't run plays for Harrison, and he's doing this, and he's this option and that and that, and it's like, no one asked you. Like, no one asked you about that. You volunteered that information.
Literally, we're not quitters.
Yeah, but that's kind of what it was in a defense of Harrison Barnes. Like, what? Look, we all respect Harrison Barnes, but why is Mike willing to bench Malik, a guy who he openly admits those two will have confrontations together, but seems to be unwilling to take any action against Harrison Barnes being invisible?
Yeah, I mean, I would say
ask him for me today when you talk to him in about 2 hours.
I would say the last three games, Harrison Barnes has played 12 minutes, 20 minutes, and 24 minutes. And that's way down. Way down. So, so maybe he is holding him accountable. And I will also say that in those 3 games, 2 of those are wins with Harrison not playing a whole lot. There are nights where you need Harrison Barnes and you need his stabilizing force, but I just feel like he's not the same player he was before.
The 12 is that the Atlanta game?
The Atlanta game, yeah.
Yeah. And to be honest, he got yanked really early in that game. Him and Huerter both got pulled in the first 5 minutes of the game. And Mike did hold him accountable and pointed a finger. And I think that's the weird thing, because we keep seeing these games where Fox and Sabonis are just so much better than everyone else. They are. You're just watching it play out time and time again, where these two, we had the game where I think Harrison Barnes ended with 9 points and he was the third leading scorer.
Yeah.
And you had Fox and Sabonis putting up huge,
Portland, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. You had them putting up huge numbers. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I do know that Monty McNair is working the phones, and like, that's all you can do at this point. You know where you want to go to, and you know that there's a good chance you weren't good enough. Like the way this team goes up and down and like sideways, I don't know. But I'm not going to go out there and say that I think, benching Harrison Barnes and putting Sasha Vezenkov in the.
Oh, is he still on the team?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know.
And
I would say it is, but this is unfair probably, but I'll say it. You can't get any worse. Like, he's not giving you anything. Nothing. No deflections. No, he's the matchup for the Brandon Ingram. No rebounds, no points, no assists, no playmaking, not even getting to the free throw line.
Yeah.
He's giving you nothing.
No, it's a tough watch right now. I'm not, again, I don't know how else to say it. Like, at a certain point, you're going to have to make improvements on this roster. And they already made one change that, in all honesty, I think the Chris Duarte move, I early in the season, I really wasn't for it because I thought you needed the 3-point shooter. All of a sudden, you got De'Aaron Fox out there averaging 8.9 3-point attempts per game and shooting 39.8%. You don't need a second shooter there. What you need now is, I mean, you need to find Doug Christie. You need that type of player. And I think they're going to give Chris Duarte an opportunity to prove that's who he is. He's got a lot to prove. I mean, we've seen 2 games here, and I think he's been really impressive. But at the same time, like, look, this is a guy who is struggled with injuries. He does make mistakes. The early part of the season, he played himself out of the rotation by fouling everybody every single moment he was on the court. And so now we're at a point where you can kind of see where the path is going. He's calmed down. He's got, I think, 6 fouls in his last 12 games combined. That's great. Like, if that's who Chris Duarte is going to be a starting shooting guard for a while here. So because he is a multifaceted player who does who defends and does the dirty work and he gets deflections. He will defend the hardest, the toughest guard on an opposing team. He'll take pressure off De'Aaron Fox in that way. So there's a lot to like about what's happening there, but you got this other position you need to figure out too. And I don't know how to figure that one out because you don't have anyone better than Harrison Barnes right now to put at that position.
Kessler Edwards.
I dig.
Go down the list. Like, he's not doing nothing.
You
got somebody better or equal.
I'm one of those guys who are all in on Trey Lyles. I think Trey Lyles is, like, when he's right, he is a huge difference maker for this team. But I'm still not saying he's the answer to replace Harrison Barnes in the starting lineup. Maybe, but for right now, like, that really does hurt your versatility on the defensive end.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Not true for those who are watching on YouTube.
Doing a read. What do you mean? I was just doing my read. Nothing there. Just doing my read. Just doing my job. I'm Reese Davis over here. I'm just trying to do my read. What is going on?
This is ridiculous.
Hey, he said it again, by the way. Not Reese.
McAfee? Oh. Okay. For anyone listening, in the office or out, and the naysayers talk, the joke is over. And we're 3 steps away from it getting offensive. Knock it off.
Let a naysayer know.
A new episode of Life with Odyssey.
Count executive gets his ass whooped. That's the title. Would you include? Okay, I know the deal matters. I understand that. We hit a breaking point where KC wouldn't include Trey Lyles in the deal earlier. Who was it for? Was it Kuzma?
Yeah.
Because we're looking at this like, a deal needs to be made. A deal needs to be made. Okay, who around the league is going, you know what we need? We need a veteran. Doesn't do much. We just need a veteran. Give me Harrison Barnes. I need Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, and a couple of picks. I said, okay, let's be realistic. Trey Lyles is playing really well. What if Washington said, okay, we'll send Kyle Kuzma to you for Huerter, Trey Lyles, and 2 picks?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to do that deal.
That's what I thought.
You can't get Trey Lyles and 2 picks.
Well, okay. So here, I'm not.
You can get Trey Lyles or the 2 picks.
I'm not giving up 2 picks for Kyle Kuzma. I mean, that's just. I mean, to me, it's not happening. Like, well, I'm not giving up 2 firsts. Like, so if Washington wants 2 first-round picks, like, there have been plenty of teams out there that want 2 first-round picks for somebody and never end up getting a first-round pick at all.
Right.
Like, yeah, you can want all you want. It's okay. That's fine. You can, but it's just not realistic in my book. I don't think that there's a team out there who just circles Kyle Kuzma and says he's the answer to all of our problems. Now, I've had this conversation with Kyle, and I think, strangely enough, Kyle Kuzma makes way too much sense. I did not believe that before. When they kicked the tires on him this offseason, and this is like the 3rd time they've kicked tires on Kyle Kuzma.
Right.
Like they should have drafted Kyle Kuzma in 2017 without any question. They drafted. He came in and busted up Justin Jackson in a one-on-one workout. In a 3-on-3 workout, crushed the dude. And Larry Krystowiak was friends, who was his college coach, friends with Dave Yeager and all his dudes, and said, "Hey, this is my guy. You should draft him." No, the pick went to Justin Jackson and Harry Giles instead at 15 and 20. Should have drafted him then. You had a deal worked out where you traded Buddy Hield for him, and that fell apart at the last second. You really kicked the tires on him this offseason and tried to get him on board, and it didn't work out. And for me, that told me a lot about Kyle Kuzma, right? I did not like at all that that he would choose to just put up points on what everyone in the league, maybe not outside of what, maybe as a Wizard, he thought, hey, we'll win. I don't know how he could think that. But that was a losing situation. You knew you were going to be one of the worst teams in the league, or at least if you're realistic, you should have known that. He took the money and he took the opportunity to score a bunch of points over going to play for a winner and a perfect fit for him. If he couldn't look at the Sacramento Kings and say, oh, that's a really good fit, I just think he thought, oh, I might trip on my really long sweater walking down the stairs there in Sacramento. Like,
why do you hate that sweater so much?
Just like, because that's who he is. He's the guy who wants to be famous more than he wants to win basketball games. Now, if he's had like a moment here where he realizes that playing for a bad team is just not it. It doesn't matter how many points you score, and he's willing to fit in and accept a role. I still think he's a great fit for Sacramento. I think he's a better 3-point shooter than what we've seen. If you go back to, 2 or 3 years ago, he's averaging 17.9, 8.5 rebounds, 0.9 blocks, shooting like 35-36% from three. Okay. That's the player the Kings need. They need that speed. I mean, basically it's Marvin Bagley, what Marvin Bagley was supposed to be and never ever developed into. It was the Kyle Kuzma mold. And so, yeah, I think he would be a great fit. And what really sold me on Kyle Kuzma was his contract is ridiculous. I don't know if you guys looked at it. It goes from 25.5 to 23.5 to 21.5 to 19.5 over the next 4 years. It's a declining. It's literally the Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes contract that Ken Cantanella signed, where they have reduced values. So as a King's salary with guys like Domas and De'Aaron go up, now you got another player whose salary is going down. When Keegan Murray's salary skyrockets, now Kyle Kuzma is making $6 million less than he is today. That's a big deal. And so would I give up, like Huerter, Davion, a protected first round pick and a second? Sure. That seems fair.
Yes.
I mean, he's a 28-year-old dude. That seems fair. But it's got to come with a buy-in. Like, he's got to understand that, like, basketball.
Make him sign the all-in contract.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, yeah, he's got to be all in. Like, are you all in? If you're not all in, then don't trade for him. And he's shown time and time again here, he might not be all in with the Kings. It might be about more than that for him. It's like, okay.
So can I play devil's advocate to Kyle Kuzma? He could be everything you said he is. But playing devil's advocate, what if he's like, I'm going to take this money because I can always get traded. Like, let me take this money.
A lot of people think that.
Yeah, let me take this. If I go to you for $17 million, I'll never get that back. Let me take this money, this $25 million a year, and I can always get traded, which he's about to get traded. If that's his thinking, he's right. But I can't never get that contract back.
Yeah, I looked up a story that I wrote on Kuzma earlier in the year because, of course, I'm going to write more on Kuzma, which is not something I thought I would be doing again. But this was a quote from Jake Fisher back in late June. The name that's gained plenty of momentum as a potential Sacramento target is Kuzma, who once thrived down the road in Los Angeles and was nearly dealt to the Kings in 2001 before the Lakers rerouted Kuzma to the Wizards. Anyway, here it is. Even with a new deal for Sabonis, plus the Kings' expectations to bring back versatile forward Trey Lyles, as sources said, Sacramento could still have more than $25 million to pay to play with in cap room to sign a guy like Kuzma. Like they had the $25 million. That
don't mean that they offered it though.
Yeah, but it was known that that's what it would take to get Kuzma. And I know that he was looking at Houston really hard during the offseason. He thought that that's where he would end up. And then it didn't work out. Like they were able to land Van Vliet. And then when they landed Van Vliet, it reduced what they had left to Dylan Brooks money, not Kyle Kuzma money. And so that's why we saw like the change there between the two. But yeah, I think that he could have been a Sacramento King if he wanted to be. I think I'm not positive of that. Like, because these things all, life is a negotiation here and we don't know what exactly Monty had on the table. But I can also tell you there was a point where the Kings had worked out they had negotiated very a lot with Harrison Barnes. And then they went radio silent for like a week and a half. And Harrison Barnes was like left at the altar for a good amount of time. And then when I was in Puerto Vallarta and I got news that they had restarted negotiations with Harrison Barnes. They went through every single box and tried to, do something different and see if there was something better or different out there. And at the end of the day, there wasn't. And so the other thing I'd add is that I kind of like the idea of if there's some way you could get Kyle Kuzma without giving up Harrison Barnes. I really like the idea of Harrison Barnes as your backup 3-4. Like if he's still on the roster, he's still the veteran, maybe it takes some stress off him. Maybe he gets more opportunity with the second unit and maybe he can thrive there because I think that position has proven for the Kings to be so much more difficult to improve than a position like the shooting guard position where they can go out and get a Chris Duarte, they can find a Malik Monk, they can find a Kevin Huerter that can play that position. Yeah. I think having a guy like that, then we're not asking, like what it is. If your rotation is, again, Trey Lyles and Harrison Barnes, but with Kuzma and Murray, that's a whole lot different than it is today.
You didn't say this. This is what I heard. Harrison is struggling because he's stressed.
No.
That's what I heard. That's not what you said.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. When you say go to the bench, oh, maybe he's less stressed. No, HB be better. Be better. Oh, man.
No, I don't disagree with that.
He's better than what we're seeing, and it's frustrating. And so is Keegan. Keegan's better than what we've been seeing lately. He had a stretch where he was on like a tear, and it was almost, all right, I'm good. That's it. Nah, get back on that tear, dog. Be that dude again. Be that scorer that everyone, be not just the scorer, be that guy. Everyone was like, whew, there it is. There's that player everyone envisioned, and there's that player some people, including me, couldn't even envision. Didn't know.
Me too. Yeah.
Showed signs of it, and now it's just kind of dwindled away.
That's a second-year player.
No, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm completely. Trade him. No, yeah. Like I get it.
I don't know. There's a big difference between a second-year player having a bit of a yo-yo season and a veteran who had a horrible start to last season. And then by the end of the season, looked like himself again in Harrison Barnes. And now we're seeing it again. And it's like,
yeah, I couldn't agree more.
It's almost like this happens more in baseball than it does in basketball. The guy who always starts off as a horrible hitter. He bats like 200 in the first month of the season. You got to stick with him because all of a sudden he catches fire and he hits a whole bunch of home runs in 1 or 2 months. That's what it feels like. But that's not typically how the NBA goes. Usually guys, they have ebbs and flows during the season, but not like this, where it's just like, hey, where are you at? I don't know.
And the thing with Keegan, though, is, and I love Keegan, not saying he should go or anything like that, but just, okay, just, you got to step up. This is why you can hide out and have your ups and downs in Detroit, or you can be with a team that's trying to accomplish something and have expectations of you. And try to meet those expectations. You got to play better.
Yeah.
You got to play better. You know what I mean? And I know we've talked about it before about like different trades and like, man, I don't know if I necessarily want to bring this guy in here because now that might knock down Keegan in the pecking order. And, what does that do for him moving forward in his development? I'm getting to the point where I don't care.
Yeah.
Like if he don't want to show up and step up and be that third, possibly second guy, I got to go get him. Sorry, Keegan. I'm trying to do something. I'm not Detroit. I'm not trying to figure this out and can take losses along the way and take years along the way. We're trying to do this now. This is the other side of being a young guy on a team that's trying to contend. There's high expectations and no room for slippage.
Yeah, he's been super erratic. He had that, again, you talked about that stretch where he was just incredible for like 8 games.
Mm-hmm.
And and over his last 4, I brought it up in my 6 quick thoughts last night. So he had an 8-game stretch where he's averaging 22-8 and 4.9 rebounds per game. But then the last 4 games, it's 5 points, 9 points, 10 points, 10 points. So like 34 points, 8.5 points a game.
2-2 in those. What's their record?
2-2. Yeah, they're 2-2. But they're 2-2. Their losses are to Portland and Charlotte.
Right. Yeah.
That's not okay.
Yeah.
So
bad.
And now I will say I did see some of the same things last night where players passed on him. Like Keegan was wide open, waiting for an open look, and Monk hoisted a contested 3-point shot at the top of the arc. Like wide open. So there was some like, okay, what are we doing here? I'm not saying they're freezing him out, but there are opportunities that are being left on the table when it comes to Keegan. But again, he hasn't particularly shot that well. So it's tough to keep feeding a guy when, same with Huerter. It's tough to keep feeding him. Like you want him to pull up out of his slump, but like you just keep missing. Every time we pass it to you, you keep missing. And so at a certain point as a player, I think you start to take it upon yourself to do more, and you stop relying on some of the guys that are struggling. And that's a problem.
Well, this is what I teach some of these kids. And as a guy that was a shooter, I wasn't afraid to shoot. This is what I tell the kids. You better act like you want the ball, because if not, I'll shoot it. Like if you sitting there just or not calling for it, or hey, hit me one more, something like, I'll shoot it.
Yeah.
Because I know I want to shoot it. If you are unsure whether you want the ball or something like that, I'll take the shot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's going on, but that when you said that, that's what that sounded like.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that Keegan's real struggles like start with the holidays. So, I know his parents came out, they drove up to Portland, his brother was there. From that moment on, it's been rough. So I don't, like sometimes you have those moments in a season where you're just a little off.
Yeah.
And right now I think he's going through that, but I don't know. Like if I'm willing to buy in on Kuzma, which is something I did not think I would ever do. And a lot of it is contractually and like, oh wow, you got a good contract. You got one of those contracts for a franchise. Like, and it's one of those contracts where, hey, this isn't working out 2 years in. Go ahead. You can go find somebody to take his 18, 19 million or 21 million, 19 million. You can find guys, but yeah, I think they're in an interesting spot here where, they probably need to make some sort of substantial move to put themselves back on track.
What if they don't? Sorry, Casey. What if they don't?
They don't, then this is going to be a year where you're really, really focused on developing Chris Duarte and Keegan Murray. I mean, you got to remember this is Duarte's 3rd season in the NBA, and his 2nd season he missed more than half of, or right around half of, with injuries. Like if this is who you're moving forward with, then it, maybe your lofty goals shift a little bit and you try to get this thing really, really on the right track for, the future. And then you start planning out what you're going to do as well. So
this was funny in the chat. Johnny G said they bait and switched Chris on us.
Yeah. Trade for Chris. And then
they didn't trade. They just like pulled him into a storage closet and threw him back out there in Keegan's clothes. And he got on the plane.
That's not very nice.
That's not, because Chris can play.
Well, it'd be funnier if Chris was like balling in Portland. Like all of a sudden Chris is scoring like 20 a game. What the hell is going on here?
There's always that rumor with the what are the
Morris twins?
Yeah. That someone may have shown up for a game that wasn't the right Morris twin.
That is
But I don't think that. I mean,
No,
like,
that's
It would be amazing if it did, though. Absolutely
hey,
amazing.
hey, James. For those who didn't hear what you had to say about it on the Insiders, what was your thoughts on the whole Malik Monk, Mike Brown situation?
yeah, I mean, like Damien and I kind of went back and forth on this. Like, I think everybody saw like the lackadaisical play, and you're kind of waiting for Malik to just like show up and be, Malik, like all of a sudden snap out of it and be this flamboyant basketball player that's running and gunning and doing all this crazy stuff. It just looked like he came in and wasn't super ready, and I don't think everybody was ready. I don't think he's the only one. Like, that was a mess, but like part of Malik's job description is to go in there and provide energy. And Mike Brown specifically talked about, like, we had an underhand pass. You can go back and look exactly what the underhand pass was. Like, he just flipped the ball right into Sabonis's chest when he wasn't looking, on underhand pass out of nowhere, and it was lackadaisical. And I don't know about the whole way that they responded, but to bench Malik Monk is a big deal. I mean, he is like the heart and soul of your team. But there are certain times where, as a coach, you look at a player and you're like, you're not in it tonight. You're not here to whatever it is. I don't know if he's playing his old team. You thought he would have been amped and like ready and like come out and like try to prove them wrong. I mean, that's a franchise that almost blew his career away. And you figure that he'd have some sort of like residuals from that. And that's not what you got right away. And so Mike pulls him, which I thought was a surprise. But again, Mike, a couple of games ago, pulled Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes after 5 minutes in Atlanta and said, "You go sit down." Now, when he goes in the second half, I didn't like Malik's reaction. You're old enough to remember Derek Martin and the situation with him and Rick Adelman, where Derek Martin finally got into the game and started hoisting 3 after 3 after 3 and hitting all of them, and then staring down his coach the whole time. I thought that Malik, like right away, it was him looking at Mike saying, "Okay, now what are you going to do? Because everybody's excited because I'm here. Now what are you going to do?" And Mike reacted, called a timeout, and like sometimes that's a coach and player relationship, and every coach and player is different. Like, everybody has a different style of dealing with individual players. I don't believe that every player you deal with the same way. You hold everybody accountable the same way. You don't deal with everybody the same way. And I thought in that moment, like, I thought Monk tried to kind of diffuse the situation a little bit. That's what it looked like from the bench, like when Mike came in hot. But then I think he said something as Mike was walking away. Mike came back. Like, we're watching the whole thing play out. And I mean, Sean got it all on video, but we were watching it play out. And I was like, oh, what's going on over here? Because I think all of us were like, the timeout, you could see Mike walk out on the court and was pacing. And I'm like, oh, Mike is not happy with Malik right now. And then walked right over, because I watched the whole other sequence play out where Monk said something to him on the sidelines. So, yeah, I mean, this is what happens in an 82-game schedule. Like, you just spend a ton of time together on the road, a ton of time together over the holidays. There's been so many games. Like, so maybe they are like a little bit sick of each other right now, but they'll fight through it. I think it's a blip. I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's one instance. And again, Mike has said it. De'Aaron Fox has said it. Domantas Sabonis has said it. Mike yells and screams at Domas and De'Aaron in practice all the time. So that's something, that is how he coaches. Like, he does get heated. He does get upset. He does make a point with his stars, so everybody else knows that, like, hey, that's not who we are. That's not what we're doing. And for me, that was a moment where it's like, hey, look, man, you got a lot riding on this season, and so do we. And we're out here telling everybody you're the sixth man of the year. I need you to show up in this game. And I also, when things aren't going well and when you aren't playing up to what I need you to do, I need you to not be that guy that says something to me on the sidelines. And so, again, I think it's probably a mountain out of a molehill. I think it'll be fine tonight, fine moving forward, but that is the dynamic of their relationship. Some players, that's what you do with.
He shouldn't have benched him.
That's it. That's all it, because he's not Huerter. He's not Barnes. Like, he is an integral part of everything you've shown. Mike is proven. Huerter's interchangeable at this point. Maybe to Mike, Harrison isn't, but he just made you want to play Harrison 6 minutes, fine.
Yeah.
You can't do that with Malik. Malik's a guy you refuse to make a starter because of how important he is to your second unit.
Mm-hmm.
And then he winds up closing every game that he plays. He's not a player. I understand everything you just said. My point was, if it was Malik showing Harrison up after the 3, Mike was showing, not Harrison. If it was Malik showing Mike up after the 3, Mike was showing Malik up with the benching.
That was a response.
Yeah, and Malik responded, and you can argue they were both wrong, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
The molehill became a mountain because they lost.
Oh yeah,
It's probably not a big deal. Oh, it's just Mike. Oh, it's just Malik. It's whatever if they win, but they don't, and now everything is magnified. Domas's 11 turnovers are magnified, and what I want to ask you about here next is his missed shots at the rim. That's all magnified because they lost.
And real quick, at the end of that clip with Sean, I don't know if you guys saw it too, and I don't know what it means. They did dap up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Mike said
Sean, I think Sean
and
pointed
dapped
that
him
out
up.
too. Yeah.
Monk dapped him up too.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully they understood right there.
And
that
the confrontation stuff doesn't bother me either way. The 3 doesn't bother. I just from a perspective of winning and losing games, trying to make a point with Malik in that way is wrong. That's why I said, if you want to cuss him out, but call time out and then put his ass back in the game. And then if he doesn't fix it, that's on Malik. That's on Malik if he doesn't fix it after that. But sometimes you just gotta, hey,
I agree.
What you doing?
But I'll tell you, what is the one thing you can do to a hooper to get his attention? There's only one thing you can do. You take his minutes away. You don't let him play.
But at the cost of what?
Well, I agree, but it's about 82 games. It's about the hopefully 15 games after that.
And real quick, James, to your earlier point, maybe not against that team. Do not embarrass him against that team.
And that coach.
Don't do that. You could do that in Memphis. Don't do that against Charlotte because he's going to react that way.
Yeah, no, it's possible. But I think Mike thought he could do it against that team because that team is not good.
No.
And you could probably withstand it to like make a point. And then they let a guy get hot and they turned the ball over and they got beat.
Yeah, and that was a mistake on Mike's part too.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more with James about this. And, of course, the Sacramento Kings play again tonight against the Orlando Magic. So that's all ahead here with D-Lo and Casey and our man James Ham. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. It's on Twitter, man. Follow Sean Cunningham. You should be following Sean Cunningham if you're a Kings fan. It's
Sean
there
put the
and
video
it's
out last night.
He had it posted like 10 seconds after it happened.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does that.
He has 2 cards in his and he's processing like nonstop. So he pulls one card, and I think sometimes it's more than 2 cards. So he'll have a video going and then switch. And then, go ahead. Yeah, I don't want to be like totally combative and like, but at the same time, I mean, you and I have both coached a lot of kids where sometimes you're like, man, like, what can I do? The only thing I can do is take away what it is that you want.
Well,
what you want is to play ball.
And to your other point, I always think about it this way. Malik was wrong because I say what I teach my son did. What if my son did that to his coach? Would I be like, you're cool? I'd be like, no, you can't do that.
No,
you can't do that.
No,
regardless of what got you there or what made you do that, I would not teach him to be like, yeah, that's how you respond to your coach. So yeah, Malik was wrong for that. I think they both didn't handle that situation good.
Yeah. Yeah, awkward situation. So, but again, that's nothing. I've seen all kinds of things. All kinds of things go down on, and well, that in the locker room, on outside locker room.
What's the craziest thing you saw on the bench?
Well, I mean, the craziest thing was the
That you can
Drake
talk
night.
about.
Was the Drake night?
That wasn't
But that wasn't on
in
the
locker
bench.
room. What you see on the bench? It wasn't like super like visual, but remember when Bagley refused to go in for Luke Walton?
Oh.
Was it Walton like calling for him? He's like, nah, I'm not going in. Was that how it went down?
Okay, so the Bagley thing. Me and Sean have this thing that we do, and it's just because we're smart asses, right? So anytime there's a contest on the court where they're giving away an autographed jersey, we always look at each other like, oh, like, is he the next to go? Right? Well, that night, right before Bagley doesn't go in the game, they go upstairs and they give away an autographed Marvin Bagley jersey. So it's like, me and Sean are like, oh, Marvin, oh, they're trying to get rid of the old signed jerseys, right? It's like a running gag that we have. And it happens all the time, where, like Harrison Barnes jersey. If they give a Harrison Barnes giveaway jersey tonight to some guy who puts the drunk glasses on, whatever it is, well, Sean and I will be like, uh-oh, you know what that means? And so that whole entire situation was just kind of weird, but it's not like that's like Nemanja Bjelica did it too, right? Nemanja Bjelica did it before
that's
Marvin
right.
that
Then
season.
he did it to Luke. Yeah, he refused to go in.
Well, he was pissed because he was a much better player than Marvin and lost his job to Bagley to open the season and then lost his rotational spot. And it was like, yeah, I'm not going to the game. So
the other
They
one somebody
protected
brought
that.
up.
They kept that quiet.
Am I misremembering, or did Bagley hit a shot against Portland one time and he started yelling at the fans? After?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
the day before Thanksgiving, I think it was. I remember that. People talk about Yeager and Buddy. Remember when Buddy took that 3 in Oakland and hit it, and Yeager got mad at him because
Yeah.
Wasn't there another one where Dave was yelling at him and Damian Lillard told him to lay off or whatever?
Yeah.
Said, hey, leave him alone.
I had one of the coaches tell me that there's nothing worse than.
And then he didn't take the next shot. Sorry, James. Remember he had the ball and he like hesitated. Sorry, go ahead.
There's one of the coaches told me like there's nothing worse than spending an entire timeout in crunch time. There's 5 seconds left in a game, and you sit there and you drop a whole play on how you're going to get this play done, how we're going to hit the game-winning shot. Everyone's in, everyone hands in. Soon as they go ready, they break the huddle, they go out, and then Buddy is so amped up and walks around to every single one of the other guys and makes everyone nervous. Like, don't mess this up. Don't mess this up. Let's not mess this up. Yeah. So.
Oh, just a fun commercial break of Buddy Hield stories. That's all.
His teammates probably have the best stories to tell.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. I need a 30 for 30 short on the stolen Giannis ball. Because I think Buddy, I don't know if Buddy was the instigator behind the whole thing, but he was a big part of the whole thing.
Oh, Buddy was part of that?
Oh yeah. You
Oh.
can there's a clip where you
Shout out to
there's a clip.
leak NBA or something.
Yeah, where you hear Buddy yell, "Don't give him that damn ball" or something along those lines.
No, like he tells him, you better not give him that
Yeah,
ball.
don't
He's
give him
telling
that
him, like,
ball.
yeah.
Oh, Buddy.
Don't give him S.
Such an
Don't
instigator.
give him that ball.
Oh,
Buddy.
Are the Kings as good as they were last year?
No. And like they can be better than they were last year by the end of the season, but today I don't care about the record. They're not. They just flat out. Like we got to this point last season, and I remember thinking, I don't think they have a single bad loss.
Mm-hmm.
And how many bad losses do
Yeah.
they have this year?
Like
And-
all our losses.
well, yeah, but a game where you're like, oh,
No, I'm saying like all their losses have been bad losses. It feels like.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's like
they're
3 or 4
either
that isn't.
losses to Portland or Charlotte, which are easily the two worst teams that they've lost to, or they've lost by 18.
Their ass kicked.
yeah. Well, again, like a bad loss though, where you're like, the Portland game is a perfect example. You walk into that game, everyone's like, "Oh, trap game." You know how many trap game like little gifts I had last night walking into that game, and then again today. Oh, trap game, because a bunch of players are out for Orlando. And then they fall into it. You're just like, how do you not see that coming? And last season, it didn't happen. They were always on point. Every time you thought, oh man, this thing is spinning out, they come up with a big win. And they just had a resiliency. And the other thing they fully had an identity. And their identity was a fun-loving, offensive-minded, crazy team that didn't play a lick of defense. Right now, I don't know what their identity is at all.
Ooh, that's a good one. I don't either. It's De'Aaron, I think. That's like their identity is De'Aaron Fox.
It's Fox and the Ox. That's what it is. It's just like after that, you don't know.
You pretty much ignore Domas. Domas gets ignored locally. He gets ignored nationally.
Yeah.
Do what do you have? 23 and 19 last night. Something along those lines.
I think it was 23.
Yeah, 23 and 19. But obviously the focus is the 11 turnovers. We talk about Domas. What started our discussion earlier, like. Domas finishes half those shots he missed at the rim. Even with the 11 turnovers, they win that game. It's just he's gotten into this thing where he goes up there for a layup. It's just a two-handed putback. The ball rolls off the rim. Oh, I can't believe it. And he runs down the court, and then it happens 2 minutes, and he can't believe it again. And you're going to see him miss a shot at the rim tonight. He's going to put on his hands on his head, and he's not going to be able to believe it. And it's like, Domas, this is happening all year. Dunk on somebody.
Yeah, I get it. Last night he did. He had it late in the game. He finally threw down.
He did. You talk about that Pixar movie that you saw earlier where someone got hotter. You could see Domas's frustration level getting higher and higher and higher, and I think it caused him to play worse.
I'll tell you too. He lives in the moment so much. Like he is so hyper focused on what's happening, and he is a very emotional player. He just doesn't lose it on the officials. He kept calling for a review on a play where he fully put his hand on a guy's hip and shoved him. And it was like on the perimeter, like boom, shoved him. And he kept going like, man, the replay just showed like up above, like you gave that dude a shove.
Right.
And Mike was trying to, was that his fourth foul where they took him out? Because Mike, you could see Mike talking to him. Domas, we looked at I don't know what he's saying to him.
Just show it
he's
to him.
Very calmly telling him, we looked at the replay, we're
Yeah.
not calling a review. And Domas is head goes up, and I'm sure Jordy showed him the iPad, you can't do that.
You can't do that. Yeah, it's a hand check.
These guys all do this all the time.
It's the
They
it's
foul
the
every
new
time.
it's the new flag.
Yeah.
It's the new receiver
Hey,
calling for the flag.
Bro, so I would tell them, not to interrupt your guys' point, I would tell them after the game sometime, I would be like, if we sat here and saw that you didn't foul him, do you think we wouldn't challenge?
Especially your fourth foul.
Stop asking me. If we didn't challenge, it's for a reason.
Well, that and Domas in post game, like in the locker room, I watched the video. I had to get back for the show, so I wasn't going to wait for a half hour or 45 minutes for Domas in the locker room. But he said he made a point about a bunch of his turnovers were actually offensive fouls. So yes, he had 11 turnovers, but he kept getting called for moving screens or for screens that typically he gets away with, and he didn't get away with in that game. And so if we went back, I bet you 3 or 4 of his turnovers were strictly offensive fouls where he got called, and then of course it's a turnover. So
I thought Katie had a good call on a couple of them because she was like, you can't lean forward. That's what they're calling on him. And he's done it twice where he goes to, and we think of moving screens and we think of the side to side movement or the lean out. And Domas on a couple of these, and I thought Katie did a really good job of pointing them out. He leans.
Yeah.
He leans into it, and the officials call that.
But he gets away with that a lot. And that's the problem.
That's the officials' fault.
Well,
it's either a foul or it's not.
But there's also a lot of acting and flailing going on by the defender in that one that I don't like.
The inconsistency. Well, the one where he got called and the guy just blows up. Yeah, you're like, what is happening? The other point I would make is I know a lot of people were wondering why is De'Aaron Fox settling for so many threes? And I'm going to point out over the last couple of games, there have been quite a few teams that they've gone up against where I don't want De'Aaron Fox going full bore at the rim because I haven't watched enough tape on Mensa, but that dude is going to do something that can injure you. And Moses Brown, That dude, every time you watch a game with Moses Brown, somebody gets hurt. And so there have been a bunch of games lately where I was like, I'm okay that De'Aaron Fox isn't going to run to the rim against Duop Reith, because there are guys that are trying to make it in the league, the try-hard guys, that can do a lot of damage to a player. And so I get that a little bit. Like, if you're going up against Steven Adams, you know it's a brick wall and you know how to avoid it, but you also know that he's not going to knock you 6 rows deep on accident because he did something weird, you know? And so I think there is a little bit of that right now. And I think there's a lot of De'Aaron Fox is like the next level of De'Aaron Fox as he's setting everybody up with this 3-point shot. And then once we see him, like once teams start to adjust, because if he's going 8 of 15 or 7 of 15 or 8 of 16, we have 15 threes in 2 games. Teams are going to start totally changing how they defend him. And then we get to see him go do his other thing, but with guys out of position now. And this is just a big chess match for him.
On a smaller scale, we saw late in that fourth quarter that Hezzy was nasty.
Oh,
and you had to respect the shot. You know what I mean? And now this is where we're talking about it's unguardable, because now if you got to work to get out to that shot a little quicker, now you're susceptible to Hezzies and all this other stuff. And he's a problem with all that. Not to rehash everything you talked about 4 hours ago, but a lot of people just checking in for the first time. What'd you think about I know you had talked about it, but about Fox's outlook on the loss and how he
not thinking about it again.
No, I'm okay with that, because again, I don't know, like you've coached ball, and some kids, you get them in the car after a loss and all they do is cry. Some kids, I know we had a soccer game up in Grass Valley. My son played with one of his buddy and one of his brothers. His brother was so upset they lost, he wouldn't, we went out to lunch afterwards and he sat there quietly and wouldn't have lunch. And I'm talking about a kid in his 20s. Like, some kids handle it differently. Some kids just obsess over it. And some people are like, okay, on to the next. Right. And I think at the NBA level, like, to steal the line from Ted Lasso, you have to be a goldfish, right? You have to have no short-term memory. You just have to move on. And each moment, because the game is happening so fast, if you get hung up in the fact that you just gave up a dunk or you turn the ball over and a guy raced down, you need to know guys' tendencies, and you need to know why you did what happened and how you avoid it the next time. But you got a game the next day. The games come at you so fast. Not only do the Kings play tonight, but the Kings play on Friday and they play on Sunday. It's boom, 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 boom. You don't have any time to sit there and sulk and worry about what happened. Domantas Sabonis is not going to turn over the ball. I can almost guarantee you there will never be another game in his career, however long that is, 8-10 years, where he turns the ball over 11 times. It's just not going to happen. So how are you supposed to obsess about that? You're supposed to go, okay, I made a bunch of mistakes. I got called for offensive fouls. I made some stupid passes. There's it's unforced errors. Again, they had 20 turnovers. The Hornets only had 8 steals. So most of those were just flat out mistakes by the Kings. They're just and Mike Brown even said, it's not some guy went to cut baseline and stopped and a guy threw it out of bounds or something. He's like, we just had stupid turnovers, not even throwing it 6 rows deep, just giving it away again and again and again. And so
the Fox one at the end was,
that
was the definition. Well, the one that he dribbled off his foot to put him up 3.
Well, both that and then the one how he ends the game by just going up for a layup and the ball pops out of his hand and goes into the stands. You're just what exactly is happening? And then you want to. I know the Harrison Barnes foul at the end of the game, it stuck in a lot of people's head. Why would you foul somebody right there? And it's
stuck in De'Aaron's head.
Harrison's looking around I made a mistake. You guys have 20 turnovers. I don't have any of those. What is happening? You just dribble the ball off your foot.
Why the F are you fouling?
Yeah.
What are you? What are we doing?
So yeah,
I'm sorry, sir. We got 53 combined
Right,
points
I got
over
30
here.
points
What
over
the
here.
hell do you have over here?
Yeah.
Fouling people.
I'm gonna need you to grab a rebound and not talk to me.
You got to get your
Yeah.
Kobe Jones tweet out.
Yeah.
Get
Hey,
your-
yeah, the Sacramento Kings have recalled Colby Jones from Stockton.
I love this gimmick.
Yeah, I love it too. It's one of my favorite pastimes is to make sure that we tweet this out every time. But to get back to your point, like, look, De'Aaron Fox can handle losses and bad games and things that happen. I mean, he didn't have a bad game. He had 30 points. He had 6 assists and 5 rebounds. He had 3 turnovers, and 2 of them came in the final minute, which is going to stick in his mind. But he knows what he did wrong, and the things that happened in that game that he did wrong are not going to happen again.
Slow start. He got back to that he had gotten away from that this year. We saw it a lot last year.
Yeah.
Where fourth quarter Fox was actually just De'Aaron Fox. He's just kicking it the first 3 quarters. Oh, I'm gonna fill this out. He was get Keegan over here, get him closer to that record, get my guy Domas going. Okay, now I'll do it. This year he had kind of gone away from that. Like we've seen first quarter Fox, second quarter Fox, and third quarter Fox.
Yeah.
And last night was like you talk about tone setters, talk about Malik and all that. Like De'Aaron was just chilling, just like
0 for
passive.
5.
And then he started missing shots, and it was like, oh, okay.
Mm.
And he, the first one he hit, I think was he hit a little like flick in the lane. And then I think a possession or maybe 2 possessions later, he hit a 3.
Yep.
And it was like, okay, here he goes.
Now he's fine.
Yeah, here he goes.
Yeah, he ended up scoring 30 points in the final.
But
3
the tone
quarters.
was set.
Yeah.
But it was the point. Like the tone was set. That's Malik comes in, does the underhand pass. He gets benched. Then you have the thing with Mike, and it was just the Kings deserved to lose that game.
Yeah, because
they did not play. They deserved to lose.
They had, like I said, my neighbor, I was watching the game over there. They had 33 points with like 6 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Brutal.
So it was 33-33. I said, what is this?
it was the
I
exact
asked for 30
definition
point quarters.
of playing to the level of your opponent. That is what the definition is right there. You're watching the whole mid-second quarter. It's some of the ugliest basketball you've ever seen, and they're both at like 36. And you're like, oh, man, they're like playing even Steven with one of the worst teams in the league who has 4 starters missing. Like, what is going on here? So, yeah, you just can't do that. And I think, hopefully they learn from games like that. But hopefully they haven't been able to learn from the second night of a back-to-back. So I'm slightly concerned about this team's ability to respond in a positive way to things like they did last year.
The thing that I think frustrates a lot of people, myself included, is I was about to ask you, what do you think we see tonight? And I bet you say, I don't know. Because I don't know. I like to think like they've responded. Like, remember when they lost to the Celtics? I was like, I know exactly what's going to happen. They're going to play the Suns and the Timberwolves really well, and they're going to do that for 2 or 3 games, and then they're going to lose a bad game. And then they'll win a couple of good games. That's what they'll do. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I don't know. I'm actually worried because I think Orlando, if the Kings aren't ready to play and they're still in the funk, Orlando could run them out of the gym.
Yeah, it's tough because if you just rewind to the Portland game, they were bad like the entire game. Then you get to the Atlanta game and they're bad for the first half and then phenomenal. And then they carry that phenomenal into the Memphis game. And we have this point where they have 6 quarters in a row where they don't give up more than 30 points. So they give up 39 in the second half of the Atlanta game where they're after giving up 71 in the first half. And then they continue to play at that speed and whatever it is. They're that good against Memphis, and Memphis has no shot at all. You could just see the rotations were good. Like, everything looked perfect. Then you get to a game like this, and again, I don't buy this was the first game back after. No, I don't get that. Like the first game back after.
That's my favorite. That's
after
my
a
favorite
road trip.
NBA. First game back after a long road trip is kind of like a road game. What?
No, you had almost 18,000 people screaming and yelling, ready like to
That man woke up in his own bed, drove his own car, had his own food with his own catering. And it was like a road game?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
And the road trip was 3 games over 6 days. Actually, like if you add in the travel days, it was 3 games over 8 days. That's not a difficult road trip. Now, it's difficult for like, getting back into the family life and all that stuff, but I don't know. Like you gotta I'm not letting him off the hook because of that. That was a bad team who played on the second night of a back-to-back and had lost 11 straight with half of their roster gone.
Yeah.
Like there's no excuse. Like at the end of the day, if you lose home court advantage, or if you're in the play-in tournament and you're there by 1 game, this is the one you circle. And if you're there by 2 games, it's this and the Portland game, and you hope that you don't have more of them.
I was going to say, you circle this week for sure.
Yeah.
And you look at those 2 games that you just pointed out.
And if someone told you that they would go 2-2 on this 4-game stretch, and the 2 wins would be Memphis and Atlanta, and the 2 losses would be Portland and Charlotte, you would go, no. But this isn't the 2022-2023 Sacramento Kings.
You think them wings got them in Atlanta, and stuff happens.
I will say this because I'm always looking for positive slant here, believe it or not. You look at this 4-game homestand. I never predict like undefeated. So I'll be like, man, good homestand be 3-1. Well, they've already lost the 1. They got to win 3 in a row. But it's still attainable. It's still there. And like, as long as you're not playing Boston and the Clippers, like you got a shot to beat a good Orlando team. Toronto.
Or apparently the Pelicans.
You're playing New Orleans.
I was going to say,
hey,
as long as you're not playing the Pelicans or the Rockets, maybe you're
yeah.
Okay.
So you still
you
got it in front of you.
Magic, the Raptors, Pelicans, and then your trip is Detroit and Charlotte to start it off.
And the thing is, that's the other thing about these losses. No one can feel like any like comfort or okay, we got this road trip coming up, but it's not the word. No,
the Kings can win the
You
next
can't.
3 games, and I'd be like, okay, let's see what happens.
Detroit's a tough place to play.
Can you beat
Not
Detroit
feeling
in
good at all.
Detroit?
Yeah. In Detroit, you emphasizes it if that's supposed to mean
Damn,
something.
Jalen Duren, they can't guard him.
Monty Williams has
He's a
always had the
big hit.
Kings number.
Yeah. Like the Thompson twins get you again.
Guess you don't have to worry about Marvin Bagley this time. though.
Marvin Bagley revenge game. Did he get hurt?
No.
Oh, he's just not playing.
He's just not.
Oh, he is playing. He got dunked on the other night.
He's playing?
Yeah, he got dunked on.
I think that was a rare game that he
I
played.
think it was Jabari Smith Jr. who got him.
He's like, maybe I'm Jacoby. He's gotten a couple of DMPs. I've been.
Yeah. Poor Marvin.
Turn your career around, Marvin. I hope you do.
Making a lot of money. Doesn't matter.
Man, I've been saying that for a few years, but yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, man. You really did 4 hours on a loss to the Hornets, boy.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
That's what a loss to the Hornets will do to you.
Man, that's it. You know what's funny? And the Kings could beat the Magic last night, and we'll get a good couple hours out of it.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
a good 90 minutes out of it.
Harrison going for 25 tonight. Barely talk about it tomorrow.
Get a third segment mention for HB after going for 25 and 8.
Yeah, it gets 11 rebounds tomorrow or tonight.
Yeah.
Bruh.
No, if that happens,
If
you know what's
Harris-
happening tomorrow. You're taking credit for it. That's
Well,
what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You see what I did?
My boy was listening.
I did it. I did it.
My boy was listening.
I'll do that if he gets 4 rebounds.
That's right.
You don't even need 11.
Well,
Give me 4.
Steven says you guys squeezed all of the juice out of that lemon. I don't know. I found that so funny. We didn't even play the intro to our show today.
Oh, no. What happened?
I wasn't ready. I didn't have my headphones plugged in and didn't know Jesse was telling me to go. So I looked at Casey. Casey's like, we're on. I was like, we're on? Do I need to hit the intro? And Jesse's like, yeah. And Casey's like, forget it. And just started yelling at the Kings. That's where we've been at for the last 4 hours.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a day. It was a day, James.
All right.
I think we're done, man. James got to head out to the Golden One Center. It's a busy week for Hammer. He's got a lot of games to cover here. So I don't know. I know we'll be back here starting at 10 with the insiders.
Hey, look, Certified Drake Bars game tonight.
Are they? See if the Kings can go 25-0 this tomorrow.
Certified Drake Bars.
See if the Kings can be 25-0.
Hey, the Kings gonna win tonight. I'll be doing Drake Bars. All the Kings players are gonna be like, "Get him off of here. He just talked crazy for us for 4 hours. I don't want to hear his little stupid song. Get him the hell out of here."
I feel like we're like 0-10 when we call it certified.
He's been tased.
I was thinking about that
times.
the other day. When was the last Drake Bars we did?
I don't know.
It's been a while, and there have been some games.
Well, no, you're undefeated. Those are the
Scott
rules.
Hall's hit Casey with the taser a few times lately.
You want Kings to you want Kenny to yell at the Kings more? Don't go anywhere. We'll run it back. If not, be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. beginning with the Insiders here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Certified Drake Bars game today, guys. Oh, we're losing.
Now put the house against the Kings. Jazz, Jazz really has heat for Marvin. He always got taking a shot at Marvin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey guys, join us on Friday and Sunday, or both, whichever you want. We're at the downtown ice rink, 5 to 7, before Friday's game and after Sunday's game. We're gonna be out there. We're going to go because we're gonna go do a radio show. We love y'all. We will see you here tomorrow.